to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Beautiful, beautiful Wednesday morning here in Houston. We are with you till 10 a.m. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning.
How are you?
We have so many activities. It actually, when I woke up early this morning, I kind of thought things were kind of dead. Not a whole lot to talk about that happened yesterday, but around the league, there's just so many fascinating things.
Yes.
And not to mention that the Texans, when we awoke this Wednesday morning, there were players whose health the health status we're unaware of.
Yes.
And today, maybe we find out.
We get a little more clarity than we have for sure. We'll get our first injury report of the week. So by definition, their names will be on that in some way, shape, or form.
I should clarify, I'm talking about the Texans, not Sports Radio 610 or anything.
Oh, but at any given time, we got a bunch of people that just walk into walls around here. You never know.
I get head injuries all the time. You know that.
Yes, yeah.
I banged my head on a low wall just last week.
Yep. You had the double possible concussion episode last year where you fell in the studio here one day, and then within that same 48 hours, you had the parking arm at the movie theater across the street come down and smash you in the head.
Yeah. I am going to be at great peril 24 hours a day when I become an elderly person.
Do you think you had more CTE from playing football or being a radio host?
I think from just living my life, I have more CTE from that. I'll go back to just growing up working on farms. I hit my head a lot on doing stupid things. And it got to, it's kind of it's a vicious cycle because you do something stupid and hit your head, but then that makes you even more likely to do something and hit your head again.
That's the real shame of it, yes.
I remember one time I was trying to round up heifers in an old barn with a very low ceiling. It was underneath the barn. Yeah. And I kept trying to get this one heifer, and I hit my head on a wooden beam. It just went, feet left the ground, slammed on it, and then I'd go on to do it like 2 more times while I was trying to get this heifer in a trailer. And I remember thinking, like, man, barely thinking. Like, I feel like lab rats would be smarter than this. I feel like lab rats, you shock them once and they learn their lesson. I got shocked 3 times.
You hit your head 3 times?
Yes. Running at great speed. As fast as I could in my barn boots.
Oh, my God, dude. That is You might be right about that. You have more farmer CTE than you do defensive tackle CTE.
Yeah, when we got that in NFL concussion settlement, I was kind of like...
This is basically my workers' comp for all those years on the farm is what this is. That's funny. All right, so maybe it's all this brain trauma that's turned you into such a turncoat, according to Steve Palazzolo, formerly of Pro Football Focus.
And thanks to one of our listeners for pointing this out. I tend to listen to these guys once a week because they do a pretty good and succinct recap of the Texans games, every game in the NFL. But Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson, when you listen to this audio, you'll have to know that Steve Palazzolo is a Jaguars fan.
Okay.
And he looks at me as a former Jaguars player because he watched me when he was a young kid growing up. And and they were talking about some Jaguars writer who was kind of a jackass when they brought up my name.
I know Seth's watching, covering the Texans. Seth wouldn't stand for that.
No.
Seth wouldn't. He wouldn't allow that to happen.
No. Seth would never. Where does he stand in this? Because former of both teams, right?
He's a Texans guy now.
Okay.
I mean, he's a 99
When they
Jags
play,
legend.
what does he do twice a year? Does he have to have that split jersey that Mama Kelsey wears?
He's all Texans, man.
Okay.
He's all Texans now. It's a bit of a turncoat, I would say. Seth.
I can't argue with him.
A bit of a turncoat.
Bit of a turncoat.
That's not fair because, as I've explained many times, the Jaguars cast me out.
Right.
And as soon as that happened, I said, well, listen, I ain't one of these newfangled athletes, who's just a mercenary. I'm not no easy money sniper, as Colin Cowherd chose to misinterpret Kevin Durant's handle on Twitter or whatever. I commit to a team.
Yeah,
so
man.
when they cast me out, I'll tell you one thing, Sean. I didn't, Coughlin tried to get a hold of me for a good year after that. And to further explain the scenario, and I didn't accept his calls.
Hold up. Tom Coughlin was trying ferociously to get in touch with you for a year because he put you into the expansion draft.
Yeah, Chris Palmer. So he called to tell me that they were putting me in, and I was like, okay, that's cool, whatever. And then after it all happened, he tried to call me multiple times. I remember Chris Palmer, the first offensive coordinator for the Texans, he had been in Jacksonville as well, knew Tom Coughlin really well.
Yep.
One day before we were going into a meeting, Chris came up to me and he said, hey, Seth, you should really give Tom a call back.
He had reached out to Palmer, too. Like, hey, man, can you have Seth give me a call?
And I said, no, not going to do it.
Yeah. I can see that.
Then I put my finger in Palmer's chest and I said, I hold grudges.
Yeah. And I don't want you coming up to me one more time and telling me I need...
You go take care of David Carr, okay? Because it ain't going so hot. All right? Stop trying to run this. Chris Palmer comes in trying to run the damn run and shoot with his rookie quarterback. It's a mess. It's a fiasco. And you're sitting here wasting time trying to be a liaison between me and a guy I'm holding a grudge against?
Right.
Not a chance.
Who right now, I'm a Texan. I have no reason to have a relationship with that guy. Hell, Coughlin might be trying to pump you for information.
That's right.
To give the Jags a better chance against the expansion Texans the next season.
I hold grudges.
Yep.
I keep it old school. I hate the opponent.
Yeah. Hey, I know we talked about this yesterday with the expansion draft, and you had said it was kind of like and I know it's out there, like it was kind of an arrangement that you and Baselli and Gary Walker were all sort of a package deal in the whole thing.
It was a cap relief, and Baselli had his injury issues.
When Coughlin called you to tell you that you were going to be put in the expansion draft, did he tell you that too? Or did he say, hey, there might be a chance you're back, though? They might not pick you.
No, because that would have been, I knew the rules of the draft and everything. I can't remember if he explained it that way or not. It was kind of, I don't want to misrepresent anything. For one, it wouldn't technically be legal, I don't think, for the Texans to say that, hey, you guys, we're going to expose all these guys, and the Texans, if basically, as long as you take all of them, we won't pull anybody back because they needed the cap relief.
Let me frame it differently, a little more simply. Did you think there was a chance you were still going back to Jacksonville and get to swim in that swimming pool that you put in your backyard?
That's what I was trying to explain. Is that at first I went in, and I just went silly. And because I didn't know the deal right off.
Gotcha.
And the first day I was in there working out, I'm still technically on the team and everything. I'm just exposed in the expansion draft.
Yep.
And the head athletic trainer, Mike Ryan, came in, and said, "Hey, Seth, I called Coughlin and told him you're in here working out," and he said, "It's okay, it's okay." And I'm like, I had no idea that it might not be okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right?
That's what I'm saying.
Now I'm going to get my workout done, Mike.
I'm totally intrigued.
That's when the grudgery started, because it was like, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. I didn't know I was an unfavored citizen here in this scenario.
That's what
I'm going to make it real uncomfortable for you, old man.
I didn't mean to rip the scab off for you on that, but that's what I was getting at. We're not going to have another expansion process in the NFL, maybe in our lifetimes. 32 is really a perfect number, and I don't know that the NFL owners are all that hepped up about splitting their pie with 2 more teams or something like that.
They might put a team in Prague for all I know.
They might, and the expansion fee might be $6 billion, literally, to get a new team, because that's what it would cost to buy a team. I'm just fascinated by that process. It's a very rare process, the expansion. It's not like the draft is every year. The expansion draft happened 3 times in our lifetime.
And it was the first time that I think, I'd have to go back and check my history on this, but that year at least, there were more viable starters in the expansion draft than there ever had been before because of cap scenarios and whatnot. And because of the way they structured it, we got a bunch of guys from, we got Marcus Coleman and Aaron Glenn from the Jets, got Jamie Sharper from the Ravens. So that was the first time the expansion draft wasn't just a bunch of journey mess.
Text message out the chute. If you're up early and texting, we'll read you. Always a place for pettiness. I would have been the same, Seth. That's good.
I do. That's a part. If not that I need to plead the case for why you're not, a little bit more humanity for NFL players.
Why you're not a turncoat? Yeah.
No, but when people love the concept or the idea of players that want to be on a team for life, and I had that mindset when I was in Jacksonville. I had some good times. First time in my life I'd ever been on a really good football team, and I wanted to be on one team for my entire career. So all of a sudden, when the harsh reality is thrown in your face, you're like, oh, all right, well, I guess this is the business. You get a little bit calloused.
Yeah,
to the more emotional side of the game.
Yeah, what's the percentage? And when I say percentage, I'm not talking about guys that play for one team for their whole career because they were a rookie and then got cut. I'm talking about guys what's the percentage of guys that let's say they get to a second contract that end up playing their whole career with the same team? It's got to be less than 3%.
It's pretty low, especially because by the final. By your third or fourth contract, if you're kind of on your way out, that's where. And guys' feelings get hurt because they feel like, hey, I wanted to stay here and you're insulting me with this offer, blah, 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 blah.
J.J. Watt and Andre Johnson didn't finish their careers as a Houston Texan. I mean, that's all you need to say. I guess the one that I'm thinking of for the Texans.
Bruschi? Oh.
No. Well, Teddy Bruschi.
Well, Teddy Bruschi kind of committed to, hey, I'm going to stay here. He played for less than probably his market value.
The reason this guy pops into my head is because I just saw a video yesterday in which we are featured prominently. Brian Cushing was who the 10 greatest Texans are, or the 10 most popular Texans of all time, and it not including the young guys on this team. I think Will and CJ are in that realm, but guys who are retired, let's say. Cushing's the only one I can think of that went his whole career with the Houston Texans.
Yeah, because you have to kind of make a decision at some point where, okay, do you really? Usually, most guys get to a point where the team they're on. They've drafted a replacement or somebody who's younger at that point.
Peter's out for some reason.
It just makes more financial sense that you got to say, okay, do I want to keep playing or do I just want to retire and call it, hey, I was with this team forever? And most guys are a year or two behind on realizing when it's time to pack it in. Even if there's no financial component to it, it's just you're in denial. You don't want to accept it. You can't judge yourself and whether you're good anymore or not.
For most guys, they're not going to find another job that pays $4 million a year or something.
That's true. I've learned that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're not making $4 million. I'm making that's a point.
It's one thing I discovered.
Sorry, I didn't mean to let that slip.
No, that is a one part of the dynamic of everybody's. If you're playing the league, you get your judgment so thrown off about. Honestly, I remember talking to my friend Don Davey, who's a very successful businessman.
Yeah.
Very, very successful. Incredible. He might be making way more money than he made when he was in the NFL.
Yeah, you've talked about him.
Yeah. But I remember having a conversation with him, and this was while I was still a player, but I was at his house and talking about Don saying, and just how genuinely difficult it is to even make $100,000 per year.
Yeah.
The guys understand that they're going to be making a lot less money doing whatever they do in retirement, but they don't genuinely really understand or grasp how hard it is to make $100,000, certainly $200,000 a year is still a very small percentage of the population.
Way less than 1%. Yes.
Right. So it's that's one of the things, like the readjust. Even if you know it intellectually, you don't really feel it until you get out on those streets.
So you get that pay stub. These checks are not as big. What's going on?
Plus, the concept of a hard worker in the league is so far out of whack of a hard worker in real life.
Yeah.
Because if you're a hard worker, I was always considered a hard worker, but I was lucky enough to grow up, working on farms where I knew that hard work is getting up at 4 a.m. and doing miserable stuff all day long.
Yep.
So I was a quote unquote hard worker in the NFL, but it always felt like I was getting away with something because there's only so much physical work you can do before your rest becomes the primary thing. You can't work out for 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
And so that's the other part of it is, if you want to make $200,000 a year in the real world and be thought of as a hard worker in the real world, that's a whole different deal, too.
It is. Text message, John Weeks is the living legend Texan. Even John Weeks is a San Francisco 49er.
Yeah.
He wanted to finish his career as a Texan, I would imagine. He's in San Francisco now. Arian Foster, someone said, no, Arian Foster was a Dolphin for like 9 coming off that Achilles tear.
I am surprised by how many of, I shouldn't say how many, but we have some listeners who will text in when we have these discussions, and they always bring up all these names where, no, they're there. Arian Foster gets brought up a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's because I think people go into a little bit of denial. I mean, the Texans played against Arian Foster when he was a Miami Dolphin, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think people just try to selectively forget.
Yeah.
But no, wait.
The Dolphins game was the game in 2015 where he tore his Achilles. Yeah. And then he played like half the season the next year, and he's like, I'm done. I'm going to go do my podcast. Question, how do the Jags fans feel about Cecil Shorts? He's got to be viewed as the biggest turncoat.
I know, well, because he was an actual draft pick by the Jaguars and played 4 years there.
Yep.
He spent one season with the Texans.
But now he's the hype man on game day for the Texans.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, he's full bore in Texan. And it was just one season.
Sean.
Yeah. Oh, man. You got to text Cecil and find out. Have you gotten any turncoat heat from Jags fans?
Cecil and I were the exact same draft pick, if I remember correctly.
114.
In different years. 114.
Yep.
Thank
114th overall.
When I don't.
Well, two of my very good friends in the business are the 114th pick in their respective NFL drafts. So, yeah. All right, so big day today. We'll find out. We'll get, hopefully, some more clarity on C.J. Stroud, Titus Howard, and Jalen Petrie. I guess the guys, Seth, on the Texans that are sitting and waiting with equal anticipation on C.J. Stroud thing. With Titus Howard, I guess it'd be Trent Brown, right? Like if Trent Brown was the one who stepped in for Titus, and there's a chance.
Yeah, and he played well. I think that it could possibly be Blake Fisher. And then there's, I don't know. With Trent Brown, I guess the other question would be just how did his knee feel and recover afterwards?
Yeah,
he's a 375-pound guy coming off a patellar tendon tear.
Yeah, it sounded like he came out of that game a little bit dinged up, like not carried off the field or anything like that.
And I thought that's man, I don't mean to change the topic drastically, but to Ariante Ursary on the other side, that one play to the left, that Woody Marks run, Ursary, it looks so much better watching from the end zone.
Yes, I was going to say the same thing.
Than it did at first. When I'm watching in real time and on TV, it looked like he was moving pretty well.
Yeah.
And got a really nice block. To clear the way for Woody Marks.
He trucked the guy.
He was moving even faster than I thought, and it was a better hit than I thought.
Yeah.
Because that was down away from us on the field.
I saw the same thing you did. I'm like, wow, that looked even better. I like that view.
You talk about being deceptively fast.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys, because he's so tall and long-limbed, he's not taking as many steps, and you don't realize how much ground he's covering until you watch and you see him out there in space. They really might have hit it out of the park with Ariante Ursary. The difference between him in Week 3 versus Josh Hines-Allen compared to Week 10 and doing some of the things that he was doing in the run game, and he's still very much improved, as good as he's going to be.
He's 9 games into his career.
Yeah.
If he makes the same improvement over the next 9 games that he made in the first 9 games, man, you're talking about sitting on a foundational left tackle for this team moving forward. And I would guess the Petrie concussion, who's probably most keeping an eye on that? Probably Miles Bryant seemed to get the biggest bump up in activity of anybody based on Petrie. I don't know if it's based on Petrie being absent, but I felt like I'm seeing a lot more of Miles Bryant in this game.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to figure out exactly what they want to do in the slot because they did. Miles Bryant.
He's probably in there because of MJ Stewart's injury too.
Had a couple of. Yeah. But then, that's what happened. Miles Bryant comes in, but initially when Miles Bryant was playing the slot, he had a couple of rough snaps, and that's when they started moving Kamari Lassiter down there.
That's right.
So then that ends up shaking out with Tremont Smith also and Damon Arnett. Like, who do you want playing on the outside if Kamari Lassiter's on the inside?
Yep. Owen Daniels, someone says, not sure. Great topic, though. Owen Daniels followed
He won a Super Bowl with the Broncos.
He followed Kubiak to the Ravens in 2014 when Kubiak was the OC.
Yeah.
And then he followed Kubiak to Denver as a head coach. He was basically with Gary Kubiak his whole career, literally, Owen Daniels. And, I think he even caught a touchdown pass in that Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so some of the guys that people will bring up as lifetime Texans will actually – no, they've been with multiple other teams.
Yeah. Andre Johnson, multiple other teams.
Yeah.
Tennessee.
In the division,
yeah. Turncoat, perhaps? No. Not Andre Johnson. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Up next, Clint Stoerner had a great breakdown. Clint Stoerner said this was the play of the year for the Texans, and he had a great breakdown of it. And DeMeco Ryans had his own opinion on what the most important play was in that game. We'll hear from both Clint and DeMeco on that, and we'll weigh in as well. That's coming up next.
Hey, you can make the play of the year in your financial life if you call Trajan Wealth today and get
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
One back, Woody Marks on 3rd and 3 at the Jacksonville 7. Mills awaits the snap from Andrews. Here it is. Davis looking. Davis with time. Davis punts. Davis throws. Right side, back of the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Dalton Schultz. Rock and roll. Back-to-back drives with touchdowns. Mills heating up, and the Texans within a score.
Yeah, Vandy called it, man. Mills heating up, and Dave, that was before he had a 14-play, 93-yard drive to go win the game. Man, when you think of the margin for error that the Texans had on Sunday, Seth, to welcome me back in here on Payne and Pendergast on a Wednesday morning, the margin for error that you have anytime you're coming back from being down 3 scores in the fourth quarter, but Dalton Schultz getting those puppies down in the back of the end zone, man, getting those feet down.
He's not thought of as a classic toe tapper.
No, and that was the amount of agility that took, very underrated.
He's a gamer, so the thumb agility transferred to
his toes.
To his toes.
Yeah, that was good.
It went up A, B, over, down, or whatever.
Up, A, B. What's the one? The game was Contra.
Up, down, left, right, B, A, select, start.
I knew Ben. Yeah. Select, start. You got the select in there, too. Yeah.
What move was that for, Ben?
Select was to enable 2-player. So you just hit start if you're one.
Contra, right? You get the double. Yes. You get the double. The double.
30
bullets.
lives.
30 lives.
30 lives.
Oh my God! If you can't complete, my grandmother could have completed the game with 30 lives.
No, was that back when you had to learn that by word of mouth or by buying a book or something?
Definitely wasn't the internet. I'll tell you that, because it was when I was in college.
There were magazines and stuff.
Magazines.
Yeah, that's right. You would get the magazine. Remember when you would buy the magazines with the song lyrics in them?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you used to, if you wanted to know the lyrics of the songs without buying the album, they had magazines that were full of song lyrics of all the latest releases.
Holy crap! I don't remember that at all. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless I'm imagining it. Text line, back me up on this.
Yeah, text in. So Clint Stoerner said yesterday on the drive set that play we just heard was the best play the Texans have run all year. All year.
All year. There were some good things going on it. I was skeptical myself when Clint first said it. Yeah. And he tweeted about it too. And I'm going down the checklist of things that happened on the play. And yep, they checked off a lot of boxes on things that they couldn't do in weeks 1, 2, and 3.
They did. And this cut is a little bit long, but I was on my walk yesterday listening to this and Clint breaking it down. I'm like, God, I'm an average guy. I'm not a film junkie or anything like that. Yeah. Clint's a former quarterback. And listening to him break this down, man, I learned so much in 2 minutes of listening to this thing here. So this was Clint's case for play of the year for the Houston Texans.
It's the best play that Yes, it's the best play that I've seen from a Texans offense this year. And I can't think back. My memory sucks, but I can't think back how far back. I'd probably go back even further than that. First of all, you had your best, so for the Dalton Schultz touchdown, you had your best players on the field with the exception of 14, right? You had 27 in the backfield. You had 86 at tight end. You had 12 on the field, obviously. And you had Christian Kirk and Xavier Hutchinson outside. You spreaded them out, right? You had a trips formation to the field. You had Dalton Schultz on the line of scrimmage with his hand in the dirt, right? So let's start with that. Your personnel and your formation, I think, was conducive to getting your quarterback an opportunity. The ball snapped. Right? Dalton Schultz collisions, I think it was, what's 44's name?
No, British Brooks?
No, for them.
Oh,
Walker.
Yeah.
He collisions Walker when Walker's on his way to do what? A tackle in twist, right? So he collisions him, throws the timing completely off. Therefore, the offensive line was able to build a wall and not let that twist, that stunt, take effect and cause problems up front, all because Dalton Schultz alignment and Dalton Schultz release. Now, I don't know if he did it on purpose, but that's the way it worked out. So, I'm looking at that and going personnel, formation, immediately when the ball snapped, the tight end collision in the defensive end, and stopping the stunt from happening in perfect timing, which has been killing our tackles and our guards, right? And then the quarterback takes a snap. The O-line builds a wall. There's 5 yards of separation between the quarterback and the line of scrimmage. The quarterback reads hard left to your trips, your wide receivers. It's clearly they're shading that way. There's nothing there. He holds the ball just long enough for Dalton Schultz to run it like an inverted back line. Typically, it's a wide receiver running to the field, and the quarterback throws it high at the crossbar and the receiver goes up and either makes a play or it's an incomplete pass. When it's a tight end, he's running that back line, but he's running it inside out, right? And so that was a designed late throwback. Like come back, read hard left. If it's not there, come back, throw it away high and over the head of your tight end. Give him the chance to that is a designed part of the progression. And he ends up getting back. Looks left, it ain't there. Boom, he comes all the way back right. He throws it high. Dalton Schultz goes up, makes a great catch. $12 million tight end. That's what you need out of him. And boom, we go on, and the game's a little bit tighter. It's a one-score game at that point, and now you're back in business.
I enjoyed the hell out of that. Like that is a breakdown, man. I came away feeling smarter after that 2 minutes of football right
there. The thing too that he said about Dalton Schultz getting in Trayvon Walker's way. Yeah, I don't think he was supposed to block Trayvon Walker on that. But the thing that was encouraging about it was it worked out well because he did slow down Trayvon Walker, but it also didn't disrupt him off of the timing of the route and everything. And he had done that earlier on that 3rd and 10 when the Texans were backed up deep on that play. He had to swim somebody on his way to making his decision on a choice route and did some really good stuff. He did some really savvy veteran tight end stuff in that game. And it was cool to see Davis Mills being on the same page with him.
Yeah.
And having a connection, I think, from having had a lot of conversations. In that pregame interview before the game, Dalton Schultz talked about how he and Davis watch a lot of film together and have a lot of conversations. It was very clear.
No doubt. So Clint said that was the play of the year. The play you just touched on, Seth, I think that you were talking about the 20-yard catch when they were back deep down on the final drive, 3rd and 10 at their own 7. DeMeco said that was the play of the game. Here's just
3rd and 10 from the Houston 7. One back marks. Mills in the gun. 3 receivers left. Nico short side right. Davis standing in his end zone after the snap. Throws right side. Caught Schultz. 20, 25 right side. And down across the 28-yard line. First down, Houston. Winger gets there along with the Lewican, but not until Schultz moves the sticks. 20-yard throw from Mills to Dalton.
I don't know if I said, I think that's the play of the game. Because we had 2 plays there that we didn't get any yards. And for us, that 3rd down play to Dalton, that was the play of the game to really get us going, get the drive moving. And I had to look back at it again this morning. I was like, okay, it was 6 minutes left on the clock. I was like, man, we chewed up a lot of clock on that drive. That was an outstanding drive by our offense, and it all started with that 3rd down play by Dalton. Then we were able to get a couple really good runs in from Woody, from Chubb, and it was we were off and moving.
That in that play, in that drive, I think the ability of the offense to just sustain long drives is something that goes back to last week before CJ got injured. That's something that was just like red zone woes aside. I think they've just gotten way more consistent at being able to methodically move their way down the field. The quarterbacks are different, but it's when you need to do that. It takes all 11 guys working well because one little mistake, one guy running the wrong route, one guy not catching an easy pass, those are the things that make defenses want to invite you into the whole death by 1,000 cuts. Most defenses feel like, all right, very few quarterbacks are going to be able to consistently move the ball down the field 12, 13, 14 plays at a time because somewhere along the way somebody messes up. And then if you get a sack or something, then it's just it's dead in the water there.
Yeah.
So I think the offense in general, no matter who the quarterback has been, it's just executing at a better level. If we go back to that first play that Clint talks about, the Dalton Schultz touchdown, the offensive line on that play, they were just very sound fundamentally in picking up D-line movement, stuff that in the past we've been saying, this is high school football stuff. Why are they not doing it right?
Yeah.
So I don't know why they weren't doing it right, but they are doing those things better now. Ariante Irisary did a great job on the other side of Trent Brown picking up a gain, and so did Jarrett Patterson. Jarrett Patterson, they're keeping their shoulders parallel to the line of scrimmage. They're not opening the door for defensive linemen to just give them a path to the quarterback. They are playing. Going back to week 1, they're doing some things fundamentally better on the offensive line this year than they were last year. I think you're just starting to see more evidence of it with actual football plays now. But the fundamentals are definitely better than they were last year.
In my rewatch of the game, in any way, dismiss the level of play that Davis Mills displayed on Sunday. He was outstanding for most of the game, especially in the second half. I was watching some going, man, if C.J. Stroud gets this kind of time, if Davis did great with the time that they gave him, he was still 27 of 45 on the game. Like if C.J. is getting the degree of pockets that Davis was getting in a game, man, that gets exciting.
Well, and I don't think you can undersell the importance of getting Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel involved in the game.
Yep.
And Woody Marks as a receiver and as a runner. And, maybe they mentally weren't ready for it earlier in the season, but now that they are mentally ready for it, whatever the reason they weren't using them as much earlier in the season, you've just got more athleticism out there. You've got more playmaking ability. There's more guys that need to be accounted for by the defense.
Yep.
And that's the thing that you're hoping early on to say, well, all right, it's just going to take time for it to click. But that's what you fall into that trap with Bobby Slowick in the offense then. All right, well, you're just waiting for it to click. It's not going to work immediately with a brand new offense all the time, but it's just a matter of faith until now. And look, it's the Jacksonville Jaguars, not one of the better defenses in the league, but still we've seen some consistency over the last few weeks that we didn't have before.
All right, headlines coming up next. We'll take a look ahead here. Texans are on the practice field today. We had a big surgery in the AFC South yesterday and a firing in the NBA. Who saw this coming? We'll get to that in headlines coming up next. In the meantime, if you got your cup of coffee out ready.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Yeah, big thanks to the Men's Tea Clinic for powering these headlines. The Texans back at practice today, getting ready for the all-important Titans game on Sunday. This is a big one. Getting to 500 for the first time all year would be quite the accomplishment for the Texans, considering the 0-3 start and considering that they were without their starting quarterback in the last game. The status of C.J. Stroud, Titus Howard, and Jalen Petrie, three pretty important cogs for the Texans, all in the concussion protocol right now.
Yeah.
So that'll be what we're keeping an eye on today.
Yeah, and look, obviously, as you start to, or as they will face some very good offenses, not this week, but some very good offenses later in the season. Yeah. Jalen Petrie, it's weird. I feel like as much as people gush about Jalen Petrie, I felt like there was a curious absence of hand-wringing over his absence by and large. And I think part of that is, A, because he has this undefinable position. So it's not as easy as saying, hey, your starting cornerback is out. B, you're going up against the Jaguars offense, which is one of the worst third-down offenses in the league, so it's not going to hurt you as much.
Right.
And then C, you still have a bunch of really good players in the secondary without Jalen Petrie. But that's now with MJ Stewart down, now it becomes that much more. I mean, Condre Diggs is out there. There's other, I don't know which safeties they might go out and get right now. Condre Diggs asked for his release from the Titans, and they granted it.
They did.
Week.
He has to, and I don't know, he must have cleared waivers. At this time of year, you have to clear waivers now.
Even if you're a veteran.
Even if you're a vet, yeah. After the trade deadline, you got to clear waivers. I didn't see him get picked up by anybody, so yeah, he may be out there. That's a body. And Nick Caserio has not been shy about picking up vets that get put out on the market the second half of the season. That's how Derek Barnett wound up being a Texan 2 years ago. Tier Tart, guys like that. Adrian Amos a few years ago, guys like that. So Nick will go pick those guys up. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. This is a look ahead more as opposed to looking back at the Jags game, although that Jags game has been worth looking back at. But this is a bad rudderless Titans team right now.
I'm going on a Titans podcast tonight, and I accepted the invitation almost exclusively because it would force me to learn something about the Titans. Because I was thinking about it. I'm like, I really don't want to. I don't want to have to go dig into the Titans, but I must.
Okay.
So I got this invitation, and I said, okay, there it is. I got to learn some stuff about the Titans before I go on this podcast.
Okay, so you're going on this podcast tonight. So tomorrow, I need from you a route or two through which the Titans can win this football game.
Right, yeah, some threats that the Titans pose, above and beyond just Cam Ward being able to improvise or what have you.
Yeah.
I am curious to ask him about Quandre Diggs and just exactly what the scenario was there.
Yeah, maybe just he didn't want to play on a crappy team anymore. But yeah, definitely, find out. Get some intel on that for us. All right, so Texans back at practice today. Travis Hunter, knee surgery yesterday, done for the year. I went, Seth, and changed the game-o-meter yesterday on Travis Hunter, and it was firmly at a 2.3 on a scale of 0 to 100 in him changing the game of football this year.
So, we should probably always reset that for people who don't know what we're talking about, but James Gladstone was very proud of himself for drafting Travis Hunter because it represented the aggressive manner in which the Jaguars would move from this point forward. And which included apparently James Gladstone and a bunch of the front office buffoon press box. I didn't hear any of that.
I'm glad you bring this. So we have not brought this up on the show this week, and both days in prepping for the show, I'm like, God, we've not brought up Gladstone.
I haven't asked anybody about it.
Yeah.
Jonathan Alexander and somebody else had mentioned that James Gladstone and apparently some of the Jaguar staffers were sitting and cheering and stuff in the press box. I didn't hear it. So they must have been sitting at the tables.
Yeah, or they were at the they put us way at the left end of the press box. It could have been back at the right end of the press box.
So for those of you who don't know, it's a very standard rule. You're not allowed to cheer in the press box.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious to watch us because we're not like journos or anything. We're not claiming to be unbiased, but we're not allowed to cheer. So that final fourth quarter especially, you could see a bunch of people jumping up and down but not making any sound at all.
Seth and I are like looking at each other on the Davis Mills run like light touching high five.
Pulling short on the high five, So James Glad, it just reminded me so much. I'm picturing this scene of James Gladstone and all his little wannabe tech bro types that are just all like teenagers that are just too obnoxious to be let out in public, acting like acting like a bunch of hayseeds right off the bus.
Yes.
They're either tech bros or they're the opposite end of the spectrum. Growing up, my grandpa always told me, when you go into town off of the farm, you always shower. You be sure you're not wearing your work boots and everything. You don't want to smell like manure.
Right.
These guys look like they went straight from milking cows with manure on their boots
Clowns.
and everything. Walk into the press box and their manure-soaked boots up on the table, drinking whiskey. Bunch of clowns.
Gladstone. Yeah. Yep. So, good reasons.
I hope he goes down in flames so hard. What an arrogant little prick.
Yes. Their schedule is not easy the back half of the year, by the way, the Jags, from what I saw.
Shame.
Yeah, it's a crime.
It's hard to
shame.
redefine football when you don't have the guy who's supposed to be redefining football out there. Maybe don't draft a 132-pound defensive back and expect him to be the first guy since the 1950s to play both ways all the time.
Yep, and all he has to do is be himself. That's all he has to do, Travis Hunter. That's what Gladstone promised everybody. Speaking of GMs, Nico Harrison, fired by the Dallas Mavericks. So the guy who engineered the Luka Doncic trade, done after a 3-8 start to the season. Anthony Davis, who they got in that was the linchpin of that trade. Boy, we're going to be a defensive team now. We got Anthony Davis. He's played like 9 games since he became a Maverick last year. Like, it's crazy. My favorite part of the statement that the Mavericks ownership put out, Seth, Mavs ownership put out a long statement yesterday. And they say, I understand the profound impact these difficult last several months have had on you, the fans. They won the NBA draft lottery. And that is probably still an accurate statement, I would say. Like, it's been a rough several months. Even when they won the Cooper Flag sweepstakes, it's been a rough several months for Mavs fans.
And then went on to Mavs fans deluded themselves into somehow thinking that this was all part of the master plan.
Oh, yeah.
Winning the lottery when they had a 2% chance, whatever. That was dumb luck after buffoonery. Double down with more buffoonery and taking a guy who's always injured and acting like that's your path to glory and replacing one of the best players in the NBA. And he's been injured the entire time.
Yeah.
I saw some clown Mavericks fans. I think it was a joke of a trade proposal of Anthony Davis for Şengün with some other pieces involved.
Yeah.
And Mavs fans taking it seriously and thinking, yes, they should try this. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, they should try it. It's not going to work.
Yeah, they should definitely try it.
Yeah, they should try it. All right, those are your headlines for today. All right, awards in the NFL. It's award season in baseball. It's very quiet for the Astros on the award front this year. Can Will Anderson make the same run at Defensive Player of the Year that he did for Defensive Rookie of the Year a few years ago? We'll discuss that. We got a whole lot to get to. We got a nice long segment. We will talk Astros later in the segment. They are being flagged as one of the top landing spots for one of the big free agents. We'll talk about that in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Stay there.
Hey, you're savvy. You know why that trade proposal that I just described is so stupid. So use your sports knowledge.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. You can text the show 713-572-4610. Can Will Anderson make a run at Defensive Player of the Year? Kind of a weird question coming off of a game where Danielle Hunter was actually the star of the show. He had 3.5 sacks, but the odds board has Will Anderson right now, who's been the more consistent player over the course of the season. The odds board has him 5th right now, Seth, at 10-1 to win Defensive Player of the Year.
It's interesting because if you look at, for one, sacks, obviously that 3.5 sack performance helped Danielle Hunter out a lot. Danielle Hunter he's a half sack ahead of Will Anderson right now. And when it comes to PFF scores, this is where I'm grateful to PFF scores at times, because when a guy doesn't have a boatload of sacks, Danielle and Will respectively are 7th and 10th in sacks. Sack won't tell the whole story by a long shot, but on PFF scores, Will and Danielle are 5th and 6th respectively.
So
Will's
that takes
a little bit ahead of Danielle.
Everything into account. How pressure
run
rate,
defense,
run,
all of that.
Yep, the whole thing. Unfortunately for the awards, the sacks matter heavy because there's a bunch of writers voting for it who look
right.
Yeah,
but the writers increasingly are trying to look at the whole picture more. So
Yep, they are. Here are the names that are ahead of Will Anderson right now. And the question is, can he make a run at Defensive Player of the Year? And if you recall, his run at Defensive Rookie of the Year a couple years ago came very late. Jalen Carter was the heavy favorite for most of the season. And then Will Anderson came back from an ankle injury for the last few games of the year and put together a really nice end of the season in 2023.
And meanwhile, the Eagles were falling off horrendously.
Yes.
So that, the team's success and the perception of your defense helps a lot.
Big time. And that's probably helping keep Will in the mix here right now with these names. Myles Garrett is the favorite on an absolutely horrible team, but a pretty good defense, and he's Myles Garrett, plus 140, which means you got to risk 100 to win 140. He's like 1.5 to 1. Micah Parsons is second at 3 to 1. He's had a good year for Green Bay up there since getting traded. And that's a nice narrative, too. Green Bay picks up Micah Parsons. Micah needs Green Bay to go on a little bit of a run here to get the award, I think. They're in a bit of a rut right now. Aiden Hutchinson, 5-1. He's on a good team. He's a good player. Everybody loves him. Nick Bonito, who the Texans just saw 2 weeks ago, 7.5-1. And then there's Will Anderson at 10.
Because he's not as much of a two-way guy. He's not as stout against the run as all of those other guys, including Will Anderson.
Yeah.
So ultimately, sacks shouldn't matter, but they do when it comes to perception.
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest thing Will Anderson has going for him right now is that he's the opposite of Myles Garrett. Will is playing on the number one scoring defense, the number one defense in terms of yardage right now. And whereas Myles Garrett is playing on a defense that's actually still doing pretty well, but his team is just abysmal.
It's horrible.
Myles Garrett might get the benefit of, wow, look, that defense was actually still impressive despite getting zero help from the offense.
Yeah.
And Myles Garrett was a big driving force behind that.
Yep, and Myles Garrett has become sort of the J.J. Watt of this era. Like, you had the J.J. Watt era where he won 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards in 4 years. So by the time he's winning the third one, he didn't even have one of his – I mean, he had one of his best seasons, obviously, but the 2015 one, that season wasn't as prolific. He was banged up a lot that year. He still won Defensive Player of the Year. And then I think it was Aaron Donald for a few years there. He's winning, whatever it was, 3 or 4 Defensive Player of the Year. It's Myles Garrett now, and he's going to be the guy who's sort of like, okay, if he has a big year – doesn't matter what his team does. Like we know he's incredible. He's the best defensive player in the world.
Is there? I feel like I should be feeling annoyed that Danielle Hunter isn't getting more just more credit. I feel like his quiet demeanor does him in.
He wasn't even on the actual email that we get with it goes down like 15, 17 names. He wasn't on it. He wasn't on there for any of it. The answer is, he should be on there. Like, to me, he's one of the 15 most impactful defensive players in football.
The thing about the Texans defense that's really cool is that they are, despite having a lot of big names, they do operate kind of like a no-name defense. One of the reasons the sack numbers as a team aren't gaudier than they are is partly just because you've got 2 edge rushers who really try to do the right thing and not just go for the sack no matter what. There have been times where on the Texans they've had some good pass rushers, and I'm not talking about J.J. Watt here. He was never one of these guys. But they've had some good pass rushers, but who would just run right past the quarterback at the top. And that's exactly, they just get ridden around, and they're just trying to get as close as they can and maybe try to reach in and swat the ball away. But then it ends up, A, you don't get there, and B, you leave it wide open for the quarterback to scramble.
Yeah.
The Texans' defensive ends do a good job of getting to the level of the quarterback and then trying to compress the pocket. And they might not have as good a chance of getting a sack individually, but they've got a better chance of flushing the QB as a group or just enclosing in on him and making it for a really difficult throw. They do a great job of staying disciplined with that.
Well, and that's how that's how as a team you become the number one scoring defense and the number one yardage defense.
And one of the interception leaders, too.
Yeah.
Because it forces a lot of bad throws.
That's a good point. Absolutely. Yeah, there's people on here, text messages, Hunter not getting any consideration. He's not up the odds board. There's 9 games left to play. If Danielle Hunter plays the last 9 games the way he played in that Jacksonville game, Danielle Hunter can win Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, he had 3.5 sacks. I think he's going to win Defensive Player of the Week. John Gruden does this bit. John Gruden, former head coach, who's now part of Barstool, does this bit where he picks out the various players that had big weeks, and he just goes nuts over each of them for about 10 seconds and then moves on to the next one. Danielle Hunter made his little video.
Guys like Danielle Hunter of the Houston Texans. They're down 29-10 to the Jacksonville Jaguars in the 4th quarter, but they just keep on swinging. And nobody landed more punches than Danielle Hunter.
Got me feeling
4 sacks, motor, power, speed, a wrecking machine indeed. Ho!
And that's it? 10 seconds?
Well, there's like 6 other players that are part of it. I just pulled out the Danielle part.
If you look at Will and Danielle, and I think there's an element of Will, I guess just the explosiveness and physicality where it really pops on film, and sometimes he's making his presence known without getting an actual stat on it. But like at this point in the season, just a little bit, 2 quarters over the midway point of the season, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Will's got 7 sacks. Danielle Hunter's got 7.5. Will Anderson has 18 total solo tackles. Danielle Hunter has 11 solo tackles. TFLs, Will Anderson has 10. Danielle Hunter has 8. 13. Danielle Hunter has 12. It's just they've been alarmingly similar on a statistical basis.
They're identical twins.
Forced fumbles, Will Anderson 2, Danielle Hunter 2.
Yeah.
That's nuts. Yeah. Fumble recoveries, Will Anderson 1, Danielle Hunter 1.
Yeah. Will has more touchdowns. That's where he separates it. Yeah.
Will also has one more batted pass. He's got 2 and
that
Danielle
is
Hunter
incredible though how similar the numbers are. You know, and Danielle needed a big game to play catch-up in the sack department.
But that's how it goes in the D-line game.
Of course. Yeah, but that's crazy, though. I mean, you got 2 guys that if they just bump up the pace a little bit in the last 8 games, you're going to have 2 15-sack guys on this team.
Mm-hmm.
You can't waste this, Texans. Offense, keep doing what you were doing in the second half of that Jags game, please. Do not waste these legendary years that these guys are having right now.
If you've got 2 guys in double-digit sacks, that's highly sought after. That's one of the things I think that was one of Wade Phillips' old thing is man, if you got 2 guys that have double-digit sacks, that makes it really you're giving offenses a real hard time. Because we'll go back to the Jags had a snap in that game where they had 6 offensive linemen on the field.
Yep.
They brought in a 6th offensive lineman. The running back is part of the pass protection too, and they still ended up with a tight end one-on-one on Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
Partly because the Texans, good job by Matt Burke and DeMeco Ryans. When the Jaguars came out with 6 offensive, we'll have 5 defensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
And they roll Tommy Togiai out on the field.
Yeah, baby.
And they make it really tough for him. And, okay, great. They slid the protection towards Will Anderson. You're helping out with him. But you got Danielle Hunter one-on-one on a tight end.
Yeah.
It did not go well. It was a sack for Danielle Hunter.
There's no good solutions for that, man. There are no good solution. Someone said I would vote for co-MVP of the team for Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. We talked about that yesterday during the power ranking of the power rankings. ESPN had non-QB MVP of the team, and DJ Bieneme made a case for Titus Howard. I wouldn't pick Titus Howard, but I respect DJ Bieneme making a case for Titus Howard. I love co-MVP for the 2 guys because they really are the package of those 2 guys. I think the play you just talked about there, Seth, illustrated the importance of having both of those guys. Yeah, let's throw all the protection towards potential Defensive Player of the Year, Will Anderson. Oh, well, what's happening on the other side? Oh, this cyborg is manhandling your tight end. That's all. Just that over on the other side.
He's really done well for himself despite having that physical deformity of ridiculously low body fat and too much muscle.
Oh, Danielle,
it's hard, yeah. Sometimes, Danielle Hunter, he has to walk through life looking like that.
Yeah,
I feel bad for him sometimes, He probably just wants to look like a normal guy with a normal amount of body fat.
Yeah.
But no, he's a freak show.
He's a freak show.
But at least he can be a good football player.
He can be a good football player, and I would think he's one of those guys that would say, don't feel sorry for me. That I have 2% body fat. And
he turned lemons into lemonade with that.
He really did. He really did. Yeah.
A lot of people might say, my God, he looks like some kind of mutant or something.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I'm super proud he's from here. That he's from the Houston area. I think that epitomizes Houston as much as anything, the blue-collar nature of this town. Danielle Hunter's ability to pick himself up by his bootstraps with his 2% body fat and his largely chiseled body and go make something of himself.
It is. It's really it's a tale that we can all draw inspiration from.
Yep. Well put. MVP odds. Boy, if someone had told you when he was taking epidurals the week leading into the opener against the Texans that Matthew Stafford would be the MVP frontrunner, let alone walking, who would have thunk it? But there he is, Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford 3-1. Favorite to be the MVP. Drake May, number 2, at 3 and a little over 3 and change, plus 325. Patrick Mahomes, plus 650. Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback of a team that, if the season ended today, would not be in the playoffs.
Right.
He's 3rd on the MVP board. You want to hear something even crazier? The favorite to win the Super Bowl right now, as of this week, at 6-1, the favorite to win the Super Bowl, would not make the playoffs if the season ended today. It's the
Ravens,
the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, the Chiefs is still there.
The Chiefs are the favorites, and I was seeing that though. You're on track with what I was thinking. I'm like, okay, how far down are the Ravens, who also wouldn't make the playoffs? They're like 5th. So
they were for a while there when the Ravens got off to that real slow start. They were still the favorite to win the Super Bowl early in the season, weren't they?
Yep.
It's been a weird. It's a
weird year, man.
How impressive the Texans' run has been so far defensively, and they're still number 1 in scoring. They're still number 1 in yards allowed. Of the top 5 candidates for MVP right now, Matthew Stafford, Drake May, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Sam Darnold. The Texans have faced Matt Stafford. They've faced Pat Mahomes.
They haven't faced Mahomes yet.
They faced Sam Darnold.
Yep.
They will face Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes.
Correct.
So they've already faced 2 of the top 5, and they'll have faced 4 of the top 5 candidates by the end of the season.
Yep.
So if they can hold this up, it's obviously impressive, but it's impressive for multiple reasons.
I only put the top 5. I mean, my guess is you don't have to go much further down the list to find Baker Mayfield, who they played and had a decent game against in week 2. That's the defense has been incredible. Now, the interesting thing, non-Texans, but the interesting thing about these MVP odds is Stafford. Stafford's never won an MVP. It's hard to do when you play in Detroit all those years. I think Stafford, these Hall of Fame arguments get very subjective. Stafford winning a Super Bowl with the Rams obviously did a huge positive impact on his case, because if you look, he's played for so long, it's hard to find any counting stats where Matthew Stafford isn't in, at the minimum, the top 10, if not the top 5. Touchdown passes, completions, yardage, money, all of those things. I think if Matthew Stafford wins an MVP, I think that would flip him fame rope for me.
He's almost at the point now where he's an accumulator guy enough so that when everything shakes out, and he seems to be a quarterback's quarterback. So many quarterbacks look at him as a guy that's been criminally underrated. C.J. Stroud himself being one of those.
Yep.
That admirers of Matt Stafford. But I think, you know what the weirdest thing about Matt Stafford and the success he's had in L.A. is that there's been very little kind of hindsight reckoning about the fact that the Lions traded away Matt Stafford for Jared Goff, and at the time, people just kind of skated by it. They just kind of thought, like, yeah, it makes sense, yeah, I get it. And it did. I'm not criticizing people for it. And then Matt Stafford goes and wins a Super Bowl with the Rams, and it's still kind of an afterthought that nobody really thinks much of.
Yeah.
But the Lions have done very well. But I do wonder, especially with some of the late playoff game losses, if things could have been a lot different with Matt Stafford there.
Maybe.
The whole time. If you just had Matt Stafford on this Lions team, exactly what would it look like?
Yeah. The fact that the Lions have been really good since they traded Stafford, obviously, for most of the time, really helps. I honestly think the Jared Goff thing is the biggest curveball out of that trade that nobody saw coming. The Lions weren't trading to get Goff because they believed in Goff at the time. Goff had to be in that trade so that the Rams had cap space to absorb Matthew Stafford onto their team, and they didn't need Goff anymore. They were trading for Matt. I mean, the Lions were getting draft out of it.
They got 3 draft picks, a third-round pick. They got 1 first-round pick, and they got 2 first-round picks. I thought it was just 1. I can't remember who those first-rounders turned into. I feel like there's still room to say, all right, yeah, but with Matt Stafford, it could have been maybe even better than what it is right now.
Yeah, for sure. If you're asking me,
there's not a single person that's going to say that Jared Goff's a better quarterback than Matt Stafford, is there?
Probably. Well, not a single. I think there are probably some
outside of Detroit.
Yeah, they're probably and yeah. I mean, Matthew Stafford would win that vote in a landslide. Yes, as to who the better quarterback is. If you ask 32 teams, take one of these guys, 28 of them are going to take Matthew Stafford, probably for sure. But the Jared Goff side of it's worked out okay for Detroit. I don't think anybody saw that part coming. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. It's not often that you got your pointer finger.
Oh, never mind. I was going to go through the trade. Sam Laporta is the most notable guy they got out
of that deal. Yeah, they moved around a lot of those picks. They ended up with Jahmyr Gibbs and stuff like that. So it's
and Jahmyr Gibbs too. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Mike Florio, who we give a lot of guff to on this show, I would say. We have our fun with Mike Florio and all his different causes that he is randomly getting behind with his platform of Pro Football Talk.
Well, we call him HOA Florio.
Right. Sometimes
he just takes some stupid little thing that you don't, like the equivalent of your mailbox isn't painted the right color and makes a huge federal case out of it.
That's right. Yes, but this was kind of fun yesterday on his daily show that he does with Chris Sims, giving a little crap to Jacksonville. I'm here for this, Florio.
Jacksonville Jaguars, as we mentioned earlier, were up 29-10 in the fourth quarter, and they the bed. Jacksonville the bed.
The litter box.
In Houston. He the bed. He's supposed to the litter box. He the bed instead. And the Jaguars are kind of that team where they will do dumb
They will.
And they will blow games they should win.
Yeah.
And they had an opportunity to kind of put a little bit of an imprint on the 7th seed, and now they're going to have to sweat out the Texans.
Well, definitely.
Jacksonville is that mascot, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? It's actually a quality by Florio. Because at first I thought he didn't get the joke. But no, Chris Sims doesn't understand the way litter boxes work.
No.
They're like, no, that's where you're supposed to be going to the bathroom.
Chris Sims.
So that was a horrible by Chris Sims.
Yep.
No. He went and your cat, Jacksonville, pooping in the bed is actually the worst.
Worst, yeah. So I was all for that with Florio yesterday. This video that popped up of the Jags in the locker room.
Okay, so this was AI-generated Jaguars chanting in the locker room after that game, and it was when you're just scrolling through and you look at it, it was real enough to I didn't realize it was AI because I just assumed somebody had taken or something and made a joke about it, but then I listened and this is pretty good.
Give up 26 points in the fourth quarter. Our quarterback can throw for over 200 yards. 200 yards. Who's our daddy? The Houston Texans.
Yeah, there we go. They're doing a nice dance and everything. It was pretty cool.
Can't throw for over 200 yards. That was great.
Is that great? Has he not thrown for over 220 yards yet? Oh, he hasn't thrown for over 300 yards yet this season.
Okay.
He's got his high point was versus the Rams. He threw for 296 yards. He's got an alarming number of sub 250 games.
Yeah. Davis had 292. Now 54 of them came on a Hail Mary at the end of the half. So that's still like 240, man. Most of it came in the second half.
To his credit, in that chant, did they say he can't throw over 150? Oh, they said over 200 yards.
Over 200 yards,
He was 56% completion, 158 yards.
He's so bad, man. Trevor Lawrence is not good. He's not good.
He's completing 59% of his passes this year.
Yeah.
10 touchdowns, 7 interceptions.
What do you think Liam Cohen is thinking right now about Trevor Lawrence? Like about not just about Trevor Lawrence, but like about the coaching job with the Jags right now, because they are tied to Trevor Lawrence for at least this year and probably at least next year, I would say. I mean, it is a major dead cap hit to get off of Trevor Lawrence right now.
I think he's probably trying to stay focused on working with the guy he's got and who has definitely some physical advantages or traits.
Yep.
And he's trying to figure out, trying not to think about the fact that Trevor Lawrence might just not be that intelligent. That, there's all this cool stuff we want to be able to do, but I don't know if this guy can grasp it. He doesn't, look at Baker Mayfield. Let's not even talk about intelligence. Just talk about like a twinkle in the eye.
Yeah.
Or just some kind of grittiness to him that the great quarterbacks have, or that the really good quarterbacks have. A certain toughness or something. And then not to mention, take it completely away from statistics. We're talking nothing but stupid football guy stuff here. Whether it's the look in your eye, what does it look like when you're playing the game? Do you look fluid? Does it look like you have a feel for the game, or does it look mechanical? Mm-hmm. In Trevor Lawrence, it looks very mechanical. He's the Tin Man.
He's a Tin Man.
I think of all the Wizard of Oz characters, I think he's probably closest to the Tin Man. There's no soul there.
Do you think he would do better in a Shane Steichen type of offense, Trevor Lawrence, where they rely on his legs a little bit more?
Yeah, well, they could use that to offset some of his inadequacies.
I mean, the guy's getting a career year out of Daniel Jones right now.
Yeah.
Who was basically Trevor Lawrence for his entire career in New York.
I mean, Liam Cohen does that a little bit. So I don't know. I would have to look and see like how much other run and zone read versus the Colts.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just you go through this so many cycles of it, and I know people in Jacksonville are getting really divided on this because you keep hearing over and over again the people who defend him saying, "Well, he doesn't have a team around him. Well, he doesn't have a team around him. Well, he doesn't have a team around to go through."
Yep.
Before you just start to think, okay, yeah, but the guy's also not making people around him better.
Yep. All right. There was a follow-up. You know, Kendrick Perkins was the Take-A-Mania, our Bad Take championship belt champion for, I think, a good 3 or 4 weeks with his take on C.J. Stroud not being able to throw to his left and not being the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Lil Kiki's podcast, Perk was on there this week after Davis Mills had his big fourth quarter against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So maybe a Take-A-Mania preview for Friday, but here was old Perk with his take on Davis Mills.
All I'm saying is, hey, y'all done found y'all quarterback. Y'all done found y'all quarterback. Y'all done found y'all quarterback.
We're not going for that.
No. Hold on.
We're not going for that.
The truth hurts. All I'm saying is this. The damn Davis Mills, he comes in. First of all, it was the most impressive win of this season for the Texans, right?
Yeah.
You down, you had to go get it. Your defense been holding it down this entire season. What you just said about Nico Collins, that was his best game of his season.
It was.
Who was throwing him the football? It was Mills.
Millie
right?
Mills.
And then you talk about plus, hold on. Almost 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. On top of that, bro, they scored 26 points in the fourth quarter. C.J. Stroud would never.
Okay.
Well, C.J. Stroud would never.
6 of those points were from the defense. We'll point that out.
Yeah, I know. Plus, all right. Let's not sit here and just get some incredible performances in his time.
Right.
Like C.J. Stroud would never. And I feel like at this point, Kendrick Perkins is just trying to play a character
What did C.J. do to Perk, man? That he's this adamant that
he's
C.J.
dead set
Stroud
against him.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird.
I feel like Kendrick Perkins hasn't watched as much Davis Mills as we have. I think, including, I don't think he watched.
Fair.
I don't think he actually watched that fourth quarter by Davis Mills.
No,
Davis Mills did some really good things in that game, but there were also still some moments in that game where, man, I don't know if that's necessarily the right thing to be doing or the risk you should be taking.
Yeah,
and I think CJ, to his credit this year, I think he is very much trying to run this offense the way they want it run, at least in most regards. And that includes spreading the ball around, getting more guys involved, being careful with the football. And I think there are some parts of it where he can't really let loose just yet. We've seen versus the lesser defenses where you don't have to worry about it as much, where it's not like they're just squeaking it out versus the lesser defenses. They're obliterating the bad defenses. And it comes in droves. But I think versus the better defenses, I think CJ is still being appropriately hesitant sometimes, or he's just not. He doesn't want his aggressive instincts to get the better of him.
Yeah.
If he were in that situation and they were down by three scores, then I think there's a very good chance CJ would have done a lot of the same things. You start taking more risks.
You have to.
You start playing YOLO ball.
Yeah, you can't dink and dunk down 19 points with 13 minutes to go. You just can't.
No, so it was a really good performance from it. We also have a body of work by Davis Mills.
Yeah,
so you can't ignore last week by Davis Mills.
Any take that is pitting Davis Mills against C.J. Stroud is just such a waste of time. C.J.'s going to be the starting quarterback when he comes back. It's not worth discussing. And C.J. hasn't been bad. That's the other thing. It's not like he's reclaiming his job and he doesn't deserve to have his job. C.J. Stroud has played some good football this year. Shifting gears, Framber Valdez at the GM meetings in Vegas this week, Seth. Probably a sign that Framber's not coming back next year. He's at the GM meetings, presumably to take some meetings with GMs of other teams and talk about what a deal might look like in free agency for him. So
Either that or he's thinking about transitioning into a front office role.
Either that or he just likes going to Vegas. That could be. I mean, the meetings are in Vegas. Could it very well be that Framber happens to be in Vegas?
I like that about baseball, that in free agency they have these moments where players just basically say, okay, we'll take the meeting to you. You want to have a meeting with us? We can do it all in one spot there.
Yep.
That's a part of baseball free agency that I like, that it's not as intense right at the beginning as it is in football.
Yeah, it's much more methodical.
The players themselves take time with it, and it's funny though, isn't it? Because in football and free agency, the team fit and the scheme fit matters a whole lot more, and yet that's when there seems to be the lowest amount of actual discussions beforehand. Where in baseball, it is more plug and play, and yet guys actually really conversation.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. It's apples and oranges from that standpoint. I think the thing that creates the land rush in football free agency is the presence of an actual salary cap, not a luxury tax threshold that's artificial that the big teams all will blow through anyways. It's a real cap, and it's a land rush for that cap space, both by teams and by players.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they don't have as much latitude. If they want their guy, there's going to be other people competing for it, and they want to be sure they get it in before they have to use it on other caps.
Yes.
That's a great point.
If there was a hard cap, baseball free agency would be a much bigger frenzy than it is.
Yeah.
No question. Now, the name that's getting tied to the Astros, at least by John Morosi, baseball writer, is this one right here.
They have a significant need for starting pitching help now in their rotation via free agency. And this resume right here, Dylan Cease, you talked about the reliability, Lauren, and everything that he's done. Those are strong innings totals for Dylan Cease. He's such a talented pitcher. His ability to generate velocity, the quality of the secondary stuff. And you think, too, he is someone that in the right environment, it's a tough place to pitch there in Houston, but when you consider that ballpark, I think his stuff would play very well there. So for the Astros, who we know are always trying to find ways to compete, they've had different pitchers be injured in recent years, but I think especially with Framber being a free agent, Dylan Cease to the Astros probably has as much of a chance of happening as any other free agent prediction out there.
Okay, so the thing we know about the Astros and Dylan Cease is they went hard after him at the trade deadline. After of any of the teams is what John Morosi had said, I think prior to that. Maybe he said it in there, but I know he said it in that interview. The thing to me, all the speculation and the projections I see for Dylan Cease are right in the same neighborhood as Framber Valdez. You know, and then so for me, I'm like, okay, why not just give Framber that money? Which then leads me to think, all right, well, maybe Framber either A, doesn't want to stay here and they knew that, or B, whatever we saw outwardly last year with Framber in terms of not just the inconsistency on the mound, but the inconsistency from a personality standpoint, I'll call it, that maybe we only saw the tip of the iceberg, and if they're going to spend $160 to $190 million, they want to spend it on somebody they think is going to be a little bit more consistent, not only on the mound but behind the scenes as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Astros, and especially by virtue of them not really having any conversations with Framber Valdez before the season began this last year, that they look at him as the classic, all right, what's this guy going to be like, or what can we expect after we pay him, and whatever other headaches that come with just being the kind of everything that we saw this season. I think that's very possible, and that they just look at, we just want a different type of guy, or it's time to move on. Dana Brown had said at the meetings, we're going to be focused on starting pitching, backup catcher if we can improve in that area, and some bullpen help. If there's an opportunity to get multiple starters, we'll probably talk about it, but for sure those three areas.
They need multiple starters. Yeah. And the thing Morosi was talking about in that was obviously on television because he's pointing out stats on the screen, but the innings pitched are going to be huge with whoever it is they go get. They had so many injuries last year, and Framber leaving, that might be the biggest chasm that he leaves behind is you got to find 200 innings now, preferably out of mostly one guy.
It's interesting. Dylan Cease, his first year was 2019, Framber's 2018.
Yep.
And they're very similar statistically, like very, very similar. With Framber having an edge in in most areas, including ERA. Framber's got a 3.36 ERA, and Dylan Cease has a 3.88 ERA career. Dylan Cease gets more strikeouts than Framber, which makes sense.
Cease's big minus in my mind is he's been very up and down the last few years.
Yeah, the consistency and
he's had 2 of the last 4 years he's had an ERA of like in the 4.5 range or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's tricky. So there you go, Framber at the GM meetings.
You should do a Pender poll on that. Who do you guys want for an equal contract? Would you want Framber or Dylan Cease?
Okay, I will.
That'll be an interesting one.
Yeah.
That might be very polarizing.
Should it be just those 2 names? I can't think of it.
Yeah, just those 2. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yep. Kiss method. That's what he's saying.
I didn't put a comma after the simple. I wasn't addressing you directly.
Right.
I was just citing the keep it simple, stupid principle.
It's the Kiss method.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Stupid. Stupid.
I put a comma after that one.
Right. Multiple S's. Keep it simple. Stupid, Sean. Whipper comes back tonight, Seth. I put this poll up yesterday.
I haven't looked at this. I wanted to guess it.
Okay. And I got to read the poll, including how I phrased the choices.
Okay, good.
Okay, so Cam Whitmore, the Wizards are in town tonight to face the Rockets. We all know Cam Whitmore had his ups and downs, mostly downs, as a Houston Rocket,
including requesting a trade.
Yeah. So he's coming back tonight with the Wizards, who are everything you would think they would be. They're awful.
It was the type of team that we figured. Yeah, Cam Whitmore on this team.
Oh.
He's not going to get opportunities, especially he doesn't seem to want to take control of getting those opportunities.
Yeah.
So go to a team where you'll get a bunch of opportunities.
Go there and average your 22 a game with a crappy team for the rest of your life.
Have fun with that.
Yes. Yeah. So my question was, does Cam Whitmore get a tribute video tonight?
Uh-huh.
The two choices are, sure, why not? Or, are you high?
I think that probably – most people answering that poll would probably know about the fact that Cam Whitmore was just seemingly constantly disgruntled.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it was, I think 73% said, "Are you high?"
Okay, you got the right side.
Okay.
You're off by 11%.
Ew.
84%.
Oh, wow.
84% asked if I was high.
I thought a lot of casuals might chime in and just say, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
The fact that you said, sure, why not, felt like I skewed it down a little bit. Okay, good.
Yeah. 84 and I am high.
That's the correct answer.
Good
job.
Yeah, I
Good
agree.
job, Rockets fans.
I agree. Way to go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. All right, Andrew Marchand, who does the media coverage for The Athletic, says what everyone is thinking about Tony Romo and Jim Nance. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, flight.
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Top of the hour, we will hear from DeMeco Ryans and his coach's show, some of the defensive superlatives from this week, and we'll start to look ahead to the Tennessee Titans. Every bit as much a must-win game as this Jaguars game was, because it really, when you're at 3-5. It was about, I know the coach cliche and the coach speak Seth is one game at a time, and you got to take focus on the Jags. It's about being 5-5 going into that Buffalo game. So this game is every bit. If you lose this game, you undo everything that happened on Sunday against
It really is. I mean, for the most part, when I mess around with the playoff calculator, a huge factor in it is winning the winnable games,
yes,
or winning the games you should win. You absolutely have to do that, and then it comes down to either of the Colts or the Chiefs on the road. You got to win one of those games. Yep. You got to steal one of those, and you have to beat the Bills at home. So, those are the two. Over the next 4 weeks, you've got the Titans, game you should win. You've got the lost Dolphins. The Bills have a lot of the same weaknesses they had last year when the Texans really got the worst version of Josh Allen in Houston, so that's very winnable. But then one of those next two road games versus the Colts and Chiefs, you got to steal one of those.
Steal one, man.
Maybe it won't feel like as much of a steal after these next couple weeks. We'll see.
Especially depending on how it looks. What do you think? I'm guessing the line is already out there on this. I haven't looked it up. I'm guessing you haven't looked it up. But what do you think, if you had to put a line on the Bills game right now, not the Titans game, the Bills game at home Thursday night?
Okay, the power rankings, you're still going to go by the power rankings.
Yep.
As long as the Bills, I don't know if they have their bye week this week or not.
I don't know.
If the Bills have a good performance this week, or if they don't play at all, I think the Bills are still favored. But because of the Texans' defense,
I think the Bills have had their bye week because they played one less game than
they did already have their bye week. Yeah.
Yep.
I think as long as the Bills win this week, I think the Bills end up being favored by 3.
Okay. You think the Bills will be a favorite here? I think so. I don't think they'll be favored by more than 3. I think that line is going to be. I think that line's going to be. It could look a lot like these last few games the Texans have had, where it just hovers around to pick them.
The tricky thing will be if the Texans can run the ball well the next couple of weeks. That's the huge glaring weakness with the Bills' defense, is that they are a really bad run defense. So that's the thing that could sway it, I think, because you go into that game, you expect Josh Allen to not have one of his better games playing in Houston with that defense against that defense, but then also. So if it continues to improve, then that might swing it to the Texans being a favorite, even if the Bills are still ahead of them in the power rankings.
I would say Bills -2. It would be my if I had to do it right now. I would say Bills -2, and I think that thing is going to be just take
People
care.
Don't know what to make of the Texans, man. You look at the way the line was. Look at the way the line was swinging back and forth this week before the game, and then the vast majority of bettors bet on the Texans. Now, I don't know if that was when the Texans were underdogs or after they became favorites or what have you, but the public was way more aligned with the Texans than the handicappers were.
I jumped in the morning of the game when it was a pick'em, and I said, all right, I think the Texans are going to win. I don't have to worry about the spread here. Yeah, sure. So I took him, and it worked out, but it was a stressful afternoon. Andrew Marchand is
It worked out exactly the way you said it would.
The way I drew it up.
Oh,
yeah.
The Bills are playing the Bucs at home.
Okay.
That's a good. Oh, dang it! It's at noon, so we won't be able to watch that one by itself.
Yeah.
I assume Texans Titans is at noon.
Yeah.
They didn't put that.
It is so at noon.
It's not the late.
It is as at noon as noon gets.
It is atomic clock noon.
It is. In fact, they're changing the clocks in all the time zones just for that game, so everybody can experience it being at noon in their time.
It's the most noon AFC South matchup you're gonna find.
It's as big a nooner as it gets, baby.
Yeah.
All right, Andrew Marchand is a writer for The Athletic, and he was on a podcast, might have even been his podcast, and he had this to say about CBS's number one team, who I will guess will not be doing the noon game with the Texans and the Titans.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to see who we do get for that game, but this was an interesting comment because I think this is something you and I were actually talking about probably during Take-A-Mania last week when we played Romo going,
He likes to go to that edge, and Nance is sort of it's like that uncle-nephew thing they got at a game. It's like you're going with your uncle, and you got your nephew there, and he's making all these references, and the uncle's like, well, I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, okay, little Tony, I get it. And like trying to play along, and there's no like real byplay when these things happen. And Romo does say some things that could be, I always say Romo's kind of a little like Al McGuire back in the day. There's a little bit, like at his best, he kind of has a really good feel for football, and maybe doesn't need to know all the names of players, and it could work. But Jim is just kind of that more old school, looks like a news anchor, sounds like a news anchor, that Peter Jennings type from back in the day.
I don't know. I think it's more than that. I think there's times where that's great. Romo might have a feel for the game, but there's times where it's glaringly. It sounds like he doesn't have a feel for the game. I feel like Cowboys fans, when they watch Tony Romo, must get livid because there's times where it feels like Romo doesn't actually know what's going on or he's not paying attention.
Yeah.
He sounds like he's drunk.
Yeah.
You know? I'm not saying he is drunk.
See right here.
Yeah.
That's the part.
I mean, there's times where it just sounds like he's not paying attention or it seems like he's not paying attention. I think that's what Nance gets frustrated with.
Yeah.
It's not that he's got kind of a fun persona or anything. It's that when Romo first came in and he was benefiting from having, been a player in the league and knew a lot of the tendencies of various teams, and he could call out plays in advance and people loved that. That's really subsided. I was watching a game the other day where Nance has actually called out the route that a receiver was going to run. And I felt like that was as symbolic of anything and how that broadcast has changed from when Romo first came on. Nance said something, it was a few weeks ago, and it was, probably expect a go route out of this guy on this in this situation, right? And, it was a go route, the quarterback hit him.
Wow.
And Romo was like, look at your Nance.
That's the thing. He compared him to Andrew Marchand compared him to Al McGuire. And that was sort of my era of watching college basketball when I was a kid, was Al McGuire with Dick Enberg on NBC. Al McGuire was an old man. Like Tony Romo's not an old man. Like
Greg Olsen, when I watch Greg Olsen, I feel like Greg Olsen does the perfect balance of teaching you about some of the technical things that are going on, but without going over the top, and he makes it very relatable to a mass audience.
Yeah.
Great of it, especially with an offensive player. I want to know exactly what a tight end is thinking, what a quarterback is thinking in these roles, in these scenarios. And I think Greg Olsen does a great job of that. And it just feels like we get less and less of that each year with Romo.
Yeah. The other thing I saw a lot of, as long as we're talking about media stuff here, Gus Johnson's game-winning touchdown call in the Indiana-Penn State game. Omar Cooper, I think it was, catching the ball in the back of the end zone. I mean, it's one of the greatest catches in college football that you're going to see. And people either loved this or absolutely hated it.
Mendoza in trouble! It's out! Touchdown! Wow! Omar Cooper! Unbelievable! Give him the Heisman Trophy now!
I think the thing with Gus Johnson is it's not as simple as, some people just prefer a European soccer style of announcer.
Yeah.
By Europeans, that's a vast insult to European soccer announcers. When they get super emotional, it sounds musical almost. It's a pleasant sound, where with Gus Johnson, I think it's extreme emotion, but sounding almost like
he's having a seizure.
Yes, or an emotional breakdown or something.
Yeah. Like that was as soon as he made that call. Let me just preface: I'm not a huge Gus Johnson fan. I'm not like a hater. He's just not my preference. And the thing I don't like, the thing I don't like is the very reason why I think a lot of people do love Gus Johnson the entire game.
Yeah.
And I like to think, it's a bit more of a storytelling thing where there's ebbs and flows in a game. Like Gus Johnson will get nearly that maniacal over 3rd and 6 at midfield in the second quarter. And I'm like, why are you taking me on this upper part of the roller coaster right now? And so that's why I think Mike Tirico is just the best. I think Tirico is the ultimate best storyteller, best finger on the pulse of a game guy. When he made that call, Gus Johnson, Seth, I'm like, man, the Gus people are going to be coming out of the woodwork saying, not only is that the play of the year, that's the call of the year. And then the other side, which I'm on, is like, why are you screaming like you're getting strangled right now?
Tirico is amazing because he goes from sport to sport to sport within a single week.
He's the best.
And has it all nailed down.
Yes.
Because he did the Rockets opener.
Yep.
And then I turn on the radio a couple days later, and he's doing an NFL game and bringing up things just seamlessly about the team that he's got to have a photographic memory.
Yeah.
Because it feels like he can absorb things and drop them casually in conversation. Either that or he's just really good at keeping his notes and everything. But it never feels forced or anything. It just sounds incredibly comfortable.
It's the range of sports, too. Like, Tirico will do Sunday Night Football, and then the next week he's doing tennis and golf. Can you imagine Gus Johnson calling a golf tournament?
Get booted out of the club.
Oh, my God, yeah. Scotty Scheffler!
Something about that. I tweeted something about that with Mike Tirico. My theory is that he's secretly a triplet. There's actually three Mike Tiricos.
He's one of those guys, man.
They kept it quiet, and there's three Mike Tiricos that go around from place to place.
Yeah.
And right after I tweeted it was actually during a football game where he made a pretty glaring error on a name, the name of a player, and I felt like somebody missed the point. Everybody's going to do that at some point.
Sure.
But I forgive him for any of it because he's not just covering the NFL or even just two sports. It's any sport at any time. He just drops in. And it sounds like that's his chosen sport.
Yep. All right, defensive superlatives from DeMeco Ryans. Was that the best Derek Stingley interception that he's seen? And also, we'll start to look ahead. DeMeco Ryans gives his look ahead to the Tennessee Titans, so we'll start in on that as well as we head into the 8 o'clock hour. But before we do that, I want to get you guys to Beck's Prime today. Whichever one is closest.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Lawrence puts the leg down. Twice. Here's the snap. Lawrence in the pocket collapsing, and it's picked off. Stingley at the 45 of Houston, a rolling pick by Derek Stingley Jr. as Lawrence was trying to thread the needle, could not find Trammell. He found Stingley, and the Texans have the ball with 11 seconds left and a chance to add to their point total before the break.
You know, Seth, Stingley has some of these picks where in the moment you watch it and you go, that's one of the greatest interceptions I've ever seen. That one was the one against Trevor Lawrence and the Jags on Sunday. That was one where you needed to see the replay to appreciate how ungodly good that pick was, how ridiculously talented Derek Stingley Jr. is, because to the naked eye, you couldn't, at least I couldn't tell, like, wow. Not only was it a one-handed interception, it was like a one-handed that, like, it felt like gravity was going to prevent that one-handed catch from happening.
The impressive part about that is, talk about the modern gloves all you want. It's the physics of it, of having soft enough hands that you can just throw your hand out there and keep the ball from just caroming off your hand.
Yes.
To have a soft one hand.
Stop it.
On a throw that's a line drive.
Yep.
It's not a deep ball or anything like that. Like, he just had to really just stick his hand out there. And like you said yesterday, 99% of the time, that's a pass breakup.
Yeah. And a good play.
It's a pass defense, but that's it. It was just how, I don't want to say effortlessly, but just how smooth and comfortable he was grabbing it and pulling it in. The other part of that, too, and as you and I have both had an appetite for just going in and, soaking up the tears of Jaguars fans this week.
Yeah.
That is very polarizing. That throw itself is very polarizing, because the people who want to defend Trevor Lawrence are saying, well, it was just an incredible play by Derek Stingley. The other people are saying, are you watching the receiver slow down to come back for the ball?
Yeah.
That it was... yes, most defensive backs don't make the play, but the only reason that Derek Stingley doesn't make the play or can make the play is because it wasn't a perfect ball.
Yeah.
So the other thing, too, is I think it was John Harris telling this. Yeah, because John Harris talked to Derek Stingley after the game about that interception. And, of course, the first thing Stingley talks about is, no, he should have had that other one.
Yep.
They let go through his hands.
Yep.
That was the biggest stroke of luck the Jaguars had that day, was that Derek Stingley didn't make that one interception on the really stupid throw by Trevor Lawrence.
And that's classic Stingley, right? I mean, like, hey, what'd you think of that great pick you had? He's like, can we talk about the one I didn't get? DeMeco was asked on his coach's show earlier this week, was that the best Derek Stingley Jr. interception that you've seen?
Wow. Man, I put that one, that was probably the best catch. That's one hit. Like, that was probably the best catch of an interception I've seen him. That and the Denver one, he always catches the ball like that. Denver, so I think that was the best catch he had yesterday, the one-handed. But to me, the one that I love the most is the Miami one, because it just, to end the game, like they're trying to come back on our sideline, just him going up, making that play. I was losing my mind on that one. That was a insane play, just when it happened, a critical moment in the game.
And that other one has the benefit of me knowing that was versus Odell Beckham Jr. Versus Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill, yeah.
Compared to the nameless Jags receiver.
Yeah, Johnny. If they kept playing that cut, because I watched the whole interview with DeMeco, and Johnny pointed that out. Harris right afterwards, he was running stride for stride with the cheetah also. So in that play, would like the one that directly ended a game that got him a win too. What was the?
Yeah, it depends on how you're grading it. The physical impressiveness of it, the unlikelihood of it, or just the actual game situation.
The Denver one was the one 2 years ago that I think they're talking about, where he tracked the ball all the way across the field and hands way out in front, diving catch. It was he's something else, man. Derek Stingley Jr. As long as we're talking about defensive,
Derek Stingley Jr. is the classic guy that, all right, if he wanted to do what Travis Hunter wants to do and play both ways, I think Stingley is maybe more suited to it.
Yeah.
The biggest problem would be, though, that Derek Stingley's also got a history of injuries.
Right.
So, like Travis Hunter.
The same take
does.
would apply.
Travis Hunter has already missed time now. He's on IR right now. He had to miss time during training camp with an injury, and he's tiny.
Yeah.
Like, he is not going to redefine or reinvent the game of football.
It ain't happening.
I know it's early in his career, but it ain't happening.
Nope. Ain't happening, and we called it. It ain't happening. We actually asked. We had Nico on the post-game show, Nico Collins, who also had an incredible one-handed catch in that game on the 2-point conversion. Somebody asked us that on the text page. Who had the better one-handed catch on Sunday, Stingley or Nico Collins on the 2-point conversion? We talked about it with Nico a little bit. I think Nico's was harder because he had to get his feet down also at the same time and get inside the pylon. There was a lot going on in a fraction of a second. They were both incredible, and I can't believe they happened in the same game. And they were both super. They both directly affected the score because Nico's was a 2-point pick. Cam Little's going to get a look at a field goal there at the end of the half.
Yeah.
He saved 3 points at the end of the half. Stingley did. DeMeco on his coach's show was also asked about Danielle Hunter's performance. I think when we get off the air, Seth, on Wednesday at 10 o'clock is when the players of the week come out. I think Danielle Hunter is going to be the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. If I had to guess, 3.5 sacks in a comeback
3.5 sacks
win.
in that game, especially. And 2 of the sacks were in the fourth quarter.
Right.
And a tackle for a loss in the fourth quarter.
That's right. Yeah.
He single-handedly stopped that one drive, basically.
Bingo. Yeah, he was fantastic when they needed it most. Bunch of crooked numbers in the box score. How good was Danielle Hunter, Coach?
Yeah, it's one of the best games I've seen him play.
Incredible.
Since he's been a Texan. It started for me in the run game. When I saw the way he was setting the edge in the run game, that's what sparked it for me. And then when he was rushing, he was getting off the ball. He was playing explosive, violent, and the tackle had no chance.
Yeah.
And so, for him to get the plays he made, also he had a 2-play sequence late in the game where he goes underneath the tackle, gets a tackle for loss, and then he gets a huge sack.
Yeah, Mark's talked about that a lot.
And that was such a huge 2-play sequence in the game to knock them back. Man, it was big. Danielle is outstanding. We challenged him all week, right, to really crush the pocket, and he did that.
Yeah, that sequence, they reiterated what you just said there, Seth, that TFL and that sack back-to-back. Man, games like this are so much more fun. There's so many heroes in a game like this.
It's funny. Even as we're going, the importance of just having players like Nico Collins and Derek Stingley and Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. The Jags aren't a great team or anything, but in that game, there's no way you're making that comeback if you don't have all of those things. Yeah, if you don't have those guys making those plays, those very, very unlikely plays. And, Davis Mills doesn't have the game he has without Nico Collins, obviously. And Nico, I guess that's when people are trying to start. I predicted it. It's this point in the week where you're starting to hear people make the argument that no, Davis Mills should be the starter instead of C.J. Stroud. And especially people that didn't actually watch the game will look at Nico Collins' numbers compared to the other games he's played this year, and they don't realize that a big chunk of those numbers came on that meaningless play at the end of the first half.
54 yards.
Yeah, that was 50. But it was still one of the better performances. Even without that 54 yards, it's one of Nico's better performances this year.
No doubt.
I think that there were a lot of things that happened in that game where it felt like a complete and total team victory. That's what I liked about it.
Yep. Okay, let's look ahead here. Start to shift gears and look ahead to the Tennessee Titans. DeMeco Ryans, let's take a look at your opponent. What are your initial thoughts on the Tennessee Titans this week?
Another division opponent. We know how important these division games are. So we know they're going to bring their best, and we got to bring our best. Can we build off of what just happened, right? Off the win we just had, such great momentum, such great energy in our building. Can we go out, clean up the things we need to clean up, because there are still win. Can we do that, and can we just remain level-headed, not allow the past win to, allow guys to walk around with the big head or we've arrived. No, can we get back to work, and can we do the things that we need to do to go to Tennessee and get a win? Important game for us. We got to go get it.
Can't have a letdown, man. No letdown, no look ahead.
The one thing that I want to do at some point this week is just go back and watch that Cardinals game, and that's the one victory the Titans have this year, 22-21.
Do you remember that game?
No, I don't. What was the big thing?
That was the game that the Cardinals had no business losing that game. There was a bunch of crazy stuff that happened. That was the game where the kid with the long last name, Reggie will text me because Reggie's he's kind of our Tony Reale to the PTI guys here.
Is that a Nigerian name?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's not. No, but Reggie will remember because he's got a memory for stuff. The kid had the long touchdown and dropped the ball right at the goal line that would have made it. It would have made it like 28-6.
Yeah.
And the game would have been over. And instead, it was 20. It stayed at 21-6, and the Titans came all the way back and won 22-21. The Titans had a touchdown on a play where Cam Ward threw an interception. It was like, remember, there was an interception, guy fumbles it, and the interceptor fumbles it, and the Titans scoop it up and get a touchdown. Like, just weird stuff happened in that game, and then 2 weeks later, Callahan's fired anyways, you know.
The offense for the Titans in that game,
go back,
despite all the weirdness.
Go back and watch it. The second half is highly entertaining.
Yeah. They were, like the Cardinals, the better team, but obviously it was a close game, and but just remember, they beat the Cardinals. All right,
it was the weirdest game of the year. It was. I just remember looking at Callahan, and they showed his locker room address to the team, and the two things I noticed: one, like, okay, this feels like a guy. This guy has the energy level of a guy who's going to get fired if the team stinks. He's not going to charisma his way through this bad bit of football. Like, guys like Rex Ryan and guys like that. Like, all right. Rex can probably sell me on the fact that this thing will get turned around at some point. The second thing I noticed was just in the speech itself, Seth, where he's like, if we just keep doing these things, guys, we're going to be just fine. And I'm like, nothing that happened in the second half of that game is sustainable or replicable. None of it. You got lucky, bro. And I know you're supposed to say this to your team, and I know they probably worked hard for you during the week, but you're sunk. I felt like you're done, and he was 2 weeks later. Like, that was... Yeah, go back and watch it. I'm curious your thoughts on it. Oh, here we go. A Jillian text. DeMarcado is the last name of the running back who fumbled the ball. DeMarcado. And that was the one where Gannon came over and hit him on the arm afterwards and got fined $100,000. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Gannon, you bully.
You've disrespected DeMarcado a couple times now this season because when that first happened, you had called him a rookie when he wasn't.
Oh, that's right. He's a third-year guy. Yeah, he's a third-year guy.
Look at you.
So
what a jerk.
Gannon walked over, and he's like, pew, 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 pew. Yeah, he smacked him. Pew, pew on your arm. As we look ahead to the Titans, Mike McCoy is their interim head coach. I would say most notably, he's been was he the coach of the Chargers at one time, the head coach? I know he was a coordinator for Tebow back in the day. That's what I remember.
Yeah, because he was one of the whiz kid, the time of whiz kid, probably like in his 40s, offensive coordinators that got a chance.
Yep. Here's Mike McCoy in his media availability talking about the Texans' win over the Jags this week.
Well, it's a well-coached football team. I think in all three phases, we've got to go out there and play our best and play complementary football. But it says a lot about the football team, the way they played in the fourth quarter yesterday, and how they came back and won that game. And it's just that's why you just keep playing. You can tell your team these things, but it's a great example of why you just keep playing and take it one play at a time. Live for the next play, and anything can happen. But it just says so much about them, about how they came back and won the game. And that's just they started feeding off each other, and that's complementary football at its finest.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Appreciate the kind words about the Houston Texans. It's true.
I wonder if with the Titans, it seems like they're at that point right now where they're obviously just trying to keep things from going completely south, including the fact that Condre Diggs, the safety, asked for his release and was granted it. And I don't know exactly what went on there. I don't think I hadn't seen any reports that he's having a miserable season or anything. He's not playing as much as he typically might. But he played in every game, and he just said, I want out of here. And they said, okay, good. See you later.
Tyler Lockett did that, too, earlier in the season with them. And then went and signed with the Raiders, which is really weird. Like, that's like going, you know what? I'm canceling the colonoscopy instead.
Then there was that report that Amy Adams-Strunk refused to do business with the Patriots.
Petty.
She didn't want to help out Mike Vrabel at all.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that sounds like a great situation. You got the owner telling the GM, listen, I know you'd like to try, make some moves for the future and everything, but you're not allowed to do business with Mike Vrabel because my feelings are hurt.
With a team that would be one of the biggest buyers of the trade deadline, the New England Patriots, right? I mean, they've got to feel like they're in go-for-it mode right now.
Talk about not being able to set aside your ego.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a lost season for the Titans. At the very least, you can maybe try to grab some future value, but no, because you don't want Mike Vrabel to look any better than he already does. No, we will deny you. And I'm sure Vrabel's like, oh no, Amy, how will I overcome this devastating blow with all those incredible players you have down there?
Kind of respect the pettiness. I feel like if we ever went to a 3-person show, we could slide her in here and not miss a beat, as petty as that is.
It feels like. No, you know what though? Jerry Jones would get over his own personal pettiness and do what's best for the even though Jerry Jones
would be a better third host of this show too.
He doesn't know how to do what's best for the team, but he at least is always he's trying to do what he thinks is best for the team.
Yep.
Which the problem is his version is what makes the team the most money.
Yep.
But he is setting aside any kind of personal animosity in that endeavor.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, I'm scrolling the internet yesterday. I had no idea that this former Texan had found a home and that he's doing well in his new home. How does this make us feel, especially that this is now a position? We'll tell you who it is coming up next.
Boy, talk about getting petty. You want to feel real petty.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brent in the Heights says, hey, to be fair, Nico Collins also benefited from the fact that the Jags were missing their generational game-changing cornerback in that game. That's true. You know, Travis Hunter was busy prepping for surgery. He wasn't out there changing the game the way that. So,
yeah.
Good point, Brent in the Heights.
When the magnificent Gladstone made that prepared speech that he had memorized verbatim, I thought, man, that is – I kind of felt bad for the stupid little moron, just because like that's the kind of bold statement you make when you're young and dumb and don't know any better.
Yes.
That just comes back to haunt you for the rest of your career.
It was stupid. Yeah,
including right up to like the day he gets fired, people will be playing that that quote.
The part that was, look, it's one thing to get out over your skis saying the guy I just picked is amazing and whatnot, and have it come from a place where you're complimenting that player to compliment that player. You're literally doing it to encourage and recognize and acknowledge that player. It's another thing where you take this hard left turn and this isn't just about Travis Hunter. This is about how we're going to move as an organization.
It's a statement.
It's a statement. He literally said it's a statement.
He said it's a statement.
Then it becomes about you.
Right.
And that's where the cringy part comes in when this thing doesn't work out.
Yeah, just do your job.
That's
you silly little man.
Yep.
You know, you've already got this against you that you don't look like a football guy.
Yep.
You look like a silly little man.
Yes.
And then you come out there and try to try to make a grand statement about yourself, basically.
Yeah. Texter texts in. This leads right into what I wanted to.
Sean, real quick. I'm sorry. I wish I had known about that press box stuff. I'm going to tell Omar that there's this report that James Gladstone was acting like an idiot in the press box, like cheering, and I just prefer that I hope they try it next year, because I'd like to be the person that goes over and tells him about what the rules of the press box are. And I'll grab him by the scruff of his neck and pull his little ass out of there.
That's actually what I was going to ask you.
I'll throw him down the elevator. I'll throw him down the elevator shaft.
I literally was going to ask you. You're going to manhandle him.
Yes, I will physically, literally manhandle him.
Good.
You go full Ted Bundy on him.
That's exactly
right.
That's
Listen, Glad Pebble.
Yeah.
You're kind of ain't welcome around here.
Grab him by all his pointy little facial features, his pointy little nose and his wormy little chin, and just choke slam him down the elevator shaft. Yes, I'm here for that. Okay, question on the text page. Did y'all see the C.J. Gardner-Johnson stat line? Absurd. Still glad we got rid of him. Okay, for those who don't know, because I will be 1,000% honest, this sailed past me. And you know I'm on social a lot, getting things curated to me that are related to the Texans. I had no idea that C.J. Gardner-Johnson, A, had signed with the Chicago Bears, and B, had been with them for not one, but 2 games so far, and C, is actually playing a pretty good brand of football for them. He's got 15 tackles, 3 sacks, and a forced fumble. And it sounds like, so as soon as I saw it was a graphic on Twitter that the Bears put out, like, fitting right in or something like that, and then a graphic with all his stats on it. And I said, no way, is this real? And sure enough, so I went and found a couple articles by Chicago people. I got to see how this is working out for them. And apparently they're playing him in more of a Jalen Petrie kind of role, where they're letting him.
Well, by virtue of his 3 sacks, you can tell
he's sort of a slot disruptor for them, and that's. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's what he was pining to do more of here, was blitz a little more and things like that.
Well, there was his biggest weakness at times is just that he's playing out of position or he's overly aggressive, and he's talked about that. He's not a guy that you think of as a backstop, and sometimes when you ask him to be a backstop, you can't rely that the backstop is going to be there. All of a sudden, your backstop's over like literally in left field. So. I think if the composition of the Texans might just not have been right. If there had been a spot open for a Jalen Petrie type of player, if Jalen Petrie weren't there, then maybe the Texans would have used them differently. But I also wonder, too, there's a part of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, because of his personality, that, man, when things aren't going well, does it get that much worse?
Yep.
A guy that starts pointing fingers and criticizing others but not himself and everything. The Eagles have brought him in, gotten rid of him, brought him in again.
Yeah.
And the second time when they chose to bring him in, it was, when it was a good team and there wasn't necessarily any adversity or anything.
Yeah, that was what I wrote in my notes. I said, Chicago's 6-3. Let's see what happens if they start losing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing there's Texan fans out there that are like, man, how did you let him get away? The thing I'm most upset about with this whole C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing is the dollars they spent on him. They essentially paid him $7 or $8 million to play 3 games for them this year, which is obviously a bad use of this. Should we be mad about this? Or
no, because I think if you look at where the Texans are right now, they're the number 1 scoring defense in the league, and they face some good offenses and some good quarterbacks already.
Yeah.
It's not like that's an illusion of top-ranked defense. I don't know if they finished number 1 overall or whatever, but they're a legitimately very good defense.
Yeah.
One of the things that was keeping them from being as good as they are right now was specifically C.J. Gardner-Johnson and some of his blown assignments. So I think for this situation, yes, you'd prefer to never have paid that money. I get it. But I don't know if they're sitting exactly where they are defensively right now if C.J. Gardner-Johnson was still on the team.
Mm-hmm.
They might have an extra interception or two, but how many blown big plays or blown coverages would there be to offset it?
Yeah, I'm fine with him not being here. I'll admit it's a little frustrating seeing him have success somewhere else out of kind of malcontenting his way out of here in a way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, and it's when you look at the production, there's that, but we also don't know is he blown coverages in Chicago as well.
Yeah, maybe.
It all balances out, and the sum total of it. That's who he's been his entire career.
Yeah.
Is that he'll do some good things for you, but he's gonna screw some things up too.
How about some of the other weird defensive back news going on? How about Jair Alexander stepping away from football?
From the game of football.
The game of football itself.
That makes me feel better about the Texans not trying to get Jair Alexander. Or at least not.
Yeah.
Maybe they tried to, but for whatever no, because the report in the offseason was basically Jair Alexander partly was going to Philadelphia because
he went. I thought he went to the Ravens, and then the Ravens.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
he went to the Ravens. That's right.
Yeah,
because he and Lamar Jackson were so close.
Yeah.
And then he ended up going to the.
And remember, he broke up the victory dance for Jalen Knowles' touchdown. He was the only Raven that went down there. Long-time Raven Jair Alexander, who played one game up to that point, went down and broke up the Ray Lewis dance. But then they traded him to the Eagles in a low-level trade. It was like Jair and a 7 for a 6 or something. But, stepping away from football for his physical and mental health.
Well, but he's another one, too. He's just kind of a weird dude.
Yes.
You can tell in interviews that he's a weird dude, but then there are always these reports in Green Bay that he wouldn't play through injury and all of this other stuff. That I think there are a lot of red flags about Jair Alexander.
Yep. L'Jarius Sneed, who is best known this season for tweaking Nico Collins by saying, who? When he was brought up in a press conference. We actually asked Nico about that in the post-game show this past week. I'm like, anything going to be going on this week with you and Sneed? And, Nico's like, nah. But Sneed, I guess, indicted on Tuesday in Dallas County, Texas, for failure to report a felony stemming from a December 2024 incident. He's accused of failing to report the commission of a felony during an accident in which he observed, quote, serious bodily injury or death may have resulted, namely aggravated assault.
So it sounds like he was witness to something.
Yeah.
Somebody got hurt really badly, and he didn't report it.
Okay, the December incident was an alleged shooting at a car dealership.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. All right. It's an interesting.
This is unique. I don't know if I've seen this one come across the
failure
wire.
Report. He's not the one.
Athlete alleged transgression.
He's not doing the shooting. Apparently, he's not reporting the shooting. Is what it is.
Right. Which I feel like it feels like law enforcement people tell me about this or not, or DAs or somebody. It feels like this is the kind of thing where you press this charge if it's somebody who's involved with the alleged shooter.
Yeah.
But you don't know exactly what to tack them with, but they deserve to be taxed with something.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it just that he could have been at a dealership and somebody got shot next to him and you're like, good luck, and walked away? I don't know.
I'll report a felony. Jaden Higgins murdered him on a route for a touchdown in Week 4. I'm reporting it right now. I don't want to get caught. L'Jarius Sneed got killed. Isn't that who Jaden Higgins burned on that little stop-and-go route where CJ changed the play at the line of scrimmage there?
Yeah.
I think it was Sneed. Snead was getting burned a lot in
You
that
gotta
game.
know, because I remember watching the next week or a couple weeks later a Titans game. God knows why I was watching a Titans game, but he got burned on the same thing.
Oh yeah, you texted me. Yeah, like Snead's biting on all
the same time.
on all the play.
Did they play in London? I feel like it was a London game.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That would be the only reason to watch a Titans game, other than them playing the Texans.
Yeah, boy, that's so kids, just always remember, if you witness some kind of an incident where somebody has bodily harm,
report it.
Report it.
Don't be like Snead. Yeah, don't
even
ever
if
be.
somebody is telling you tell anybody you're dead.
Yeah, no.
That's where it usually comes in.
You rat them out.
You rat bastard. You tell anybody you're dead.
That's
That's
right.
where it gets dicey. That's where you really got to.
This text probably sums up the CJGJ thing. Oh, sorry, CJGJ. We have Jalen Petrie. We liked your contributions to the Texans, but good luck in Chicago. The only part I disagree with, I did not like his contributions to the Texans. If we're to believe the behind-the-scenes reporting, he contributed heavily to the first 3 losses of the season in a bad way. So I disagree with that part, but wish you luck in Chicago. I liked talking to him when we were in West Virginia. I had a long conversation with him. Did an interview with him. He was great to work with. Sounds like he was maybe a bit of a handful behind the scenes, I guess. That's all. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. All right, what are the chances that Bill Belichick gets back in the game in the NFL? There's openings, and there's going to be more openings. What are the chances? We will discuss that coming up next. But first, the Flight by Yingling watch party on Saturday.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Could Bill Belichick be back in our lives here if you're an NFL fan at some point? The Giants' job is open. Brian Daboll is fired. I haven't seen who they named as the interim head coach, and I don't know that it necessarily matters. I would imagine whoever it is the biggest thing they're gonna take care of, Seth, is to make sure that whatever happens in the last 7 or 8 games of the year doesn't damage Jackson Dart in some way.
It's Mike Kafka.
Oh, okay, yeah, the former quarterbacks coach. Yeah, okay.
Who people gush about in terms of just his personality and knowledge and everything.
He was a hot head coaching candidate a few years ago. I
Didn't
remember
the Texans talk to him?
I think they did. If they didn't, then he was definitely on some of those lists that we would go through.
Yeah.
You know, I'm guessing I put up a poll about, remember when coach the Texans for 3 years there? And we would put up those polls of approval ratings for guys.
Yeah, he got a second interview with the Texans.
Did he? Okay.
Back in 2023.
Okay.
The Texans would go on to hire somebody else.
Some guy, some former player. Some dude, yeah. So this is Mike Florio talking about this. Bill Belichick was asked about the Giants opening, and he, of course, said, "I'm getting ready for Wake Forest." Who would have seen that coming a few years ago?
We're on to Wake Forest.
We're on to Wake Forest. Right.
On to Cincinnati has become on to Wake Forest.
On to Wake Forest, yeah.
And then it's on to the retirement home.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Belichick was then asked whether he's been asked about NFL vacancies by players or recruits. That's a great question. Belichick said this: "I've been asked about it from time to time, but look, I've been down this road before. I'm focused on Wake Forest. That's it, and that's my commitment to this team. And next week, it'll be our next opponent and so forth. But, I'm here to do the best I can for this team." He's won a couple games in a row now.
Yeah.
He's gotten it. He's won 2 games in a row, and the game before those last 2, he lost on a failed 2-point conversion. And this is, I give him credit. You remember we were talking about a month ago with him is buyout rumors and his girlfriend on the sidelines. And it is just football talk now about him.
I'll tell you what, it is just football talk, but that's a part. I'd gotten to the point where I didn't want to talk about his girlfriend anymore either.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just what's happened. Without Pablo Torre fanning the flames there this summer, it largely probably would have died. But that part of it, that dynamic is interesting when it comes to if teams want to revisit the idea of Belichick and bring him back into the fold. You got this extra dynamic now where I don't look at Belichick the same way I used to. He seems to be heavily under the influence of this young woman, and for whatever reason, is this a guy, the ultimate guy that talks about avoiding distractions and everything? What version of Bill Belichick am I getting?
Yeah.
Am I even getting the same NFL Bill Belichick now that he's got this weird advisor / girlfriend?
Well, he was not a major person of interest for a job even after he got fired.
He got one interview
with Atlanta, and they were very, very split in the building there as to whether they would hire him because apparently he wanted full control.
He claimed he didn't want control, but everybody in the building, or at least half the people in the building, said, no, don't believe that. He's going to come in and he might believe that he doesn't want to control, but then sees the way things are running and I can't have it this way, and boom, he's got control.
Yeah, it was a fear of him flipping back to wanting control. And so it's not like there were I think during that, that might have been, I don't know if that was the DeMeco hiring cycle or not. It might have been 2024. But there were like 8 openings, and it wasn't like 6 teams were climbing over each other to get Belichick. It's not like it was with DeMeco, where everybody wanted an interview with him back in that hiring cycle.
It was 2024 because remember the Falcons also liked Bobby Slowick. They interviewed Bobby Slowick a couple times.
That's right. So so it's not like his last go round of being a candidate went that well, and I think there's, as long as Joe Shane is in the building, there is 0 chance that guy's hiring Bill Belichick.
No, this would be the Giants ownership having respect for Belichick. Belichick has always, Belichick hates the Jets but loves the Giants. Won a Super Bowl with it. His playbook or his game plan from that Giants Super Bowl victory when he was the defensive coordinator is in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And that I could see where Belichick. There's not a chance in hell Belichick isn't interested in that job. And I think he wants to go back. I think he'd prefer to be coaching in the NFL right now than at UNC.
Yep.
But I'd be really surprised if any NFL team now, especially 2 years later, is in the Belichick business.
Do you have a preference for where? I mean, are you intrigued enough by Belichick to have a preference as to where you'd like to see him in the NFL or in college? Because I would prefer, if he's got North Carolina kind of moving back in the positive direction here, the ACC as a conference is very gettable right now. I mean, that's a big topic in these college football playoff rankings, is just how pushed down the ACC is as a conference. It's like clearly there's the SEC and Big Ten, there's the Big 12, which has some good teams and is doing a lot of chirping, and then the ACC is just down because their bellwether programs are Clemson and Florida State, and neither of those teams are good right now. So the perception of the league, the actuality of the league is down. If Belichick gets one more good year in the portal and, gets the right guys, could go in an ACC that's all of a sudden become pretty winnable.
Yeah.
That'd be my. Do you have a preference either way?
As far as a college team?
No. As far as him being NFL. No, as far as him being Belichick in the NFL or Belichick in college.
Oh, I think Belichick in college is a more interesting story if he can actually do something with it. And if he were to do something, that would be a cooler story.
Yeah.
He's already accomplished a fair amount in the NFL, Sean.
I'm told.
I don't know if you're an historian like Belichick and I are, but he's had some success in the NFL.
I've heard.
I would, if he went to the NFL, I would be intrigued to see him with a money bags type of owner that's willing to spend very, very liberally. Because Kraft was the right kind of cheapskate. I don't want to call him a cheapskate, but even in spending on facilities itself and everything, Kraft is he's frugal. Yeah. But I think for Belichick, remember the 1 year before he left, they made that one huge splurge in free agency.
Yeah, 22 is the year Caserio left. It was
very uncharacteristic of Belichick. But it was never clear whether part of that was just that's the way Belichick wanted to operate, or if Kraft was also kind of a cheapskate or not.
Yeah.
If you were to go to a guy, I'd love to see him in Dallas. I think it would be a train wreck between him and Jerry.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see it because of that.
Yeah.
I think it would be an interpersonal train wreck.
It would absolutely be.
Would Jerry Jones ever hire Bill Belichick? Just let's say Belichick was coming off. Let's say Belichick had gone to college, won a national championship. Belichick is at his peak.
Yep.
Not last couple years.
Yeah.
Do you think Jerry Jones' ego could allow it, and Jerry Jones could actually say, you know what? The way I've been doing it, I get it. It's good for business, but it's not necessarily good for football. I'm just going to let Belichick run the show.
I think you'd fear the same thing about Jerry Jones that Atlanta was fearing about Belichick, which is
he just can't help himself.
He's going to change his mind. Yeah.
Even if he feels in the moment like, I can stay away from it, and I can give Belichick what he wants on the football side of things. He's just not going to be able to.
Dude, you hit on something there. Belichick and Jerry Jones in the same building, and then a power struggle between two very old men.
Well, he's done it before, I think, because sometimes we forget. It's easy to just think, he had Jimmy Johnson, and Jimmy Johnson was his own man, and Jerry would never hire somebody like that again. He did have Parcells.
Well, he bought in Parcells.
And Parcells is like Belichick. I mean, Belichick is a Parcells disciple. So he did try it at least one other time where he brought in a guy that wasn't going to feel like a guy that he could control.
Yep.
And maybe that was the one that finally did it for him. But I don't know. He might talk himself into it again.
Maybe. Jerry's a total wild card, man. Like he traded Micah Parsons out of nowhere, and then makes a trade for Quinnen Williams. It's just now bringing in Belichick though would scratch them right where they itch in terms of the side of the ball that they need good coaching on. Like Belichick. Belichick coming in, and I think Belichick would have an impact on that defense. I think.
Yeah, and they've got draft picks. It would be enticing, intrigue both guys.
Yes,
but both of them would have to. Well, I don't know if Belichick. I think for the good of the Cowboys, Belichick shouldn't set aside his ego. The good of Cowboys is every Cowboys fan will tell you what needs to happen is Jerry Jones 100%. Setting aside his ego.
Yeah, if you're the Cowboys. And your only choices are Jerry running the show or Bill Belichick running the show.
Look, and Jerry Jones has built an incredible marketing machine up there, a PR machine, and an incredible nationwide fan base of people who, by and large, forgave him or looked past his shenanigans until these last couple of years, where Cowboys fans are starting to check out. They're not attending football games. Like, it's getting kind of bad. If he wants to just say, all right, I've got this fan base built up, but do something that gets them re-engaged, hiring Belichick would do it.
It would do it. It would do it. It would provide hope. For sure, it would absolutely provide hope. And one thing I can guarantee you Bill Belichick wants nothing to do with, where there will be no overlap, marketing. Jerry can be that master marketer that he is, and I don't think he'll have to worry about Belichick playing in his sandbox. Text message, it's Kafka who is the interim coach, and he's named Jameis the starter this week over Russell Wilson because Dart's in concussion protocol right now. Oh, that's okay. I already like this Kafka guy.
Yeah.
Jameis?
Yeah, no, Kafka, I remember when the Texans were interviewing him, he was intriguing. He was still kind of new to coaching because he'd played as a backup for a while,
for
right?
Andy Reid, in Philadelphia. Yeah.
But he was kind of a wild card unknown.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Let's circle back to the Texans here in the 9 o'clock hour. Big day today because we're going to find out Texans back at practice. Coordinators meet with the media today. Usually Wednesday is a DeMeco day. They flip-flop that this week. DeMeco tomorrow. Coordinators today. So I'm excited to hear from Nick Caley. I'm also excited to hear from Frank Ross. Maybe the best performance for Nick Caley so far this year and the worst performance for Frank Ross and his unit in the game on Sunday. So that'll be later on today. But up next, DeMeco from his coach's show talks about backup quarterbacks and the rookies. We will get the thoughts of the head coach coming up next. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast, but of course, Prize Picks is what I'll be doing later on.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. Start to look ahead to the Titans. Shifting gears. Big day today. Concussion update today. So we'll hear more from the Texans.
I've had multiple people ask me if CJ's playing this week, and I take it as a compliment that they think that I have way more inside information than I do, or that they think that I'm actually a team neurologist.
What do you tell them?
I tell them I lie. I say, yeah, I've got it on
playing.
a good source. I've got it on a good source that he's definitely playing.
I don't think.
And then they're using me for gambling information.
You don't. Yeah, you got to watch out these days.
And then I self-report.
Yep.
Yeah.
Self-report. Yeah, you don't go Legarius Sneed on it. You don't just keep the information to yourself. I'm not sure I want CJ to play this weekend. And I think from the conversations you and I have had on this very program, it sounds like you're of that mind too. Like let the brain simmer for another week here.
Somebody on X said to me, if the Texans can't beat the Titans without CJ Stroud, then they don't deserve to be in the playoffs anyway.
I don't know if deserve is a thing, but they're not going anywhere if that's
right. Deserve is a thing. I mean, they're not going anywhere. If they're a team that can't overcome the challenge of playing the Tennessee Titans on the road and winning, a team that only has won one game this season by the most flukish of circumstances, and has since gotten even worse since they won that Cardinals game. That what are you even doing now? Even as I say that, I feel a little bit dirty because every year one of the best teams in the league gets beat by one of the worst teams in the league.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just that's the way life is in the NFL. So you never take any opponent lightly.
Nope.
But unless CJ has cleared the concussion protocol by today, I don't want to see him. He needs to have a full week of practice with all of the concussion residue seeped out and sweat out his pores before he gets back on a football field, in my mind.
Yeah, and the information is out there as to all the different stages you have to pass.
Some of it, I mean, technically, right, to clear the protocol, he has to actually do some practice activities.
Yeah.
So, but to be I want him to have no symptoms and everything, and get to that point where you can sail through on Wednesday practice all of those other steps.
Yep.
So he wouldn't technically be out of the concussion protocol by today.
Yeah.
But the physical side of it, the symptomatic side of it, that's what I'd want to be completely in the clear.
Sure. And I agree with whoever was saying, anybody that says if they don't beat the Titans with Davis Mills at quarterback, then they ain't going anywhere anyways. And look, it's a long shot that they're going anywhere, even with a win against the Titans. You win this game against the Titans, the odds are you're still going to be on the outside looking in of the playoff picture come Monday.
Yeah.
Now, if you beat the Titans and the Broncos do a little service for you and beat the Chiefs and the Jags lose to the Chargers, guess who wakes up? I'm told, guess who wakes up as the 7th seed on Monday morning? Your Houston Texans,
that's right, baby.
Yeah, man.
Just so people know, there's 5 steps to the concussion protocol. The 5th and final step is full football activity. That's when he can practice and then gets checked for symptoms and then is cleared. So if theoretically he'd already in phase 4 is non-contact training drills, so he could be doing stuff.
He could be doing that right now.
And that's participating in all non-contact practice drills with the team. So
he'd be out there.
Yeah. So today and tomorrow, it might be that if he gets through the first 3 phases, he still has to go out and do some stuff with the team before he can be complete.
But out today, there's a good chance he's not playing on Sunday. You
right.
know, that's
because then that puts it into phase 4 and 5. You got to do on Thursday and Friday, and what are you even planning on then?
Yeah. Which phase is the one where you have to go apologize to everybody of the concussion protocol?
No, you're mixing it up, Sean, I believe, with our apology, our steps to an apology.
No. I'm mixing it up because then I was going to ask, when do you count your blessings? I'm mixing it up with Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm sorry.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I had those two mixed up. I'm like, step 1 is where you've got to make sure that your pupils are dilated properly. Step 2 is when you're able to do classroom work. Step 3 is your apologies to everybody, and then you have to do a light work outside, non-contact full practice, and then count your blessings.
I would imagine that in the NFL there have been at least a few guys who are simultaneously going through a 12-step process and the concussion protocol.
CJ's in the concussion protocol. Why is he walking around apologizing to everybody?
Maybe this is why CJ's talking about God all the time.
Right.
Step 5.
He's counting his blessings. Yeah.
Well, there's a few steps that are the God steps. Yeah.
Oh, are there? Okay.
I think they say higher power in Alcoholics Anonymous, but there's That's a good way to make some money, by the way, Sean. You basically take the Alcoholics Anonymous steps and repurpose them with some different verbiage and then call it the Pendergast recovery plan.
Dude, that's
PRP.
That's the plan B. That's my kind of PRP right there. All right, so we'll have an eye on the concussion victims today on the injury report. DeMeco would say, actually, because Davis Mills, a backup quarterback, may need to play again this weekend. The mentality of backup quarterbacks, according to DeMeco Ryans.
I mean, backup quarterback, you're a coach. Like, really, you are a coach that can possibly get in. We don't want the coach getting in. The backup quarterback, you talk about preparation, like how much you have to be on it because, you're not getting those reps in practice. You want the starting quarterback to get all the reps to make sure everything's in sync. And so you're doing scout team reps. You're trying to make those work, make them as realistic as possible. But to actually go through the huddle calls, the cadence, commands, changing protections at the line of scrimmage, it's a lot. As a backup quarterback, you don't get the reps in the week, and then you're thrust into a game, and you're expected to go do a great job. Well, I think that's where Davis truly benefited from having the week of preparation. And that's what I kind of talked about last week. Him having a full week of preparation allowed him to be in a position, to go and play a good game for us.
As he was talking about that, it immediately made me think of my favorite position in all of sports, which is bullpen catcher. Which is for the Astros, it's still Bracamani. I think
it
right?
is. Yeah.
Like where you're a coach technically, but you get to dress in the uniform and everything, and actually catch balls, and do all that stuff. That's what the backup quarterback in a lot of regards is kind of like the bullpen catcher in baseball, where obviously not directly the same, but your day-to-day physical activity is much less about preparing for the upcoming, and you're in all the meetings, but when you're running the scout team and working off of cards, sometimes trying to mimic the process of other quarterbacks and everything, it's way different than actually preparing for a football game.
Yeah.
So the intellectual understanding of the game plan, it's not as simple as, I got the game plan, I know what I'm doing, versus actually going through all those reads and running your actual plays the whole week. It's a big difference.
And Davis strikes me, and I think it was John Harris might have made this point when he sat down with us on Texans Countdown on Sunday, that not all backup quarterbacks are wired the same way. There are some that can come in the figuratively in the middle of an inning with guys on base. I'm comparing him to relief pitchers here. Like Ryan Fitzpatrick's a guy that felt like, especially early in his career, just plunk him down in one of these games and he's just going to go out and do Fitzy things.
If you're a little bit of a gunslinger,
yes,
right? Yeah.
Yep.
If you're not a cerebral guy, then your process isn't screwed up by not having that cerebral preparation.
Davis is the opposite of that, probably. Where
Which
Davis
I know people are right now texting in. He went to Harvard, right? He wasn't a cerebral quarterback early in his career.
Nope.
He did a lot of stupid stuff.
He did,
like really stupid stuff.
He absolutely did. Yeah. So
talking about Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, Fitzy. Well, and Davis has had his moments on the field.
Stanford, but Davis is much more just by personality type. You can tell if there's. He reads the manuals to things.
Not a
gunslinger.
Yeah.
He's if you get him, I don't know if he's got kids yet or not, but when he has to put together a crib, he's consulting the manual. Some of us jackasses, who weirdly think that a manual is somehow less manly than This is one of the dumbest things we do.
Yeah.
Instructions.
I'm a big instruction manual guy. The thing that gets me sideways sometimes is when they list the number of different parts and pieces that are supposed to be in a box, and it doesn't match the numbers. Even when there's more, I'm like, why are there these 3 extra screws in here? Really all I have to do is throw them away. But I'm like, why are they in here? Should I be using these right now?
Learning to read the manual before I attempted to either assemble or repair things is honestly, when I forced myself to do that is better than any 12-step program in the world. the things that it took for me to learn how to slow down and to prepare beforehand and take inventory and everything,
Yep.
I do feel like that ebbed over in a good way into other parts of my life.
I can see that. I can definitely see
That's
that.
going to be that's my scheme I'm going to come up with. Like, and then, but at the same time, I'll be having these people assemble products for me that I then go to sell on Amazon.
Oh my God, dude!
Shh.
I mean,
Made in the USA.
Yeah, that's right.
By recovering alcoholics. That's going to be the sticker.
He's just
made
helping
in the
them.
USA by recovering alcoholics.
He's just helping them, people.
Yes.
All right.
For out of the good of my heart and for profit. Yes.
It keeps them focused on something other than alcohol. I would say.
And then we have a big blowout party when we meet our. We'll all get blasted.
And then it all starts over again.
Yeah. That's how I keep
That's
them
how you
employed.
sustain it,
Yes.
man. That's how you don't age your business into non-existence, into extinction. Oh, my God. All right, one more from DeMeco Ryans' coach's show. We're halfway through the season now. What are your thoughts on the rookie class?
No more rookies. Like Woody, let's go. Woody's doing a great job. We got to continue to feed him more. Higgins on the outside, everybody sees, this guy's catch radius is insane. Put the ball in his vicinity, he's going to go and get it. You need a big play. Who shows up on fourth down? It's Jalen Noel showing up when we needed it most to make that play. So these guys are not rookies. They're making plays in the critical times of a game, crunch time, we need it most. We're counting on the rookies. Tay is doing a great job there at left tackle, continuing to battle down in, down out. He's getting better as the season is going on. So, yeah, the rookie nameplate is off. It's let's go, and how can we finish this season the right way?
The one thing that I'm curious about in terms of how they ran the offense versus, how they've been running the offense earlier in the season is just the use of pre-snap motion. And they were kind of static with it early on. It felt to me like I don't know if they used it more or the same as in previous games, but it was definitely really effective at times. That 4th and 2 that Davis hit Jalen Noel wide open in the flat there, that was because of the yo-yo motion, and the Jaguars defenders got confused, and Jalen Noel was left wide open. I hope that's a sign of more things like that to come. I also I hope that CJ saw that and sees and realizes how effective that part of it is.
Yeah.
That it's this has been a work in progress trying to get everything assimilated. And when you have rookies too, where you want them to use a lot of pre-snap motion while also reading the defense, it's tough for those guys. It's tough for those young guys to absorb all that, and hopefully by DeMeco saying they're not rookies anymore, they can run more of the full offense.
That's just so you're saying that's just a logical thing that you got these rookies, you're counting on them here, and it's early in the season. The fewer moving parts, the less they have to wrap their brain around. Yeah, that makes sense.
They're still reading the manual, Sean. They're on step 3 of my hit assembly line program.
Do you go full manual, or if it has the truncated just pictures version in the front?
Oh, if there's a quick start
quick
to
start.
anything, I'm using a quick start because I'm in pay. I want to use whatever trinket I just bought.
Yeah.
But then I try to I've actually gotten to I read a good chunk of a car manual when I get a new car.
Do you really?
Yeah.
God, I don't think I've opened a page of the car manual
There's
ever.
so many features that you're not using these days.
I know,
so
and
many
I
things
don't.
that make it super easy.
Yeah, I'm bad about that. I could probably mine probably turns into a spaceship, and I don't even know about it. If I just open up the damn manual, maybe.
Well, especially with a lot of the autonomous driving stuff.
Oh yeah.
With or not autonomous, but the all that stuff with the cruise control.
That stuff I get, the lane guidance, because my seat starts vibrating if I start, shimmying back and forth.
I know. I was kind of creeped out when we were riding the other day, and you were perpetually making your seat vibrate.
Yeah, why?
You kept drifting over to the median to the point where I could tell that it was intentional.
Why is he swaying back and forth in the lane here? Yeah, don't talk to me, Seth. I'm swaying back and forth in this lane right here. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. That's Sunday. The return of Landman. Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back. featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming this Sunday, November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. Good show. A few texts coming in on the CJ Stroud and getting back in the game. Someone saying here, Seth, that CJ, if he can play this Sunday, he needs to play. He needs a good game to get him back into rhythm. He didn't need any games to get back into rhythm when he came back from concussions the last time.
Right. If he plays the game and gets a concussion again, is that what he needs to get ready for the next game? If he plays the game and there's still residue from the concussion, then I don't think the protocol is perfect yet in realizing that quarterbacks are different than other positions, and he has a bad game versus the Titans. Is that what he needs?
Yep.
This is mine. Look. Yes. There's all of that. Whenever people argue against my call for conservatism in coming back from the concussion scenario where, he comes back and he's 100% healthy and he dices up the Titans. I feel like there's times where quarterbacks come back and they're cleared in the concussion protocol, but it doesn't account for the mental demands and the reaction time needed to play full speed in an NFL game. And that's what I worry about. Mm-hmm. So yes, you can paint me the scenario of CJ coming in and looking awesome for the Titans all you want. The downside is if he comes back too early and he has a horrible game or gets re-injured or something, that's what I worry about.
Yep.
Tua Tagovailoa, when he supposedly didn't have a concussion, then came back and got super concussed.
Yes.
That's what I like to avoid.
That's the worst case right there, no doubt. Text message, manuals are for ninnies.
Yeah, that's the thing, man.
I'm a ninny.
You got to check yourself, man.
Yep.
You're letting your ego get to you.
Check your ego.
What makes you you're letting your testosterone run amok with that. Mm-hmm. If you think that you don't need any help or guidance from the people who actually manufactured the damn thing and know what they're talking about, that's just blind arrogance, okay? Don't succumb to it.
Yep.
Be a man. Okay. How little is your self-confidence that you're afraid to consult a manual?
Yeah.
That sells it. You know what it says to me? It says to me that you got false bravado, false confidence, false manhood.
Pull up your pants, take off the bra, and be a man.
That's exactly what Seth is saying.
Tell you another thing, too. I'll ask for directions in a snap.
Okay.
You think I'm afraid to ask for directions? By locals who know the terrain? That's why the Donner family had to eat each other. Okay? For information.
What?
You want to go full Donner party on your family because you're afraid to ask for directions? That's what kind of a man are you there? Is you're gnawing into your mother-in-law's thigh bone.
Say Donner?
Yeah. You know the Donner party.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Jeffrey Dahmer.
No, Donner Party. Donner Party. The covered wagon people that had to eat each other because they got stuck in Utah.
No, I don't know. I don't know about the Donner Party.
Ben, is it weird for Sean to not know about the Donner Party?
A little bit.
Okay, yeah, I know nothing about that. Yeah. It's okay.
That's like one of the most famous stories of the Old West.
Is it? Okay, I'm not a huge Old West enthusiast, so that's
and like big enough that it crosses over. People make references to it a lot.
Yeah. No, I thought it was another Ted Bundy situation for you, where you
No, I got this one right.
Yeah, no, and I'm the one who's the dullard who has never heard of this thing before, and I'm fine with that. That's okay. All right,
do a Pender poll on that.
I will.
That's how many people do you know what the Donner Party is without looking it up?
I will. We got to check our Pender poll we did earlier in the show about Fromber and Dylan Cease. We'll do that before we get out of here today. The Brian Kelly thing at LSU is getting very interesting. Very interesting. And I'm wondering what LSU might be sitting on here as they try to peel back some of Brian Kelly's money that they owe him. We will get to that coming up next.
Another good way to end up the opposite of the Donner Party. Go to Hawthorne Capital. Hawthorne Capital.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone said, because I didn't know anything about the Donner Party. Seth made a very funny joke that sailed over my head about the Donner Party. People enjoyed the joke. But I said I didn't know that, and someone says, and this person I think echoes a lot of what's going on the text page right now, you bunch of bullies. Sean, where the hell did you go to grade school? You don't know about the Donner Party. I'll have you know, sir or ma'am, I went to Squadron 9 Elementary School in the Simsbury, Connecticut public school systems, and maybe some of the stuff slips through the cracks in the public school system in Simsbury, Connecticut.
What about Oregon Trail, the video game? Isn't there a Donner Party thing in Oregon Trail?
I never played it. I know of it. I never played it.
I never played it either. But
was it a video game or was it more one of those like
it was
computer
a computer
games?
thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, like where you actually. I never got into the video games because the computer games came out about the same time the Atari did.
Well, very few kids had a computer either.
Yeah.
It was like on the original Mac or something.
Yeah. My dad worked for IBM, so we always had a computer. Yeah. We were privileged. We were computer privileged.
Holy crap! I didn't know your dad worked for IBM.
25 years, man, in marketing.
Asking him for money long ago. Also, a correction for me though. I said Utah. By the time they got stuck in the mountains, that was in California when they started eating each other. They had gone through. I want to say they made the bad decision to take a different route when they were in Utah.
Yep.
But as I've established, I don't know squat other than I know the Donner Party and I know they ate each other. Okay.
There you go. So this Brian Kelly thing at LSU is I don't know if this will turn into a story that turns into one of those things that you and I end up loving more than maybe our audience does. Because we were kind of that way with Hudson.
Well, I think here though, there's a lot of people that are either they're LSU people or just intrigued by just SEC stuff.
Yeah, that's true. In a legal filing against LSU's Board of Supervisors, Brian Kelly's attorneys say LSU has taken the position that it has not, quote, formally terminated Kelly as the Tigers football coach. Now, this is a lawsuit that's being filed by Brian Kelly, and essentially he's looking for all his money.
Yeah.
There's $54 million still remaining. He had a 10-year contract and got fired in year 4. So he's still got 6 years left on his deal and nearly $54 million in a potential buyout. Kelly is seeking that money, and the filing claims LSU informed Kelly's representatives of this position on Monday that they're saying, LSU is saying, we've not formally fired him. Scott Woodward was the AD. He told Kelly he was fired, but Woodward did not have the authority to do that. And so, and obviously Woodward is saying you're fired because you're not winning these games. That doesn't fit under the umbrella of for cause. For cause kind of falls outside of the wins and losses. And LSU is claiming that they want to fire Brian Kelly for cause, which can be anything from NCAA violations all the way to moral turpitude. It's a pretty wide range.
It can't just be that we didn't like him as a football coach.
Right.
It's something above and beyond that.
It's something else. Yeah, and that makes this very, very interesting. Apparently LSU has gone to Kelly to try to get a reduced buyout. You know, it was 25. Hey, let's do 25 million. Nope. Hey, let's do 30 million. Nope. Digging and saying, all right, well, you were never formally fired, and we're about to fire you for cause. Yeah. Kelly's saying, well, no, that's not the case. So now this is going to turn into, and I texted my ex-brother-in-law yesterday who lives 2 minutes from the campus, went to LSU, diehard LSU fan, and I said, dude, what is going on with this? He said, this is one of the biggest messes that this school has ever been in when it comes to football, this thing with Kelly.
Really?
Yes, just because of this. Because
even the Les Miles scenario, his last 2 years was pretty damn messy, where they fired him, or they pretty much had it all lined up to fire him, and he basically came back from the dead, and then they eventually figured out how to fire him the next year.
Yeah,
that was pretty sloppy.
Yeah. No, it's been messy before, no doubt. This I wonder. I just wonder, and I'm not saying there is, but to me, if you're digging in and saying you're firing somebody for cause, it better be something good. Yeah. It better be something juicy, and I wonder if there's anything juicy going on here.
Moral turpitude is one of those phrases that maybe it sounds bad.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Like turpitude.
Turpitude.
It almost in your mind immediately goes to like, what kind of depravity was this person into?
Yeah.
But it could be just as simple as something. It doesn't have to be the worst of all possible moral turpitudes.
So
it could just be some kind of recruiting issue or something.
Yeah, I think that would be the least juicy, right? If
Yeah.
there was some sort of recruiting thing, like he was calling recruits during a dead period or something like that.
Turpitude is an act or behavior that gravely violates the sentiment or accepted standard of the community. Great.
Let's use turpitude with Ross Tucker when he comes on with us next week.
I've never heard turpitude used outside of a legal contract.
Me too.
Or some kind of like employment thing like moral turpitude.
Yep.
Let's bring it back. Let's
Yeah.
be the podcast that popularizes turpitude.
Payne and Pendergast, bringing back turpitude.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm here for that. This is what it says. Kelly's contract with LSU includes a for-cause termination clause that allows for his firing due to material and substantial NCAA rules violations. All right, that wouldn't be too juicy, I don't think.
That wouldn't be turpituitous.
Being convicted of a felony.
Turpitude.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
If Brian Kelly was a felon. You know what would be great? If Brian Kelly was a felon because he didn't report a shooting at a car dealership.
Yeah, something that L'Jarius Sneed is being accused of doing.
I want L'Jarius Sneed and Brian Kelly to be viewed on the same plane.
I would like it better if he was running some kind of smuggling ring.
Okay.
Like they found out that he was also at a side business of he had people he had his players out offloading barges somewhere down in the bayous or something.
Okay. Any crime involving gambling, drugs, or alcohol.
I'd be really, really surprised if it's anything that scandalous.
That'd be
right?
great if he had a drug ring like Sam Hurd back in the day. Remember that? Remember Sam Hurd, the football player?
Yeah.
He had a whole.
He had an
drug
actual
ring.
organization.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. That was like one of those dudes. Like, man, if you just used whatever brain power, he was doing this in season and was a good enough player to be. I think it was Chicago. He might have been on the Cowboys, but based out of Chicago. I don't remember. The drug ring was in Chicago. I remember that. And if this guy just used his brain power for good, who knows what kind of good he could do for the world.
I see. You could probably say that about a lot of drug kingpins.
Yeah, I think so,
it's pretty
too.
impressive operation.
It always is. Yeah, it always is. Engaging in serious misconduct, which either displays a continual, serious disrespect for the mission of LSU. Okay, that would be, whatever.
Well, Coach O was having himself a good time.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was turpitude, but
he got his
he
money.
was having a good time. That they might have considered it turpitude, but they didn't. This is the difference between Coach O and Les Miles. For one, there's the winning part.
Yeah.
But as above and beyond that, Coach O is a lovable guy.
Yeah.
Whereas Brian Kelly is the opposite.
Right.
And so many times in scenarios like this, there comes a point where people are like, oh, look, he's a good guy.
Dude.
We're just going to let it slide. And, like, here we go. And he won us a national championship.
Yeah.
Brian Kelly, it's like, he didn't win, and he's kind of an SOB. Yeah, we're going to invoke turpitude.
That is a great life lesson right there.
Yeah.
Just don't be an a-hole, and more often than not, you'll get at least it didn't save Coach O's job, but you're going to get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the things on the margins.
Turpituitous things.
Yeah, like, oh, yeah. So Coach O was running around town, and Coach O could not have been happier to come pick up that $17 million Publishers Clearinghouse check that he got. Remember that interview that he did? That interview that he did was like, I got the phone call, and they said that they got $17 million waiting for me. I said, I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Don't throw the check away. I'll be right there. Like, Coach O, he was ready for the buyout. And then he with a $17 million check, I will be there. Don't leave. Stay right there. I'll be there to get the check.
You know what kind of smuggling would you and I be good at? I asked the AI what the emerging forms of smuggling are, and frankly, I feel like it's like everything else in the world. You and I are we've aged ourselves out of the really exciting stuff because a lot of it is non-material, online,
it's
like
electronic,
intellectual type stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
God.
passwords, botnets, and malware.
Yeah, dude,
like, you and I are out of that game.
No. You and I are like, I don't know, bath toys.
Ooh. Oh, no, counterfeited and pirated products like sneakers, electronics, and pesticides.
Okay, now we're talking.
Oh, I want to be a pesticide pesticide smuggler.
Counterfeit pesticide.
If you think the name brand stuff is dangerous for the environment, wait till you get a hold of Payne and Pendergast.
Wait till you get a hold of what we're smuggling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, one of the big illicit things now is sand.
Really?
Just sand, mere sand. Yeah, because to make concrete, they need sand, and it's hard to. So there's a lot of. Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works, but I don't feel like I'm qualified for that either.
Oh, that sounds weird. Is it?
I want something that I can do in, in a hollowed out old Mazda or a fishing boat or something.
I want something where there's no supply chain issues. I want to make sure that the trains run on time. You know what I mean? And that's why sand is a little ironic. It seems like there's plenty of sand. You know,
counterfeit food production.
Okay.
Illegally produced food and you know what? I don't want to get into that because that sounds like. It's
want that?
Yeah. I don't want that. I want to
stick with the pesticides.
I want to smuggle something I feel good about.
Stick with the pesticides. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. But I have a hard time thinking the question of the day is going to be something better than, hey, Sean, what would you and I be good at smuggling?
Sean, we can get ourselves a narco sub.
Oh, my God. Parker Hillis, if you're listening, if you someday come in and Payne and Pendergast aren't here, Ben, sorry, this is your warning. Unless you want to be part of it, Ben. You know that we've gone on to our smuggling career. Yeah, you're in? Ben's in? Okay, good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, I put up a poll earlier based on Framber Valdez being out in Vegas at the general managers meetings, and it seems like that the Astros might be in on some pitchers that are in that same price range. So put it to the people. Dylan Cease or Framber Valdez at the same price. Who you got? What are Astros fans saying about this? I can't wait for Seth to guess at this one. This is going to be fun. We'll do that coming up next. But first, quick reminder again, and I'll remind you multiple times throughout the rest of the week, but I would love
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. What's up, man?
I know what the question of the day is, and I'm going to have a real hard time with it.
Okay.
I'm teasing forward.
Teasing ahead, yeah, man. Yeah, in about 9 minutes, we'll know what that...
I'm going to have a really hard time with it.
Okay. I don't want to tease why you might have a real hard time with it. I don't want to dig into it. I don't want to steal the thunder from our friends John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. But it is a good question of the day. No question. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so we talked earlier in the show. If you're an Astros fan and you missed this, Framber Valdez is at the GM meetings in Vegas. So the thought is he's not there to play blackjack. Maybe he is. But he's there to meet with GMs and start.
I hope not. I hope he's smart enough to know that he needs to stay the hell away from anything gambling related.
Oh, you're allowed to play
given what's going on in
you?
sports right now. I don't care whether you're allowed to do it or not. I think if you're an athlete right this moment with what's going on in sports, stay the hell away from any and everything gambling.
Especially baseball this week because of all the news of the Manuel Clase and the Ortiz guy and whatnot. Yes, fair point. I'm guessing he's there to meet with general managers to start talking about a new deal. Everything we've seen with Framber, at least that I think that you and I have talked about, where they do these articles that estimate how much is this guy going to get. Framber's a top 5 free agent in this class, and anywhere you look, even with all the 1,000 incidents this past season with him, level free agent, and thus you're seeing contracts in that 5 or 6 year range for about $28 to $30 million a year for Framber Valdez. I don't think the Astros are in that market for Framber. Otherwise, I think he might have had a deal already. He'd be signed. That's the one team that could have signed him already if they wanted to.
You know what's interesting that I kind of think about when we start talking about Framber and his value is that there's Framber the player, but then there's also Framber and everything else that might come with him is in terms of how the team looks at him. Framber is not nearly at the same level of this guy that I'm about to talk about when it comes to personality traits, but Manny Ramirez, is probably the extreme example of, man, does he perform, but man, we're just not so sure about a lot of the rest of it. So I'm not comparing Framber personality-wise to Manny Ramirez, but I think there's something there that you can't quite put your finger on.
It's the same concept. You can't just look at the back of his baseball card and say, oh, this is his ERA, this is his whip, and then here's the comps, and here's the money. It's complicated with Framber, and probably very complicated for the Astros with Framber, I would guess, or else there would have been – not only might there have been a contract, there at least might have been conversation. Anytime it got brought up throughout the last year or two about Framber and are you talking to the team, it felt like there had been so much less, fewer sparks than there were back with Bregman or Correa or, we heard about final offers for both of those guys.
And, and to his credit, I think, I don't remember hearing Framber sound overly peeved about it or put out or anything, along with just not, making a big squawk about it either.
Yeah.
And maybe the language barrier there has something to do with it not being as, whatever he did say, not being as public.
Yeah, that could be. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, well, these other guys are all, they're doing English interviews all day
people
long.
They like playing the soundbite of somebody, sounding like they might be a little put out.
That's exactly right. Reading into their tone and all those things. Yeah. So the bottom line is Framber is going to be somewhere else next year, and good luck to Framber Valdez. On the list of people that I root for in other places, Framber will be above the middle of the pack, I would say, as long as his interests don't interfere with those of the Houston Astros. Dylan Cease is a name to watch now, at least according to John Morosi, baseball writer, who pointed out at the beginning or just before this cut that the Astros had great interest in Dylan Cease near the trade deadline last year, and that could be a fit this year in free agency.
They have a significant need for starting pitching help now in their rotation via free agency. And this resume right here, Dylan Cease, you talked about the reliability, Lauren, and everything that he's done. Those are strong innings totals for Dylan Cease. He's such a talented pitcher. His ability to generate velocity, the quality of the secondary stuff. And you think, too, he is someone that in the right environment, it's a tough place to pitch there in Houston, but when you consider that ballpark, I think his stuff would play very well there. So for the Astros, who we know are always trying to find ways to compete, they've had different pitchers be injured in recent years, but I think especially with Framber being a free agent, Dylan Cease to as much of a chance of happening as any other free agent prediction out there.
Okay, I mean, that's a bold prediction that it has as much chance of happening as other predictions out there. You know, that's a big one. So everything I've seen, Seth, with Cease that's done where they've done estimates of what he's going to make on his contract, they're all in the neighborhood of Framber Valdez. Maybe they're a little bit less, but they live in the same neighborhood of years and total dollars of Framber Valdez, and thus live in that same neighborhood where you go, okay, well, this would be out of character for Jim Crane to give out a contract, especially to somebody bringing them in from the outside. Like when they signed Josh Hader a couple of years ago, it's like, okay, wow, Jim Crane is serious. The 5 years, $95 million for a closer.
So I always check myself when I have this feeling, which is, man, the organization might just feel like, all right, what's this guy going to be like after he gets the big contract? Mm-hmm. The danger in thinking that way these days is you have to remember that Framber has already earned $60 million in his career.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not the same as back in the day when all of a guy's making a minimum barely and then all of a sudden gets a huge payday and it throws them all askew. So if it is them worrying about how erratic he can be or the potential for all of that, I think then it's a matter of, they're committed, full pot to that money. And that's different than when you're on a year-by-year arbitration type of situation. So they might not worry that Framber all of a sudden is going to if he does, like, they know the capacity for Framber to kind of go off the rails.
Yeah.
And if it ends poorly, then they are committed to all that money.
No, Framber can find 7 other reasons to go loco other than money. I think we've seen that. Like, he's just wired a little different.
Yeah, so it's not the old school, like, oh, what's he going to be like when he gets paid? He's already made $60 million. It's that we're committed to hundreds of millions of dollars.
So all of that said, I put up a poll. A few hundred people have voted in it so far. If you want to vote, there's still 22 hours left to weigh in, to get out and vote in this all-important Pender poll. Here it is.
Get your sticker.
Here it is. Contracts being equal, who would you rather the Astros sign this offseason? Framber Valdez or Dylan Cease? Seth, who do you think first the winner is, and then by what margin do you think?
I know, look, a lot of people we know are just, they've said, I'm done with Framber. What I saw this year is enough. I don't want any more of that. Can't trust on it. Can't trust them, et cetera, et cetera. I think that 78% said Dylan Cease.
Wow. Okay, first
of
all,
that close on that
he's
one?
right.
Okay, good.
Said 78%?
Yeah.
80.8%.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
You might have won both showcases. Is this where the price is
I
right,
lost
man.
one this morning drastically.
Yeah,
I had to make up for it. I really focused on this one.
You were.
I stopped after I got that first one wrong. I stopped drinking whiskey.
Isn't that wild though? I mean, that it's that, like, think of
it's that lopsided for Dylan Cease, who is himself just he's kind of erratic in his actual play.
He's not been as good as Framber Valdez the last 4 years.
Right,
it's not close.
Yeah, but he's just. You feel better than Framber.
I guess. I think it says more about what people feel about Framber the last 3 months of the year than how people feel about Dylan Cease.
What does this say about where Newsweek is as a news outlet now, Sean?
I'm going to guess not good. But
Here's the headline. Here's the headline when I was looking for some Framber Valdez information.
Yeah.
This is a headline that it popped out at me, and I clicked on it. Framber Valdez predicted to betray Astros.
Oh, that's good.
Signed huge deal with AL contender.
Dude, it all comes back around. We started
Betrayal.
this show. We started this show. Hey, Ben, if you can find it real quick, the Palazzolo. We started this show talking about Seth Payne, possible turncoat. We got it, Ben. Lopez's head is in the way. There we go. All right.
Hey.
He's such a big head. This was Steve Palazzolo saying that Steve Palazzolo, formerly of PFF,
and a
Jags
fan.
Yep. He's talking to Sam Monson, his podcast co-host, about Seth Payne.
I know Seth's watching, covering the Texans. Seth wouldn't stand for that.
No.
Seth wouldn't. He wouldn't allow that to happen.
No. Seth would never. Where does he stand in this? Because former of both teams, right?
He's a Texans guy now.
Okay.
I mean, he's a Jags legend for me.
But that's what I'm saying.
99
when
Jags
they play,
legend.
what does he do twice a year? Does he have to have that split jersey that Mama Kelsey wears?
He's all Texans, man. Okay. He's all Texans now. It's a bit of a turncoat, I would say.
Seth Payne and Framber Valdez. Turncoats.
Betrayal. No, except that I didn't opt to leave. They kicked me out. So I said, okay, You're dead to me.
Yeah.
He said, go die.
Go die, everybody.
Became a thing.
Yeah. No betrayal there. They betrayed me.
Have you been in touch with Palazzolo since that podcast dropped?
Yeah, I told him that's a drop on our show.
Oh, you did?
Sets a bit of a turncoat.
I love that.
Can I point out, and I know
yes.
you're supposed to introduce me. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Chomping at the bit.
Yeah, man.
Jaguars legend, Palazzolo says?
Hey!
That's right.
By the way, the legend
back
conversation has now been on every show on this station.
You're welcome.
It's a good conversation. Nothing like debating the semantics of a word.
Yeah. If there's one thing I know that In the Loop will provide you, it's semantics.
Semantics, man. Yeah. Okay, as we welcome in Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop. And by the way, you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station, as we engage in Crosstalk, which is brought to you each and every day by D&M Auto Leasing. We just put up a poll because, Framber is supposedly at the GM meetings in Vegas.
Here's a name tag. Hello, my name is.
My name is Framber. Walking around the GM.
At some point, we were like, what's his attire? Is he just going is he going bow tie? Is it necktie?
Do you think he's got the extensions?
No way. No way in hell. In fact, that's
Not
how we
for an
started
interview.
conversation. At this point, he's out here looking at, this isn't the GM meetings. This is the hiring manager meetings.
I like to think that he has an earpiece where his sports psychologist is doing the old. Giving him, telling him what to say. They're like, oh, reel it back.
I like that you've got him like the impractical jokers walking around GM meetings.
Yeah. They're standing up in the balcony, like steering him around. Yeah. That's great. So the question we posed, because Dylan Cease, John Morosi, you guys might have even played that audio yesterday. John Morosi, baseball writer, said that the Astros, a prediction of Dylan Cease to the Astros is as strong as any prediction that you can find with this free agency class. And I think the Astros are going to need to make at least one splash here. This is the first year, probably a longer topic, but this is the first year I feel like in a long time they're going to have to win people back into the building.
Yes.
Dylan Cease and Framber Valdez fall in at about the same dollar amount in any of these articles.
We talked about that yesterday. And in fact, I said the same thing you did. The Astros could have – it just tells me they hate him. They hate Framber.
That there's something going on behind the scenes. Okay, but if you're a fan, we put up the poll. You can pick one of – contracts being equal.
Framber.
Who would you rather have back? You say Framber.
Yeah.
Okay. Reggie?
It feels like that relationship has dissolved, though.
Yeah.
Right?
And the relationship notwithstanding, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, they have an understanding. He is a ground ball pitcher, and it feels like they're constituted well for that. Like, I think that would be great, but I can't sidestep that portion of this.
I'm Framber. I think I factor the relationship in. Like, it may burn to the ground, but Framber has been, the last 2 months of this season notwithstanding, over the last 4 years, it's hard to find a pitcher that's been more reliable than Framber Valdez in all of baseball. And I would roll with that, man. And plus, Framber starts are fun to go to the ballpark to. You last season, you never knew what you were going to see.
It's an adventure.
Yeah. What would you have voted for, Seth? Seth usually just predicts the poll.
Yeah.
What would you have voted for in this?
I would go with Dylan Cease.
You would?
Yeah.
Just.
There's just been too much drama. Yeah. At this point, it's just time for both sides to move on. Yeah. It doesn't mean that either of the mommy and daddy both love you. It's just that mommy's a whore, and we have to. So it's time to part ways.
She's even more of a whore when she's got her extensions in. Yes. Do you have a preference for where you'd like him to go? I feel like if there's a Framber blow up, I wouldn't mind seeing him go to the Angels or something like that.
Well, I mean, if you're going to send a bomb somewhere, don't send it to the Angels. They do it themselves.
Send
it to one of these other teams.
Yankees, or Seattle.
Seattle?
Yeah, it would be.
We were actually talking about.
Yeah,
that's what we just said.
Mariners.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you might need to blow up the nurturing embers that are happening right now with the A's? I mean, they had 1-2 in AL Rookie of the Year.
That's
it feels like they have a little bit of some cooking.
They're going to start spending money soon with all this Vegas schedule.
There's a little bit of an element with Framber too, and this is short-sighted, but there is part of it where, he's your consummate ground ball pitcher for a team whose second baseman is your fourth best left fielder, or whoever.
The other spots are good though.
Your third string left fielder is who's playing second base or at any given time. Yeah.
You just got to take that into account. Try to bend it in at an angle where they're going to hit it to the left side of the infield. That's all.
Yeah.
Play keep away from whoever's at second. All right, boys, what is the question of the day?
So Chick-fil-A announced this morning that they are doing a market test of chicken and waffles sandwiches in Baltimore and San Antonio.
Okay, before
that's a question.
San Antonio's got a. I mean, don't they have a lot of fat people in San Antonio?
Okay, Charles Barkley.
Yeah, according to I hear that on TV that they've got a lot of fat people in San Antonio.
Is Houston one of the other fattest cities in the country?
He's talking about, man.
Tries to lob a stone from our glass house awkwardly.
A bunch of Adonises here. Yes. Yeah, so I'm mad they didn't start it.
That's right. There you go.
Before we get to the question, my gut reaction when you say that is what took so long?
Yes, that's true.
Right?
Waffle fries, chicken, like this felt like it was pretty close.
Yeah. Like what took so long? Right? Waffle fries.
I saw a few tweets, when I was looking at it, that people like, I'm going to drive to San Antonio, and that's what gave me the idea for the question of the day because I was like, why?
Yeah.
So what's a food most people like, but you don't? What chicken and waffles is on my
chicken
list.
and waffles is one of mine too.
Yeah.
Great shame.
I found a list of the
Reggie
50 most popular foods in America, and I was having a really, really tough time with this. And
you eat them all, huh?
It wasn't until I got down to snacks and sweets that I found something that I'm kind of blasé about compared to, I think, most people, which is s'mores.
S'mores is a good one.
I love s'mores. Yeah.
It's labor intensive, and also you're usually eating them in a situation where you don't have anything to clean your hands with, and yet you've got hardened marshmallow gunk all over your hands.
Also, graham crackers are food, quote unquote, for children. Like once you get past 5 years old, what are you eating graham crackers?
Graham crackers. That's
when?
true.
Yeah, unless I'm getting it with juice and a nap, I don't need a graham cracker.
Or in
my
crumbled
life.
crumb form on top of some.
And John, I'll let you and Reginald be the judge on this. This is going to be divisive.
That's
probably
the
going to
whole
lose
idea.
some listeners
That's
over
the
this.
whole idea.
Look, I like grits, but only with brown sugar.
I like them with syrup. I like them with syrup.
Okay, yeah, and a lot of people are hardcore. If you like any kind of sweetener on your grits, then
No, you're right. But I'm the same. I'm in the same place.
I don't like grits. How's that?
Yeah.
Take your
we knew that
damn
you would.
Yankees.
Yeah, I feel like there's still a little.
They're real popular in the Connecticut suburbs.
That's true.
Now, if we were talking about chowder, here you go, right?
The tragedy of growing up there is that Connecticut is known for its grits, and I never really liked them. It's something I think about all the time.
I had quite a few that came to mind. I'll just say a couple here. This is not one. Someone's going to say crawfish.
Already happened. 346 on the text line.
Oh yeah.
I do think crawfish is an inefficient food.
I love them.
I do too. I do too, but it's an inefficient food. It is a labor intensive food for a very small payoff. It's more of a social food for me than it is like, can't wait to go. And I love eating crawfish. I'm hungry 15 minutes after I'm done.
That's true.
So the most efficient food is rotisserie chicken. We all know this.
Just pick it up and let's go.
Let's go. You can use it 18 different ways. Yeah.
The two that jumped to mind for me were sweet potato fries.
You don't like sweet
Which
potatoes?
is weird. I like sweet potatoes, cooked, like Thanksgiving and all that.
Yep.
But not sweet potato fries and IPA beer.
Okay.
That is hot garbage.
I'm not sure if people actually like IPA.
Yeah,
I do.
A lot of people
I do.
like, it's got to be an IPA. It's got to be an IPA.
Yeah, I can do anything. I really like it, but I don't know about higher alcohol content too. So you get the association, much like normal beer. Like raise your hand, and then I'll punch you in the face if you said the first sip of beer you ever had was just delicious. That's an acquired taste. So IPA becomes acquired as you couple it with all of the memories of how drunk you got.
So you waterboarded yourself.
Remember,
you waterboarded yourself into liking it as well.
Mine is peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
You shameful man.
That is bizarre.
And I like. Here's the thing. I love bread. I love peanut butter. I like jelly, like donuts and stuff. It's the combination of the peanut butter
and jelly.
the jelly. It's not my thing.
I think this is what happened with Sean, because it's impossible not to like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches unless you're at your friend's house and eating his mom's version of peanut butter and jelly.
Maybe.
And it's always just wrong.
Yeah.
It's like whatever. It just tastes kind of creepy and weird.
That might have been the I think I told you guys. I think this might have been in the toss within the last week. I think it was on our show at some point. The scrambled eggs at a sleepover, man. Like my mom made scrambled eggs. Like they're fluffy and yellow and they're awesome. I would go across the street to the Earhart's house and sleep over there. No, they were an odd color. They were like
they were instant eggs. I think we realized.
So it was here where I talked about it. Whatever they weren't my mom's scrambled eggs. Like that was.
There's nothing better than divorced dad scrambled eggs. Those are the best. Divorced dad. Oh, you gotta cook up some scrambled freaking eggs.
Dude, my kids ate well when they
Yeah.
All right, fellas, looking forward to the show as always today. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and grits with any kind of sweetener you choose, except equal. That's just weird.
Son of a bitch. Grits in anything. Ugh. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk has been brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. I'm getting really good at that, I just got to say. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. As he said, John Lopez, the OG right there. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us, like I said, on this Wednesday. A few ways to get involved with the program, and we love it when you do. The text line, 713-572-4610. Go ahead and put that in your phone, save it in, and text us all throughout the show and all throughout the day. We appreciate when you do that. Also, we have appreciation from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. John Lopez, how's your Wednesday going, man?
Man, it is going fantastic. I keep thinking about foods now, but we'll get to that at 10:40 for sure. And
I love it. I love that we can do this because there's nothing that gets the people going like arguing about food. It's so inconsequential that it feels like you can lay away all of like your reservations and you could just go full hard at somebody and say that I hate you because you don't like grits or whatever.
Right. When I hear the question of the day is a food related one, I'm like, oh, this will be an easy one.
I got this.
But let me just say, I'm going to put that on your behalf, John. Hasn't happened yet. I'm looking at the text page. First son of a bitch that puts OG sauce on the text. I'm coming for them. I just want you to know I'm taking all their numbers down and I'm coming for them.
You're a good friend.
I'm an OG sauce enthusiast.
Yes. Do you need some? I got some more coming.
Yes.
All right. That's a good way to get that in there.
That feels like that was an off-air conversation that came to air, but whatever. But this is a Wednesday here. The vibes, admittedly, all week long have just been significantly different because of Sunday.
Yes.
And I mean, really pivotal, that game, just vibes-wise. I think it stands to possibly be incredibly pivotal in this season, right? The hopes of playoffs became significantly bigger and larger than they would have been otherwise if you did not manage a second biggest comeback in Houston Texans history on that Sunday. And so you look at the way that this goes, and I mean that reshaped the season. Are there other games that you can look forward to that could do the same? 713-572-4610.
I think there will be at least another game that reshapes how we feel about this team.
Well, certainly. Because, I mean, it feels like you're in such a precarious situation with how you feel about this team.
A win or a loss.
Right. Either way, we could be back in the pits like that, lickety-split, just off the strength of a particular game. Or you could be on top of the world if they manage to do this. So, yeah, maybe you could take this from either direction. But and you know what? Before we even get deep into this, I would like to go ahead and, on the front side of this, apologize, because you know what I'm doing right now? Looking past the Titans. That's what I'm doing, baby. I'm looking past the Titans. Now, to be fair, we will not entirely look past the Titans. At 1 p.m. today, we will go behind enemy lines, talk to our guy, Ron. Take them seriously at that point. But right now, ain't nothing serious about them Tennessee Titans. Let's look past them, and I give you my blessing personally to do so.
Yeah, like you're right. That game, I don't think anybody can argue that game at least changed the way you look at this team, and I think it's not a stretch to say it changed the trajectory of this team. I think the answer to what other games down the road could do that, I think it's an easy answer, and maybe you're going to have two completely different answers. But to me, the Thursday night game against the Buffalo Bills at home is going to be much like the Jaguars. It's going to reshape how we look at this season. That's one. And then the other one is the second to last game of the year. The Chargers. The Chargers they're a little onto something right now. Keep in mind, you humiliated them last year in the playoffs.
Sure did.
And that is still Jim Harbaugh out there. And then the biggest reason I think these two games are going to reshape the season is the Texans are realistically looking at a wild card.
Oh,
right?
Probably. I mean, unless the Colts collapse in a way that feels untenable for them right now with the way, like they're built somewhat sustainably. I understand that there's definitely some flaws in the way that they go about things, but they have a solid running game. We've known that for years with Jonathan Taylor, and it feels like they found some things when it comes to some of their defensive approaches to this.
And you know who else is realistically looking at a wild card? The Buffalo Bills. You know who else maybe is looking at a wild card? The LA Chargers.
Can we just stop and appreciate
Yeah.
Meaning MVP Josh Allen looking up at the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
And to be fair,
by 2 games.
It's only been a very short period of time where the Patriots were down bad, so don't see me crying for no Patriots fans or nothing. But like last year, that would not have felt like something that would happen.
Yeah. But think about that. That Thursday night game, let's say they come in here 7-3, you're 5-5. All of a sudden you get a win over them. It knocks them down. You raise yourself up. All of they're realistically looking at. I mean, they're 2 games behind the Patriots right now, so they're realistically looking at. That's a team that you can maybe fight for that wild card. And the Chargers, they have 7 wins, so it's a little bit. They're still in the hunt for their division, but obviously, the Broncos have the best record in the AFC. So I think the combination of those 2 teams. You played the Chargers. That's going to be a revenge game. You've beaten the Buffalo Bills in this building as well. Yeah, and then on top of that, you got the wild card factor.
Right, and I think that let's start talking about this Bills game because I do think that that's a fair one. I'm trying to kind of bounce back and forth the reasons why and why not that might be the case. And one of the things that I immediately go to is that's a short week, right?
Yes.
How does the notion of it being a short week factor into this? Because I think you could, I'm doing the thing where I try and create a mental pros and cons list of this. And I think that you might be able to try and find some excuses that, it's a short week versus the Bills. Although you are at home, so those things.
I was going to say, not as bad as Buffalo. They're coming from Buffalo, New York on a short week.
That's right. So there's those portions of it. I also think that you mentioned, since you played them last year, there is kind of an interesting juxtaposition over here versus how you handle them, and particularly how you are able to handle Josh Allen, who last year, again, MVP caliber season. Whether or not you feel like he should have had the actual MVP, that's neither here nor there. I don't think anybody could make the argument last season that Josh Allen wasn't phenomenal in his play, and you quite literally had probably the best performance against him of any team. This defense doesn't get any worse this year.
Right.
Although I guess they are strained when it comes to actual bodies back there. Now that you have MJ Stewart also lost for the season after sending away CJ Gardner-Johnson. We'll see where Jalen Petrie is concussion wise, but that also raises some questions. Are you able to take Josh Allen out of the game like you were last year? In part because that secondary also needs to be able to stand up in that same way.
Yeah, I don't know if you have any other games that jump out, but for me it was Buffalo and the Chargers. But the Colts, what if you can sweep them?
Well, I mean, there's a distinct possibility that you could, just off the strength of winning Week 13, because Week 18 might be one of those things where it's a foregone conclusion for them. I think we both.
Well, I'm saying as if it's not a foregone conclusion.
I don't. I mean, if that's the case, that's awesome, right?
Yeah.
Like that because
you get them at home on the last.
Both of those would be very important for you. I think that it's probably more likely that
sure,
last
that's
game is
why
a foregone
I was like,
conclusion.
It's not on my list at the top of my list.
But
anyway.
still, the strength of going on the road in Week 13, when I think they'd still be somewhat in that place of trying to make sure that they solidify this. Looking at, as we've talked about a number of times, how there's not really a strength of the NFL right now. There's not really very many absolutes when you look at various teams. So yeah, I think that could be something that's telling. But I feel like you went to the Bills and the Chargers for particular reasons. I'm interested in the Chargers one for you because the Chargers that could be telling, but it also could not be. Like the Chargers are one of those teams that I don't know any given Sunday or Saturday or Friday. You know.
And that one is flexible, I should say.
I don't know what they bring to the table, and they're so up and down themselves where I don't know how much that'll tell you. Especially at that point, will we feel like we know what this Texans team is by Week 17?
Yeah, but at the same time, the Chargers are 7-3. You know, they are 7-3, and I know they have a couple of presumed cupcakes coming up. They got the Jaguars this week, and then the Raiders at home the week after that. So, yeah, I think just by default they're going to have at minimum 9 wins. You know, when you face them, because
the Chargers.
Yeah. So even if they're not at their best game, that's why I think it could be sort of a change the direction of the season type one game.
Is there any reason that you didn't go to? I think the obvious answer that I think some people will go to, being the Kansas City Chiefs, been a little bit of a boogeyman for you as a franchise, and then obviously like they're not a great team,
and they're definitely in the wild card hunt right now.
Right? Is there any reason why you didn't go with the Chiefs in your thoughts of which games could be have you this Texans team.
I mean, it could be. It absolutely could be by the time you play them, because that's after Buffalo and Indianapolis. And
yeah, but that's before the Chargers game that you were willing to put up here.
Before the Chargers game. But I think part of it for me is maybe I'm just respecting too much of what they're doing right now. That I see them making a run and not faltering. You know, maybe that's it.
So you feel like you lose to the Chiefs and you just go ho hum. That's one of those things that happens
at Kansas City, primetime game, Sunday night. All those things.
You know, one of the things that I keep thinking about with the Bills game, and you know I mentioned this yesterday, talking about that rushing performance you were able to put up against the Jags, how it's like success rate-wise, the single best performance that you've had since week 1 of last year versus the Colts, where that was just like a masterpiece of running the football. The Bills are MALO bad at stopping the run. We've had numerous people, including Nick Caley, coming out flat out saying that their identity is being a tough physical team that runs the football. It's clearly at the foundation of what they believe this team to be offensively.
Yeah,
that's going to be real interesting to see to what degree of success can you find against a team that isn't good stopping the run. Because I'm not certain that not certain. I don't feel like this is a good running team.
Yeah.
As much as they believe that they want to be that. I think that will be interesting to see. I don't know if it'll be like a super telltale, but if they don't get out here and absolutely just dog walk the Bills on the ground, I will have even more concerns about that run game.
And especially when you DeMeco and Matt Burke kind of have the secret sauce with Josh Allen. You figure you're going to do okay against Josh. I mean, that's a bit against Josh Allen.
Somebody said from the 832, I think we can win out with Davis Mills. All right, thank you for that text. I appreciate it.
Hey, salute the Davis Mills family.
It's a lot. Wow, you ain't got to do that.
Yeah, man, salute.
Don't do that. He's got friends too.
You can win out.
He's got friends too.
That got to be family. That got to be family.
Win out, Figgy,
blood.
What he said.
But all of that starts with getting to 500 by getting a victory in Tennessee this weekend. And we're talking about that as we continue to head towards the weekend. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Giving away, like we are all week, a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars take on TCU next week. So keep it locked for that. But coming up next, Wallet Hub has released its list of best sports cities in America. Does this explain some of the questions that we've had about showing up to games here in Houston? Let's talk about it next.
Yep, football season is in full swing, and however you
2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the leader. Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Hope your Wednesday is going well. Does this give us a little bit of context as to what kind of sports city Houston is, or are they just off? As Wallet Hub, which an esteemed publication, right up there with the New York Times and so on and so forth.
Well, it's definitely in on this. I mean, it always releases these types of lists and stuff like that, but it's I wouldn't say New York Times. It's a research facility.
It is clearly a
research company.
It's clearly a paper of record,
Yes,
obviously.
yes.
I'm tongue-in-cheek, obviously. But Wallet Hub put together a list of best sports cities in America today, John Lopez, and we turn to our publication expert, our correspondent, John Lopez, for his breakdown on this with Houston.
So what's the thing that always just boggles the mind when we go to Texans games?
Well, I mean,
people showing up late,
or in the case of
fans,
opposing fans
walking in the trap, taking over the trap,
being there early,
getting there early, and opposing fans.
I will not get over, especially. I know that the Niners took over a strong way. The Broncos game was
because
so
of orange.
vivid. Yes. It's like when you go play golf, you get the highlighter yellow ball because of course I play those. I'm terrible. That's what it felt like. It was just like, oh, look at all this orange. It pops off of the bowl there, and you see them.
Yeah. So when this came across my timeline, or I think I got an email on it.
You get emails from Wallet Hub?
I got emails from Wallet Hub.
He's on the Wallet Hub email list. What other things Wallet Hub be sending you?
I said okay because it gave me the list of like for
who are the best
superficial
cities? I'm sorry, I'm curious.
I can tell you in a second, but
supposedly, allegedly,
according to them. But so I started digging into what they sent because I thought, is this going to explain anything? So you guys tell me. So according to Wallet Hub, Houston is the third largest city in America.
Is it officially third? I know that it's been like jockeying back and forth
as of 2023. It goes back and forth with Chicago.
Yeah, right.
I think it's supposed to overtake Chicago. Yeah. I want to say 2030 or something like that.
So third, maybe fourth. Either way,
fourth,
it's the third or fourth largest city in America. It ranks 21st according to Wallet Hub's metrics, and then they had a bunch of information and stuff like that.
Didn't bring the stats.
I have some. But in terms of NFL teams' volume of tickets resold, in other words, secondary market, the Texans actually are only in the middle of the pack. But there's a reason for that.
Why is that?
Cowboys, Chiefs, Eagles, Packers, and Raiders are the top five because you can get a higher price for those teams. Because it's the Cowboys, it's the Chiefs, it's the Eagles, it's the Packers.
So those feel like destination teams at this point in time.
But, Cowboys' resale market,
sure,
okay,
is a lot. Same thing with the Chiefs and the Eagles, obviously, and the Packers, obviously, as well. Raiders, Las Vegas. Hey, let's go catch a game.
Yeah, that's the thing I always thought about putting a team in Las Vegas. It's such a transient city and such a destination city that you almost will never have a home field advantage there because you're always just having people come in and just go watch a game as if they were going to watch a show.
Right.
But the resale, are these people actually that are Cowboy fans in wherever.
It doesn't really specify.
Okay, because that kind of makes sense because it's Cowboy fans everywhere you go. It's Philly fans everywhere you go type deal. So it could be them buying tickets.
You're right.
Because it seemed like those teams don't get overtaken by other opposing fans.
You're right. But this is where it gets interesting. It got interesting for me anyway. So those are, for obvious reasons, the top 5. In terms of resale price, in other words, season ticket holders or ticket holders in general reselling them for the highest price, it's also Cowboys, Chiefs, Eagles. The Texans ranked 26th in the NFL. In other words, opposing fans get a good deal if they come to Houston. The average resale price of NFL tickets at large is $320 a ticket. The average in Houston is $180 to $200. So, in other words, what does that say about?
If your team is playing somewhere, Houston is the place to be able to. And it's such an accommodating city. It's great food. You're going to have a great time. Like, I'm sure the tourism board is cool with that, but that does suck for the home field advantage.
Like the Broncos fans, hey, let's go to Houston. Cheap flight, Southwest Airlines, whatever, $180 ticket. Let's go.
Yeah. Not only that, like your United hub flying into the city ain't tough, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say too. Out of all the big cities like that, I feel like Houston is kind of under the radar when it comes to hey, let's go to Houston for a weekend,
right?
And fair prices. Vegas or LA and all these other bigger cities.
So that kind of, to me, and you guys obviously weigh in, but kind of started to explain why this happens. Cheap, and the price, it's cheap, and there's a lot of people reselling tickets. This also kind of opened my eyes a little bit. They broke it down by sport.
Okay.
So in the Houston Rockets, believe it or not, ranked 9th in all of basketball.
And again, just to refresh, what metric are we talking about? Like, what is this 9th referring to?
Popularity of the sport as in that city. The Rockets ranked 9th. The Astros ranked 13th. The Texans 26th. So when you combine, there's I'm not going to say apathy, but there's not as much of a craziness. It's not as popular in the football in general in Houston, according to this, is not as popular here as it is, in some of these other NFL cities.
Yeah, relative.
26.
Because there's no one that will be in Houston and say that the Texans in football is not popular.
No, it's the number one sport, but in terms of just in general, it ranks 26th among NFL cities. So you have some fans that obviously buy in, but it's cheap, and they can resell their tickets. They can watch it on TV. It's basically what they're saying right there.
That's interesting.
Isn't that interesting?
No, it is. And the conversation that we've had, and maybe we've had way too often. I know that I'll bring it up though because I know the Texans are constantly. And there's not really an easy. We're talking about some things in affordability, in ease of access, ability to get into the city and everything. That you're just not going to shift, right? Yeah. But there's some things that I think are almost cultural in a way.
I think it is cultural. And I'm sure, I haven't looked, I will in a second, at the text board. There's so many things to do in Houston. Well, there's a lot of things to do in LA. There's a lot of things to do in Las Vegas. There's a lot of things to do in, some of these other cities, Miami, et cetera. And they don't rank 26th, So it is interesting, and it made me also kind of ask you guys, why?
Yeah,
why?
It's crazy. I hate to do the I don't know.
Yeah,
but I truly don't know, man.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Houston Texans. I like to give them credit too because they trying to do everything they can to make it easy to get into the stadium.
Yeah.
Now you see the little metal detectors they have. You don't even have to take nothing out your pockets. Now.
Yeah.
You could just walk right through. They doing whatever they can to make it easy.
They have those vans circling the stadium. Get in now. 30 minutes to kick off.
They making it easy. They telling people
they're trying.
They telling people to have their ticket out so that way it won't be a long line. I feel like they doing everything they can. They doing a lot of research on this.
Sure. And
I feel like they really don't know. They trying to do everything they can to make it easy to go to a game.
You're right about those things, but I think the numbers that you're pointing out when you have them like 26th in that relative kind of popularity, we're not talking about things around the margin. This is instrumental. Can you go give me those top teams football-wise that you were looking at, right?
This is resale.
Sure.
Cowboys, Chiefs, Eagles, Packers, and Raiders.
A lot of those have not only been good teams of late, they've been relative dominant teams. I think that there needs to be that. There's legacy.
Not the Raiders. Well, the Raiders, yes.
Raiders is legacy, yeah.
There is legacy involved, and that's not something you're going to port in as the Texans.
Yeah.
But I think that ultimately, we come back to the same thing. You're going to need to not just be good, you're going to need to find a level of dominance where, because, I mean, you've had good teams, but the idea of, same old Texans pops up in people's minds, and I
think that's a factor.
Enough to waver. Like, it needs to get to a point where people feel like, oh, y'all, are you going to the Texans game because it's so hot and you're going to have a fun experience and you're probably going to have somewhat of a known outcome in the positive way?
No, that's exactly what it is. I think, like I said, the Texans doing everything they can to make it easier, but I think it got to be on the field, man. It got to be consistency, man. You really got to win. It can't just have a good season and then get bounced out in the divisional round or whatever.
It's perplexing to me because the Texans, by a long shot, are the most popular team in this city. Like the Astros, all due respect, Rockets, all due respect. It's not even close. I mean, if you're being honest, it's not even close how people love football and the Texans in this town. And yet, maybe there's some apathy. I love the Texans, but I'm not, I can sell these tickets, watch it on TV, et cetera.
Yeah, and just talking to regular people that just be walking around, even gaming thing, some people say, man, I'm just tired of the same old stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like they really not bought into it.
But
even
they don't
if they
sell their season tickets. They just resell them.
Yeah. They don't get rid of them. They just kind of give them to people or resell them.
It's a prove it. I mean, they're still in prove it mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. Can I ask you something here before we roll this thing over to our question of the day? There's the kind of the notion that on the text line that, hey, man, Houston is a fickle sports city. How much do you buy into the nature of that? Because, I think we've seen some places where, the fandom wanes as well. I think there's a lot more places that I think you would term as fickle than we probably give credit for. You just have the right circumstances that I think help buoy, attention and I guess that vibe, that feeling.
I think fickle ties in with prove it. I think they kind of run hand in hand. But one thing that I don't buy anymore, and I used to believe this. And people say, well, Houston's a transient city. Every city's a transient city of the major cities right now. I mean, there are people coming in everywhere from every place, and I get Houston is probably still up high, but I don't buy that anymore. I think it's some of the other stuff. It's like, prove it. It's cheap. They can make some money. They still go to the games, but it's just easy to get in and out of. All those things. By the way, just to put a bow on it, overall, you asked this earlier. The top 10 cities, sports cities for all three sports, tickets, everything. Not through.
I'm sick of this. Boston is such a great sports town. Like I don't care what data you got. I'm sick of hearing it.
I mean, I ain't got the stats, but they probably got more championships out of all the sports there than anybody else.
L.A., Pittsburgh is 3, New York, Dallas, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Kansas City, Washington, D.C., and Miami. Miami's interesting.
That's very interesting.
Miami's interesting at 10.
Because that's where my feelings
outside the Dolphins, you got the Heat.
Yeah.
That's where my feelings got
hurt. And the Marlins?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the Heat, man, they were looking
I guess they got the tickets. Well, might as well go.
They were looking like the Rockets games in the finals at one point,
legitimately,
man.
You were saying all those names, and I was like, yeah. Mm-hmm. You said Miami, that hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
That one, that's an affront. I hate that. It made me mad. Segment over. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, no, I'm done. I'm done with that whole conversation. You just made me mad. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Inspired by Chick-fil-A, starting out a new food on their menu that John Lopez apparently not too fond of. What's a food that most people like that you just can't get with? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Thirsty Thursday. Reggie Atatula.
Here on Sports Radio 610, where full disclosure, conversation rolled on all break. We were talking about all sorts of things, public transit, talking about income in the city and how it compares to all those other cities we were talking about. Obviously, tailgating.
Yep.
These are all things that I know the Texans are having conversations about. But it's just an interesting thing, and ultimately it still feels like it comes back to the biggest answer is, can this team put out a consistent winner on this field? What's the wild thing is it feels like they should be able to, and they're kind of stuck in neutral. I think that's what makes me
even maybe more frustration, apathy.
A lot of people
I hate
frustrated.
using that word because apathy was real when Easterby was here. Maybe there's some carryover of that.
No, that absolutely. Yeah. When you start talking about same old Texans and that kind of refrain, that absolutely hits you when you kind of when you could reasonably look up and go, there is a pattern of 2 years of good and here comes the cliff. Yeah. Right. That is something that also factors into, I think a lack of belief that what we're going to go and watch is of the caliber that I deserve for shelling out this money. Regardless, let's get to our question of the day, John Lopez, and what inspired this for you?
Going through all my usual nonsense, and I came across a story. Chick-fil-A is market testing a new product in Baltimore and San Antonio, and it starts December 1st. And if it's successful, it's going to go across the country. Chicken and waffles. And I saw some tweets. Oh, man, I got to drive from local people here. I got to drive to San Antonio in December to go try. And I'm like, chicken and waffles just doesn't. Ever has. I think part of it is when you order at a restaurant, they put a big old hunk of chicken breast on there on a waffle. I'm like,
not always. Some places do it that way. Some places will give you wings or pieces.
And I'm like, man, that's a lot of work for something I'm not that crazy about. So, what's a food that most people like? Because I will obviously freely admit, a lot of people, you say chicken and waffles, they sit up in their chair. Oh, chicken and waffles doesn't do it for me.
I'm a big chicken and waffles fan, depending on the type of. I'm a big wing guy.
Yeah.
So if it's wings and waffles or maybe wings and French toast or pancakes or something like that, I'm in on it. But I'm not the biggest fan of the chicken and waffles from a fast food spot.
Well, that's the question. What's a food that most people like but you do not? Clearly, for me, chicken and waffles is on the list. This is a weird one for me. Would you like sweet potato fries? No, thank you. But I like sweet potatoes. I like them baked even. Sometimes we'll bake a sweet potato, not just, like the Thanksgiving sweet potato casserole or whatever. But sweet potato fries are just weird to me. And IPA beer, that's cat pee.
I am so disappointed in you.
That is cat pee.
I am so disappointed in you because when you talk about, I understand that sweet potato fries takes a backseat to your more traditional potato fries or whatever. The thing that I love about sweet potato fries is they don't seem to have the same shelf life or the same ticking time bomb nature.
They get soggy. That's another reason.
Well, you say they get soggy. I feel like they maintain their taste and their flavor profile in a way that regular fries do not. You got to use
spaghetti noodles after 10 minutes. They get soft and soggy. No matter where you get them, they get soggy fast. Maybe I don't know what.
Some other text coming in. Somebody said coleslaw. 409. I appreciate you throwing coleslaw in here. In addition to saying that they don't like fried chicken and pineapple. Okay,
fried chicken.
Fried chicken is the one that's egregious because
the thing I'm about to say, is he saying fried chicken with the pineapple?
No, these are
chicken.
This is a list.
Who doesn't like fried chicken?
Someone that I can't trust.
Somebody that's not from Earth.
Someone that I can't, because that's the thing. I don't know how the stereotype for black folks became fried chicken. Because I'm like, you point me to the people that don't do that.
Same thing. Let me change how I'm going to say this.
Yes,
before you get canceled.
I love watermelon. Love watermelon. But I don't eat a lot of watermelon because my wife hates it. That's part of the
why.
That's part of the relationship thing. That's part of the relationship thing. Like if your wife doesn't like a particular food, you eat less of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, my wife actually don't like watermelon, which is kind of shocking.
Why is that?
Some people feel like it's not enough flavor. Some people feel like it's more water than anything else. But yeah, the idea, what I wanted to come back to is, I feel like coleslaw is given to us a lot of places. Does people so many people? That feels like a popular opinion that you don't like coleslaw.
Yeah, I don't like it. What's weird is y'all know nothing about this down here, but in Cleveland we have a thing called a Polish boy, which is a Polish sausage with French fries, barbecue sauce, and coleslaw. I know it sounds crazy, but it's really good. That's the only time I like coleslaw.
You are preaching. The only time I eat coleslaw is like on a hot dog or a sausage, something like that.
I can't eat it by itself.
I like coleslaw on a hot dog. It's made for it.
I can see that.
It's awesome.
I can't. When I go to Cane's, I said no coleslaw, double fries.
So let me ask you guys this.
Good call.
Let me ask you guys this, because I actually texted the family the question of the day. And how do you feel about, and I actually agreed with this one, but I hadn't thought of it. Ham. Ham on a sandwich is next level. But ham as the primary protein on a plate?
Disagree.
I don't think it's that.
Disagree.
I'll take a lot of other things before that.
I might take it a step further, to be honest.
Yeah.
I like ham. Sometimes I like ham over turkey.
Correct.
For Thanksgiving.
Wow.
Good answer. Yeah. Good answer.
Yeah, I know Lopez probably got the good turkey, which is, probably not dry, I'm guessing, and all that stuff. But sometimes, man, I prefer ham over turkey for Thanksgiving.
They also said Rice Krispie treats.
Is it no?
As one that most people like that they don't.
I think I'm kind of there, but you know what the reason is? I think I've given you this this philosophy that I have on life, that there's some foods or things, I guess in general, where you have a lifetime limit. I think I've hit my lifetime limit.
Yeah,
okay,
I
got you.
Once you hit 21.
I ate a lot of them joints as a kid.
Yeah,
I ate a lot of
one
those.
thing I can't get down with is yogurt.
I like yogurt.
I don't like yogurt at all, man. I even tried. I tried to get the fancy yogurt too, to maybe cover up the nasty regular. No, it has some type of
That's
Oreo.
a good one.
It has some type of. I tried. I just couldn't do it, man. I feel like it's even something spoiled.
Yeah.
Crawfish is one of those popular ones that comes in, and I've got to be honest, I just feel like you're lazy. No, jokes. You can have your opinions. I will say that is something that comes to my mind. The answer for me is funny because I think if you have anything in the, Hispanic or particularly Mexican domain, it feels weird because if you like pretty much anything in that space, you should kind of like everything. It's a similar palette of ingredients, just kind of fixed in different ways, fantastic ways. The nachos, and I'm talking.
You don't
about,
like nachos?
I'll eat them, but I'm not high on them, right? Especially
that is weird.
Obviously, stadium nachos, miss me with it. It's never situated properly.
Oh, I don't do that. The canned cheese,
all the cheese. If without even getting to the idea of
the can,
right? The canned cheese, whatever. The cheese is never evenly. You have one chip that is entirely covered in
just
cheese,
all
and
dry.
You have another chip that has absolutely nothing. But then you could take this all the way to the actual elevated nacho where it's a big tostada with everything on it. I'm just like, this is a lot. I'm good on it. Which is funny again. All of the ingredients, love them. Put them in different circumstances, burrito, whatever. I'm here for it. The nacho, I'm like,
I don't know if you have another one, Figgy, but another one that was texted from the kids. I think a lot of people fall in this category. One of my daughter, cake.
I'm there.
I know a lot of people that don't like cake.
Yeah.
I'm not there, but I know a lot of people that just can't get down with specifically birthday cake. Yes, I know a lot of people that don't like birthday cake.
All cake.
Yeah, me too. One thing I can't get down.
You said that before.
Texture thing?
Yeah.
Texture thing?
That and the actual taste.
Okay.
I don't like the real taste of banana. I don't like the artificial flavor of banana.
Really?
If sometimes I get one of these fruity drinks that had tropical banana and I taste the banana, I'm out on it.
Really?
I can't do banana.
That doesn't like banana.
Yeah.
I actually know quite a few for that similar reason. Avocado is one that's come in. Somebody said when it comes to watermelon, they said they can't stand the taste or the smell. Interesting. Oysters, fair, right? I think anything that feels a little exotic to and more simple palate. I'm not saying that your palate is simple, but anything that falls in that line, I absolutely get how people get to that place. Cottage cheese is a great answer.
Yes.
What is this for?
I
mean that entirely sincerely. What does this do?
Yes, I'm there too. I'm there with blue cheese. I know Lopez ain't gonna like that, but blue cheese.
Me some blue cheese.
Once if I dip a wing in some blue cheese, I'm throwing the wing out.
Nope.
The wing is over with.
That's heaven.
The wing is in the trash.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That was the question of the day. Coming up next. We're waiting for some players of the week announcements, hoping that we see a Texan. That should be coming in. And then also, I've got some coaches on the hot seat. I want you to tell me if you believe that these guys are, about to lose their job or if they're going to make it. We'll talk about that and more next.
Ready? The Texans. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, and I have some good news, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing answers to who were the players of the week in AFC side for Defensive Player of the Year, none other than Katie's own, Danielle Hunter. Defensive end ends up with 3.5 sacks in that comeback victory over the Jaguars. And, I mean, it just had to be him now, didn't it?
Oh, who else would – I mean, just the sacks alone would be player of the week, as you said.
And, I mean, that's the thing is you say the sacks alone, but clearly that's not all that he brought.
Right.
One of the things that was deeply encouraging is that he also helped in the run game. Like, it's one of those things that, oddly enough, when you actually choose to nitpick this defense and try and really get into details with them, even though they are fantastic as a defense by many metrics. Stopping the run, or maybe not even stopping the run, but corralling running quarterbacks and making sure that those rushers are able to stop the run.
Yeah.
It gets a little dicey. They played a lot better. They were a lot more. They held up a lot better in those circumstances, which I don't know that I'm worried about by any means versus the Titans, but it is an interesting thing to see if they can continue to replicate that, because if they can hold water in that way, they become even more terrifying because they continue to apply pressure and get the rush. If they can also now not allow teams to kind of find little gaps to have a run attack the aggression of the pass rush, or have a quarterback escape, I don't know what a team is supposed to do against them.
So when you talk about the Texans defense, I'm not saying best player. Who's having the best season on the Texans defense?
Ooh. This is tough. Their stats are going to be some that are accumulating, and then some of these players are stats.
For them. I mean, for what your expectation was. I think there's like 6 players you could say.
Let's do it.
I think
Let's do it. So clearly, Danielle Hunter, especially with the explosion that he just had,
he's on the list.
Will help bring it up, because I know that production-wise we were a little worried, but he was still constantly applying pressure. He also helps by pushing guys, because there's a push and pull with these guys. Will Anderson Jr. absolutely in there.
There's 2.
Because he's had a lot of production, and I think
now keep in mind, this is based on expectation. There's 2.
I think they're still meeting
Stingley.
Sting, absolutely. That's one of the guys that I was getting to when I was talking about the idea of it's the absence of statistics that ultimately proves his value. That every game we could talk about how there's not that many passes going over there, and then very often it's like one pass that's ultimately caught against him or what have you. Like, he's doing a great job there. Petrie is absolutely one of those.
There's 4.
The physicality coming up, the interceptions that he had early. The other one that I wanted to get to is number 4 himself, Kamari Lassiter.
Lassiter is on the list. There's 5.
Especially when you talk about being
these are all candidates.
The other cornerback from an all-pro guy. This was the year that you go, our team's going to test him, and good luck. Like, it hasn't been a lot of that. Plus, even more recently now, his versatility, his ability to kind of move in and play the slot, and I guess just generally his willingness to go lay the lumber, to be physical, that continues to show up on the.
Now, this is where it gets into the muck a little bit. But I still think you can argue they're having the best season based on expectations.
I mean, when you talk about the delta of expectation to performance,
we didn't even know if he was going to start.
He's up there.
He wasn't going to start. He wasn't a starter.
Yeah. Toji
very much pops up there. He's their best run stopper.
Rankins?
Sheldon's been great too.
Like, there's 6 or 7 guys you can say he's having the best season based on expectations.
And that's the reason why you have this. That's the reason why this defense is of the caliber that it is, because you have. I don't think there's a defense in the world that is built off of just one dude playing incredible.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Right? Or at least not one that's supposed to be one of the best, if not the best in the league. So I did find that to be interesting. And, of course, salute once more to Danielle Hunter, who is the AFC player of the week. Somebody said, go to lunch already. Y'all sound hungry because of the question of the day. Don't worry. I was snacking on the apple that whole way. I was getting my fiber in.
Yeah.
I don't know what the tone or tenor is to take with this news, because Jay Glazer reported yesterday that former Pro Bowl cornerback Jair Alexander, you remember now that he is with the Eagles after being traded away from the Ravens. He's stepping away from football to, quote, try to focus on getting himself right physically and mentally before deciding on his future.
Yeah.
I obviously want to be very sensitive because that could mean a lot of different things with the way that it was said, but there's a physical element and a mental element. He has also been traded a couple of times in the last year.
And lower picks.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like a 6th-round pick or something?
Yeah. Something to that
So I
effect.
think this is something that people know about, that he's had whatever the issue may be, physical, mental, whatever it may be. Yeah, and as you said, you can't speculate and you have to be sensitive to it, get himself together, and good that he is.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy about that, but just it's weird, and I guess a reminder for me personally, things go like that. Like, not that Jair Alexander wasn't, isn't kind of advancing in football age, but it doesn't feel like that long ago where he looked like one of the best corners in the league playing up there in Green Bay. A couple of different stints, and now he's in a place where, I'm not going to lie, when I see that, he's got to get himself right and then decide on his future, that feels very much like the couch is calling very, very soon for him. But yeah, man, that's a reminder, man. Playing at this high level, it can come to a close pretty quickly. Not saying definitively that's what's here for Jair, but I think it's fair to say that it feels like it to some degree. Another big news point that happened yesterday, you might have heard it talked about a little bit here on Sports Radio 610. In division, the Jacksonville Jaguars, your most recent opponent, they're going to have to get used to the wide receiving core and the cornerback core that they had this past week, because Travis Hunter, the cornerback and wide receiver that the Jags traded up to go and draft at number 3 rather, he is done for the season. MCL surgery is what he had yesterday. We've learned about that yesterday. So that, I mean, you don't draft a guy for 1 year. However, that particular draft, it feels like that casts a real shadow on the decision to go select him.
Because it does. And until he can prove that he can do both, or they make a very tough decision to go just receiver or just cornerback, and he plays at an all-pro level, until one of those two things happens, is until further notice.
I did the thing where I was right, and then I questioned myself, drafted number 2. Which again, even more so, like you had the likes of Abdul Carter and stuff available to you, and you know that you need. Well, I mean, I was like, I guess know that they need pass rush might not be the right way, but I imagine
they gave up a 1st-round pick next year,
right? And I mean, I imagine this draft looks, or this team rather, this weekend looks very different if it's Abdul Carter over there rushing the quarterback. In addition to it, now of course, you can't go back and change everything. That's not how this works, but. He hadn't even really gotten into that bag of looking like anything like a generational player that they had kind of drafted.
Right.
This is rough, especially when you're coming back from an MCL. It's not by any means insurmountable, but does this then lower the ceiling on what he can be on either side of the football? Because he needs to be great on both in order to make this
worthwhile. Well, he needs to be very good on both or great at one.
Fair. But you gave
you got to be elite at this point.
This is the thing is I would hear you on that very good on one and then solid on the other. If it was just a number 2 overall pick, it's the additional 1st-round pick that makes it rough.
It was they gave up a second and that year and a number 1 or 1st-round pick for next year.
Yeah.
So you got to be elite at something.
Right. This is one of the few places where you can look at the Cleveland Browns and go, good job. I did something. Proud of you. But yeah, so Travis Hunter out of the way for the remainder of the season. Doesn't matter for your Texans. You're done with the Jags, but of course that doesn't help the Jags in what they're trying to do. Some idea this when they went and acquired Jacoby Myers. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus, it's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. You got to remember Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back in this. It's also featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. That's Landman, and the new season streaming November 16th only on Paramount Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, if this concussion, or is it the concussion for Jackson Dart? I can't remember because he's had a lot of issues. He has that reckless abandon to his game. But yeah, concussion for Jackson Dart. If that does not abate by the time it's time to play football this weekend, we will have the return of Jameis Winston, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Jameis time, baby.
Mike Kafka, who is the interim head coach there in New York, you remember Brian Dable was fired up there. He has decided that the number 2 quarterback on the depth chart will no longer be Russell Wilson, who had to step in after Jackson Dart got hurt. It'll now be Jameis Winston. So now If Dart can't go,
didn't they say he's going to start?
I believe so. But
Adam Schefter tweeted.
Yeah, Adam Schefter said it. Yeah.
I obviously wanted to lay out the stakes and the reason why. But yeah, seems like Jameis back at it again, baby.
Jameis back at it, which is always fun. We know that.
People ready to eat a W.
Let's go. They're going to be eating some dubs up in New York, or at least trying to. But it did get me thinking about Russell Wilson. So his career is going to be remembered. How would you remember if it ended today? And it may well end this year. How would you remember Russell Wilson?
I'm trying to find the large overarching thing. There's a lot of things that I think about. The large overarching thing is probably like really good at a very particular thing, but had a limited time with it because he's one of the shorter quarterbacks, but he had heft and he had like a mobility. And those were the things that allowed him to be the shorter quarterback, move, find those windows to throw the football into. But, that big arm and everything, it seems like once he got out of the environment where he was protected, once they leaned into him, or maybe you just leaned into, once he got older, it kind of faded away and you didn't have much left.
How would you remember?
I feel like I will probably be that person that's trying to defend him a little bit. Like, hey, he was good when he came in the league. Remember, he was a third round pick. He was a third round pick. He came in, won the starting job. I feel like I will be trying to defend him for those couple years because right now we all gonna forget about that. Right. We all just gonna be thinking about the end of Russell Wilson and the bad parts.
All right, so you both basically fed into my theory on this, and my theory is this: he's the epitome of someone who just stayed around way too long because. Let's say he retired after he left Seattle, all right? In 10 years in Seattle, 9 Pro Bowls, 37,000 yards, 2 Super Bowls, 1 Walter Payton Man of the Year, All-Pro 3 times, once as a second-teamer, 282 touchdowns, 87 picks. We would be saying if he retired after 10 years, which is a good career, that's a great quarterback. But it's gone. It's gone.
That's kind of erased.
I don't even think it's gone.
He had 9 Pro Bowls in 10 years and 4 All-Pros.
Well, here's the thing: I don't think it's gone. Maybe view him and not in the same stratosphere, or maybe you'd argue he is in the same stratosphere as kind of Cam Newton. We're like his Super.
Oh, he was better than Cam Newton. Like 10 years?
Ooh, I don't think so.
No, his career.
I still
Let
don't
me say those
think
numbers
so.
again.
Yeah, I hear you. I think also you have to change. You have to think about.
He had a.
You have to think about
career
circumstance.
than Cam Newton.
The Panthers did not do anything near what the Seahawks did.
I will fight you on this one all day long.
Well, let's fight then. Let's fight then.
10 years, 2 Super Bowls, 4 All-Pros, 9 Pro Bowls,
2 Super Bowls with an incredible defense and an incredible run game. He was surrounded by some things that helped him. And now you got me putting down Russell Wilson, the quarterback that I actually really.
But see, that's the part. Like the thing that Reggie is saying right now, that's all going to get erased. Him mentioning all of that.
That's my point. I don't think it gets erased. Retired after 10 years, we'd all be saying that was a great quarterback.
I'm with you there. I think that the tenor and tone of the conversation about Russell Wilson changes a little bit. I don't think it gets erased. I think we just need more time to get away from what has been a really nasty back portion of his career. And it's not just that he's fallen off a cliff because the deep ball. Well, I mean, he can still throw it down there, but like everything else is not quite there. The mobility isn't there to help him with some of the things that he has with being a short-term quarterback with the offensive line. The biggest thing is just, how do so many people not like you?
I know.
Right? Like,
and that's a factor.
With all the people not liking him, it's made it really nasty to talk about Russell Wilson. But you're right. Like, there's a lot of good in his career.
He was great for 10 years. Not good, great.
I sure hope that with the little distance, people will be able to look back fondly upon his time.
And then my thing is he had a great team like that.
Not at all the time.
And it seemed like he would never get the credit or any credit for whatsoever.
I'll put it this way.
For his career.
He is not going to be remembered by there's always outliers, but and certain segments. I don't think by and large he's going to be remembered as that was a great quarterback. Had he retired after 10 years, he would have been remembered as that was a great quarterback.
If he would have retired after that first year in Denver, then we could possibly erase that year in Denver and then just kind of look at his Seattle career. But we just always going to go back to what happened after they leaned on him.
Yeah, that sucks for him. He's now been relegated to quarterback 3 once again on that team. Yeah, real rough end of it. But you know what you can always say? You going home to see our big dog. You the winner. Real quick, because I did tease this. I want to run through this. There's some coaches that I think possibly on the hot seat. You tell me, hot kind of warm or not. Matt LaFleur with the Packers, who I believe they are the team that the Giants are facing this week. So you'll have Jameis versus them and Drew Brees on the call. Interestingly enough, another short quarterback, but Matt LaFleur, the head coach and the offensive play caller for the Packers. This is a team that they're 5-3-1, and it feels like they should be better.
It does, but not hot.
Warm or cold?
I think he's fine.
I think he's safe too.
Yeah, I think he's fine.
Okay. All right. Sean McDermott of the Bills, interestingly enough, a 6-3 team that does not feel like they're hitting their fact of defense is bad, and it feels like a lot of this is falling just squarely on Josh Allen to make him good.
Not hot. I paused for a second, but boy, he's done a lot there.
I'm gonna say a little warm.
A little warm?
Yeah, not a warm, but just a little tiny warm.
The thing with him you got to talk about is constantly good teams. Where's the beef? Like where's the back end of this? Where are the playoff victories that ultimately make you feel better?
It kind of seemed like they on the treadmill at this point. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did decide to go in a different direction and try to change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Raheem Morris with the Atlanta Falcons, 3-6.
Hot. I think hot.
Hot.
Yeah.
It does feel like that now, doesn't it? Like they have these little moments where they step up and they bite ankles, but it just feels like this thing has been fairly mismanaged. All right, a couple more real quick. Kevin Stefanski with the Browns.
Hot.
Yeah, I think at this point it's hot. That offense been so bad, man.
Yes.
That offense been so bad. It'd be crazy if it wasn't a hot seat.
And now it feels like there's also ways in which you're not helping yourself either with some of your personnel.
And that's an offensive coach.
Correct. Correct.
You can't have a bad offense like that, no matter who the quarterback is.
I'm with you. I think he gets fired, and I think he immediately gets another job. And then finally, Pete Carroll with the Raiders.
Mutually agree to part ways.
Retirement.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. They're 2-7. Does this not feel like where they probably could have thought that they were going to be early on?
Probably, but still.
I don't think so, man. Just kind of seeing how Geno Smith played the previous couple years.
They did go and buy Geno. Immediately.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
All right, there you go. A little bit of a hot or not when it comes to some of the coaches that might be on the hot seat. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. And again, salute to Danielle Hunter for being the Defensive Player of the Week in the AFC. Do you have any qualms with rooting for a non-ethical player? Because this came to me because a particular Houston player was talked about as maybe being non-ethical, but I want to make this wider. If there's a non-ethical player on your team, do you have any issues rooting for him? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Live from the McCarran SportsRadio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. In 12 o'clock hour, we'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars take on TCU next week. And then, of course, at 1 p.m., we go behind enemy lines. We talk to our guy, Ron Slay, out there in Nashville.
Hey, don't forget that Texas Star Grill Shop gift card, too. It's Wednesday, man.
Yeah.
Every Wednesday.
I almost didn't give it away. In fact, I met one of the gentlemen that – actually, I met the
he almost didn't give it away. Huh.
Okay. I met the gentleman that actually won the Traeger last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met him in the lots tailgating
I took it
last
to
weekend.
him.
Yeah.
He said you was a jerk because you ain't put it together like you said you was gonna put it together for him.
I know he didn't say that.
He said
I
said
know
that.
for a fact he did not.
He
say
also
that.
said he's out of OG sauce, so you might need to come out here and get some more.
There we go.
All right.
He said that jerk just dropped it off at my door and left.
I remember him very well. I actually hung out in his backyard for a while.
Oh, really?
Did you?
Yeah.
Good backyard?
Yeah.
Nice.
I was just kind of chatting with him up.
Okay, very good, very good. All right. Do you have any qualms? Do you have any issues rooting for a unethical player at any time? Because this was a thought that came up when I happened to be scrolling Instagram. Like I think we're all now, forced to succumb to just scrolling your app of choice and just rotting in some ways. And I saw this Instagram post, and I feel the name of the account was, but it was coming for our very own Alperen Şengün, the center, starting center for your Houston Rockets.
He's a bad seed, that one.
But this was actually coming off of the Spurs game, where in the game you have Alperen Şengün, kind of accentuating, some might say, contact that might not have been there. Or another instance,
he's like he got punched in the face.
Yeah. Just he threw his head backwards in a place where I was like, I'm not even sure if Wemby got him. And then in another instance, coming off of a free throw, he just throws his forearm into Wemby, and that big man flew backwards. And so this was an accusation levied at Alperen Şengün.
There is not a more miserable watch right now in the NBA than Alperen Şengün. And I don't mean about his basketball abilities. He is ultra talented, but he is the most annoying and frustrating player to watch. Every single game. What are we doing? I can tolerate gamesmanship, but this is dirty. And Şengün has been doing this and flying under the radar about it for entirely too long. I still won't forget the way he acted during the first round of last year's playoffs. Coming after Pat Spencer, but then any aggression from Pat Spencer, it was like, ah! And people in the Warriors Reddit seem to agree with this, saying that if you watch that series, Şengün flopped on every single drive, every single one of them. And if you watch him on a nightly basis, you see this. You can't ignore it if you are genuinely watching Rockets games.
I kind of love it because that's a compliment.
Okay,
that's a compliment.
That is because as he was mentioning that, although don't talk to me about Warriors Reddit. I don't need to hear about them people.
Where'd Draymond play?
Right. Yeah. But I've heard, as he was saying, I was like, oh yeah, I've had friends actually that are not Rockets fans, not in the area at all, talk to me and be like, hey man, this Alperen Şengün thing, for real? And I'm like, what you mean? And it doesn't click to me because he's our guy. He's here. And so it made me think about it. Like, how do you deal with this? Do you have any issues? Does it pop up as all? Because I do want to watch guys that play the game, quote unquote, the right way. But at the same time, when that guy's your guy, or when those guys are your guys, how do you then deal with it? How you handle it?
You put the blinders on. That's called being a fan.
Yeah, that's kind of like a Warriors fan. They ain't gonna have no issues with what Draymond Green do unless it affects the team.
How about here, man? How about Patrick Beverly?
That was one of the ones that came to mind very quickly.
The first thing that came to my mind was James Harden. The way he be drawing no fouls.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, no, I used to be so irritated with that, man. Just like, man. And then the other thing I think about is SGA. How they call him, the free throw merchant.
Yep.
And I was getting a little irritated the way he was just drawing foul. I'm like, man, this dude ain't even trying to shoot the ball.
No.
He trying to draw a foul.
And then throws it up all,
Yeah, I'm just like, man, that kind of made me not really care for him.
It's funny because when you asked the question, I was kind of going in two directions. The first one is that. Like, just a guy that kind of gets under your skin, but you still cheer for him if he's on your team.
Yeah, but I still always, with Pat Beverly, when I think of them
here,
right. I also remember the fact that Russell Westbrook, who ultimately obviously played for the Rockets at one point, but Russell Westbrook hadn't missed a game in his career up until Patrick Beverly went, and he was just playing way too hard and hurts that man's knee. I think, was it in the playoffs versus Oklahoma City? And I'm like, that's something I absolutely despise.
Yeah.
But he's on my team, and I tend to root for the dudes on my team.
Right. So that's one direction. The other one is like actual bad dudes, off their court or field or whatever, that you still kind of ignore that. Those are
the ones that I think I have just an impossible time. I can't get to that.
I was racking my brain. I really, truly don't really fall in line with just bad people.
Yeah,
except for one.
Bring it to the table.
Who is it?
Because none of us are without our little what's the right word?
Yeah. And it wasn't local, but Mike Tyson.
Oh, Tyson is a good answer.
Mike Tyson, I was always like, that is a horrible human being in so many ways. I just cheer for him every time.
Yeah, the one I think about, and to me, I felt like this played a big part of him kind of changing his life and all that stuff. Lopez probably wouldn't care for him, but Mike Vick, just seeing how he served his time. He did a bad thing. He served his time. He got with Christ. He kind of changed his image a lot. And so right now, I kind of root for him a little bit.
I changed my mind on him. My whole thing was I hated it. I wanted him to go.
He did a bad thing.
I wanted him to go up the river. I was glad he did. But once he did his time, I said it on these airwaves. I said, you know what? And he started.
Some people still can't get over that, no matter what.
And I'm interested in those people to some degree. I'm never going to be the person who tells you what you need to do in that moment. But I do think that if there's anything in the American ethos, is the idea of rehabilitation, whether or not we are good at actually doing that. That dude, if you talk about rehabilitation, he became one of the biggest
he should be the face for
the ASPCA. He became a champion of animal rights in a way. So I'm like,
right. I legitimately, not like I'm his biggest fan and you forget everything, but I got no problem with where he is right now.
And so I think that actually brings us back to any of these with some of this is especially with, I need to see a level of repentance or in a weird way, I need you to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're going to be the person that is really playing on the border of the rules and you're going to be a little bit of a jerk, I need you to embody that and own it. Right? Pat Bev, one thing I can say, he owns the mess out of it. It's one of the reasons why I don't respect Draymond Green. Because he wants to play it both ways. He'll try and own it, but then sometimes he'll
play the victim.
Put his hands up.
Oh, man, no.
Nah.
That's good defense.
And so I'm seeing a lot of people here, right? Someone from the 832. I'm a diehard Rockets fan, and I hate it. Because I actually think about this. Obviously, I was up in Dallas. I'll put a dollar in the bucket if I need to. Dealing with Luka Doncic in the height of him being a young star, but constantly crying and complaining for fouls. It's awful to watch, man. Because you're not only are you doing this and trying to work the perimeter of the rules or whatever, also you're hurting your team. Anyone is anywhere near that, and I think
we're
that's
getting a lot of Rockets
up
fans that are saying, it irritates them.
Okay,
yeah,
that's what I was interested in.
832 Şengün is annoying to watch.
All right, and then this is another player that I thought of because we stayed with the Rockets side of this. Hello, Houston Astros, right? How did you handle this? And was this just because it became an attack on the Astros, you went into defensive mode and didn't even bother about it? But from the 832, would Aziz be the one?
I'm glad you brought that one up. I saw that, and I think he's the example of on your team, y'all are crazy. I guarantee you, every other team in the division especially think he is just a dirty player.
But what's funny
guarantee.
And I think it's not only because of the actual play or the way he plays, but I think he kind of leaned into it on social media too, tweeting the Joker picture and all that stuff. I think that kind of made everybody
yeah. No, I think he's the prototype.
But what's funny is the thing for me about Aziz is not because he's on this team. It's because we've seen who he actually is.
Yeah.
We've seen
but we've seen who he is on the field too.
Yeah. And that's fair. That's such a hard dichotomy to try and pull together because there are times where I go, damn it, Aziz, what the hell are you doing, man?
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right? Come on, man. I get it. I will defend you to a certain point, but when it gets out here, and maybe that's the answer, right? We'll defend you when it gets to a certain point, but when it gets egregious, it's a problem. And I think that might be the way that I might handle this Şengün thing.
I think that's the issue when you keep seeing it. Then it felt the way, kind of going back to the Rockets.
Yeah.
Eric Gordon. Whenever he get called for a foul, he always has his palms up.
What'd I do?
No, that was so irritating. It made me not like him.
Yeah.
Because every time he get called for a foul, his palms up.
It was nothing.
He always got his palms up, man. I don't know if he playing now, but he probably still got his palms up.
Yeah, so I and from the 832, maybe this is a dynamic I didn't consider. Şengün versus Wemby and Giannis is personal because of Eurobasket. Interesting. Had not considered that angle of it. Maybe that factors in, but you know what? And I'll leave this as my final word on this. Another thing I think that also factors in with Pat Bev, it's like, oh yeah, this is how you had to stay in the league because you was in Russia.
That's the only way.
Alper, you too good for this, big dog. Like that might be it. Like you too good to be out here acting like this. That might be why people are mad at Shea. Is like, hey man, you got MVP talent. Why are you in here doing this? This is beneath you.
Or your ass is probably the MVP because all them damn free throws and racking up points.
That too. Yeah.
So I'm just continue. Let me know how you feel and how you deal with an unethical player and rooting for him. Because interestingly enough, that's kind of something that I did not realize. Honestly, like it almost moved the blinders for me because I had not really looked at Alperen in that light, and now I'm trying to deal with it.
Damn, I'm probably going to be looking at him a little different now.
Well, you have an opportunity because they're playing tonight. We'll talk about that, and the college football playoff rankings have come out. We'll talk about all of that and what's popping, and we'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Ready? The Texans. entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on this Wednesday. And once more, worth remembering, Defensive Player of the Week in the AFC is Danielle Hunter, 3.5 sacks. And really the biggest ones were in that fourth quarter, helping the Texans pull off a big-time comeback after being down 19 to ultimately win 36-29.
And we were talking a little bit during the break, or the previous break, like who else had a good game? I mean, I know there were some, but who was even in contention?
Oh, in the AFC?
In the NFC.
Good thing Myles Garrett ain't had no 5 sacks because that would have got overshadowed.
I feel like that, especially in the weekend that was the slate of games, that one was just such a what just happened type game that I think it would have garnered the attention of the NFL regardless. Some other things that are popping is, as we mentioned, the Rockets. You have an opportunity to see just how much Alperen Sengun and his antics annoy you. Because
want to be annoyed? Go to the Rockets game.
Actually, I don't even know if you will, because they are playing against an admittedly more professional basketball team than they have been in recent history, but a 1-10 Washington Wizards team, 7 p.m. at Toyota Center.
That doesn't sound like more.
But that's the thing. It's like you watch it and it looks like a more serious operation. CJ McCollum up there, running point and everything. They got some nice players there, yet and still. 1-10.
And you got the return of one Cam Whitmore.
There you go. That is one of the big storylines.
He about to put up 40 tonight, yo.
I don't know if he'll get that much burn. He did have this, I think maybe this weekend, was it? Or maybe it was even Monday night. He had a really nice drive down the baseline dunk. And I was like, that looks really cool.
That good. He's good for that.
I've seen that before, though, right? Like, now tell me if do I make this drive into a contested dunk? Or do I pass this basketball?
Right.
Which one does he do then?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. I think the thing that's interesting there. I will want to see him again because Cam Whitmore was a very intriguing prospect, and he does have the ability to give you those highlight plays. So I want to see that. But also, worth remembering, City Edition jerseys are on display, and the return of Dunk-Strot. That's happening tonight as well at Toyota Center.
I want to like them, but I just can't.
The City Edition jerseys?
No, the Dunk-Strot.
That known.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant was saying that he thought the City Edition jerseys were the best ones in the league.
It's kind of like the Texans. Their gear in some instances is better than the actual uniform. I think the gear is really good. The T-shirts and the hats and stuff is really good.
Yeah, because I think with the Texans, a lot of people wasn't really a fan of the alternate, the new one with the H on the side of him and all that.
The gear is sweet.
But the gear, because I think a lot of people expected to have more H-Town blue.
Yeah.
But I'm like, nah, they gonna go out with the gear though.
Yeah, and it is a lot of H-Town blue on that. Same thing with the Rockets.
Yeah, I will say though, Kevin Durant, you ain't got a lot to kick it. We love you, man.
Yeah, I thought about that. I'm like, okay, he just pandering a little bit.
You don't have a lot to kick it, man. We rock.
I respect it.
Here.
I respect it.
Hey, keep knocking down these middies, man. Keep just putting buckets in people's eyes. I appreciate that. You don't got a lot of me. Maybe you got a lot of some of these people. Me, we good, dog. Yeah. You don't got a lot of me.
This is me you're talking
to. Exactly. You don't got to do that, big dog. Some other things that are popping. How did you feel about this when it came to Manager of the Year voting? Joe Espada finished 6th in AL Manager of the Year voting. We were talking, that ended up being a talking point a number of times for us this season because of the managerial injuries.
You have the whole list in front of you?
Let me pull it back up for you. But yeah, that he ended up 6th. I think it was Stephen Vogt who ultimately won
the top two.
Back to back. In fact,
I say you won it twice in a row.
Yes, back to back. Which he's done a great job with the Guardians there.
Yeah, and Schneider was second, I believe. So I had no problem with the top two, but I was like 6
or 2. Let's be honest.
Who was ahead of that?
That's what I want to know because I can't remember off the top of my head.
Give me a moment and I'll see if I can.
Or at least who was ahead that didn't make the playoffs?
Well,
I'm just kind of curious who was ahead of him that didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, I felt the top two were layups, but beyond that, I thought he should have probably been higher. Here I've got it. No, I don't have it right here.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I looked up and I was like, hey, the actual answer that I thought I had, not there in the way that I wanted. But
here we go. Stephen Vogt, John Schneider, those two I'm good with. Dan Wilson, Mariners, okay.
They finally did the thing that you thought they were going to do for a number of years. I understand why he got that level. Obviously, the actual playoff performance, I don't know how much that will factor in.
Not supposed to, but
it was a good year for him, though.
It was very much a good year.
So, okay, Alex Cora, Red Sox was next, and then A.J. Hinch. So
I can't be too mad at most of that.
The AJ Hinch thing, I felt like he had a collapse though.
Yeah, they did too.
Because that was in the regular season.
Yeah. Actually, great point. You know what? Because they had already had their
should have jumped him.
They had all their flash.
We ain't talking about the playoffs or nothing. We talking about the regular season. He had a historic collapse.
Mm-hmm. He sure did. That's a great point. Then they had already had their flash season last year, so it's not like, oh well, the expectations weren't there. No, they were building a little bit.
He got. I mean that season. I mean that collapse is gonna get overlooked because they beat the Guardians in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. But no, that was a fireable offense.
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like that's nasty business. All right. Somebody said Wizards equal cheap ticket price. That's right.
Here you go again. Back to the 10-20 discussion.
Well, speaking of seeing sports for the low, I'm bringing this up for no particular reason. I'm not looking at anybody in this studio here, but in the midst of the YouTube TV and Disney battle that's happening there for carriage of the properties that show a majority of or a lot of sports for sports fans. I kind of feel like Amazon is dirty pool for doing this right now. Apparently, they're stepping up their attempts to block illegal sports streaming via Fire Sticks. I saw this. This is via The Athletic.
You can do that?
They're rolling out a tougher approach to trying to combat this. And the move is outlined in a new documentary episode of the Athletic FC podcast, which is a soccer podcast that the Athletic does. But apparently, there's just a growing piracy market, and we know that just generally, but it's showing up even more. And this is more internationally what we're talking about. Folks watching international soccer in various different leagues all over the world via, illicit means using, jailbroken Fire Sticks.
So like pirated apps on like Fire Stick.
Yeah, it looks like Amazon, they launched a new Fire Stick TV or Fire TV stick last month. And they're trying to, go about,
so people actually
combating this piracy.
People actually do that.
Man, I'm shocked. Man.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Amazon ain't do this a long time ago.
I hope they.
That is the thing that I am surprised about. Yeah. That this is a known thing that's
it's been going on for 10+ years.
They need to get every single one of those people in.
Oh, I'll start there, huh?
Yeah, every one of them.
That's right. Okay, I feel you. The thing that I find interesting about this is the question that I have, and I haven't really gotten a great answer to it. When it comes to, and maybe they wouldn't give us this because maybe that would alert more pirates of how to do this. But how do you actually manage this?
No, I did see the story. I was just kidding around. I think this is going to be really difficult, like really, really difficult for them to do because. And by the way, they're kind of hurting themselves a lot too, because how many Fire Sticks are sold, and are people just going to? Is that number going to go down? And for legitimate, apps that you load on your Fire Stick.
I honestly think they gonna try to fix. That's anything in the world when you try to fix the loophole.
Yeah,
somebody gonna find another way to get around
that too.
So I think it's gonna stop it for the moment. But these guys out here are good, man. they come up with any type of way to get around that loophole.
Yeah,
and I don't think it ain't gonna stop. It's a Band-Aid.
And I also think this is a message, man. If it's that big a problem, I get it. They shouldn't be doing that. Whatever, but. They're doing it. Why? Because these apps are way out of control. Like the prices people are paying, the number.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, it's the prices
way out of control.
Yeah, because I think if all of this stuff was really affordable and easy to kind of navigate, I don't think people would be trying to do all of this.
I agree.
But that's where all the money comes from. Like that's the thing is like all of the money in these leagues continues to come from the and those keep going up because of the value. You raise the value, or you have those rights so that you raise the value on your services, and ultimately people that get squeezed are the fans, and they turn to piracy. And this is, I think you're right, Fig. Like ultimately, you're always going to be behind. The law is going to be behind the cheaters, and whatever the circumstance is. I'll be interested to see if they can close the gap here at all. I don't believe in them here. I just thought that it was an interesting thing that was happening. And then finally, I want to bring you back to the college football playoff rankings, which were dropped yesterday in Grapevine. And can I admit, that what's my guy's name? The commissioner or the
Mac
head?
Rhodes.
Yeah, Mac Rhodes. I am sick of listening to him talk.
He
is the AD at Baylor.
Sick of him.
He's the AD at Baylor, but he's also the chair of the
former
college
AD
football
at U of
committee.
H.
That's right.
Yeah.
I had forgotten about that.
Yeah.
When he gets up here and tries to get the answers, he doesn't sound like he's convinced of these answers.
He talks out of both sides. I'm like, okay, just say this is where we landed, fellas. It was hard. It was close.
And look,
we just decided what the hell, we'll put this team 6th and this team 8th because Texas Tech jumped Oregon and Ole Miss, and I think very well deserved. Why don't you just say, I think very well deserved? Don't give us all this analytics gobbledygook.
I think they have to,
but you can interpret it so many different ways.
And that's the thing is this is why. And sorry, I'm getting on my soapbox.
Yeah.
I apologize. I know what it sounds like. This is why I kind of hate that we do these rankings all the way through. I understand it's for the TV show. You do the rankings, and then in order to make sure that the rankings go over, you then have to explain your justification. Except clearly, your justifications are all over the place, right?
Why can't you do what we do? I think Texas Tech, that's just they are.
Well, that's not going to play, right? Like, why can't they do it? Because I'm going to be on the other side being like, that is preposterous. What are you talking about?
But if there's 12 people that come to that conclusion, I would buy it a little more freely than, their defensive metric against, he said this about A&M. Their defense was good, but they were playing a third-string quarterback. Hell, they were playing a backup quarterback at
Penn State, Indiana,
State
where they barely clawed their way out of that.
Yeah.
Yes. And this is the thing. It all boils down to barbershop talk, man. We are all going to be just having this debate, which is why I don't think that we should do it. And this is why they absolutely do it every time, is that it's gonna get the people going. Mm-hmm. It is going to get the people going. Ultimately, though, Texas Tech, like you mentioned, jumped Oregon. Oregon also got a little bit of a respect off of winning that game at Iowa. The top remains the same with Ohio State at 1, Indiana at 2, A&M still sitting at 3, Bama, Georgia, and then that's where Tech jumps up. I think Tech was there, right?
No, Tech jumped.
Tech did jump, yeah.
Tech
so you have Ole Miss.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
you're right,
I think they should have.
And then Texas slid into the top 10 as well. But there's some of these teams that you've got your challenges ahead of you. Texas still has a couple of big matchups there happening. And I think the real interesting thing is that we are very much living in the end game.
This is going to be fun.
Where the ACC very easily can end up in a circumstance where they're left out of this. Because
Miami might get in and not play in the title game.
It's possible, but
that would be the only one.
The thing is, if you have, there's a possibility where Duke wins the ACC with 4-5 conference champions, not necessarily top Power 4.
But what I'm saying, there might not be a conference champion in the ACC that makes it per se.
That's what I'm saying, is that you can end up with, Big 12 champion. You can end up with SEC Big 10 champion. You could get American, because you have a possibility of like a 2-loss Tulane getting in there. It could get real dicey in the way that this goes. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch in the way that it's coming down. But, again, it's all nonsense. None of it matters. That's why I bring it to you. All right, that's what's popping here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it feels like the Texans might possibly have fixed a few things with this offense on Sunday, at the very least for a quarter. Which one is most likely to be sustainable? 713-572-4610. We'll go through them and we'll decide next.
Yep. How about D&M and
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Big Voice Man. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Figs right here. And you guys getting involved with the program. On the text line, 713-572-4610. And on the Mulcairn Injury Lawyers live streams, both the YouTube page and the Twitch chat. Remember, you can take us wherever you go. You can get to us however you choose. There's all sorts of apps. Obviously, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn app. There's obviously terrestrial, both on 610 AM and then also 100.3 HD2.
Yep.
There we go. I always make sure I slow down through that one like it's a school zone because I'm like,
sure.
Yeah, I'm like, let me make sure I don't hit the curb or nothing on
all
this
right,
one.
I'm going 22. That's good.
Exactly, right? So, but there's a lot.
I'm a KILT HD2 for everybody out there with that new radio, one of them new rides. Hit that HD2, boy.
Exactly. So there's a lot of different ways to listen to us.
Clint, you're the best.
100%. That might be the best pitch man that exists. Oh, I was meaning to mention this in What's Poppin'. I'm just going to do it real quick. Cougs basketball playing again today, seeing if they can stay undefeated. I will promise you that they will. Promise you. If they do,
you ain't gonna put your house on it though.
I don't have a house. Look at you thinking that I own things. That's cute. But yeah, they're playing a team that they should absolutely dispatch tonight. So.
Duke.
They are not playing Duke. They are not playing the Boots.
I'm always nervous when people do that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is a 100% lock.
100%.
Oh, my goodness.
If they lose this basketball game, we going to have a conversation tomorrow. Hey, brother.
Okay, show.
I'd rather dye my hair than do that.
I can't get over the show did that one.
He said if he lose to Patrick Creighton in the race, he would quit.
That was so mean. It was so unnecessary, too.
By the way, I saw Patrick Creighton in the bathroom. I think he's losing.
Where are you going here?
I think he's losing some LBs.
Oh, brother. I was like, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm glad that landed the way that it did.
Hey, can we send a special thoughts and prayers to Patrick Creighton?
For what?
Oh, no.
He lost his Twitter, man. He's actually gotten it back.
They got him.
He got it back.
He's gotten it back since.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah,
same account or did he?
Same account.
Okay.
Yeah, man. But keep you if you are on social media, you might
don't click the link, man.
Don't click the link. Keep your login on.
Ain't nobody working with Spotify to co-host anything. Don't click that link.
That's right.
All right. Let's go back to the Sunday that was for your Houston Texans, especially on offense. We know the defense balled out of control. But the offense, they did a little bit of complimentary, starting late in the third. Well, not starting necessarily, but really accentuated late in the third quarter. They went on that run, and they had 26 fourth-quarter points. Obviously, offense itself had 20 fourth-quarter points in order to go and get that comeback victory. And in doing that, it felt like there were some things that got either fixed or it looked resolved, at least looked resolved on the day. How much of that or which of those things feel the most sustainable, John Lewis?
All right, so let me go through them.
Okay, let's do it.
You may not. I mean, I think these were all improvements on the offense. I'm going to go through 6 elements of the Texans' offense against the Jaguars.
Okay.
For your bonus points.
Sure. I love bonus points.
Which one of these?
I needed those to pass some classes.
Extra credit. Which one of these is most likely to be sustainable moving forward? Which one is least likely to be sustainable?
Very good. Forward? Okay. Like it.
I think they were better in these 6 areas. Offensive line.
Very much so. That definitely showed up in this game, if for no other reason than I vividly remember seeing one of those possessions. I think it was late third quarter, very, very late third quarter, early fourth quarter. Where
they were moving.
Oh,
yeah.
There are situations where yards before contact just is a money machine of sorts, where you're looking at Woody Marks and you're like, damn, he ain't never seen push like this in his short career as a Texan.
Nobody touched me. Red zone.
100%.
I think there were 3 out of 4, right? Right. Woody Marks in the running back rotation.
Okay. So obviously him being the lead back and then really getting a lion's share of the snaps in this game. Okay.
Dalton Schultz as a weapon. I mean, I think we've all said, kind of hinted around like he's having a pretty good year. He was a weapon.
Capital W weapon, downfield attacking, big play in the end zone on the back line. Yeah. Okay.
Nico,
just Nico. Period.
Nico, you know what? You know the rest.
100. What was it? 170 yards, something like that.
46. Something. I don't know what it was.
A lot of them.
But you know the rest. Nico,
just a big number.
And the last one, I think that they showed some definite improvement. Young receivers.
Okay.
I think Higgins and Noel combined for 9 catches, maybe 10, if I'm remembering that correctly. So, of those things on the offense, because we've qualified it, we qualified it Monday a little bit. You know, it is the Jaguars.
I'm a qualifying fool, baby. It's all sorts of qualifiers.
It was the Jaguar. Which one of those is most sustainable?
And by the way, Noel and Higgins combined for 77 yards in this game.
How many catches?
9 catches, 77 yards between them. And, of course, the touchdown for Jaden Higgins on that left side of the field. This is really interesting. I think the one that should be the easiest to sustain is the running back rotation. I think that is the one that should be.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes, I am. Because it does feel like this has been the one where this and another one I think has also been the ones where they've trended the most towards this direction.
Yeah,
and
in previous games.
The one where they've had, well, I was about to say that they've had the least step backs on. And this is probably the one that makes some of the most sense here in that I think they saw very clear evidence of it. We heard DeMeco even mention it in, I think it was Monday's availability, where he talked about Nick Chubb looked explosive with the snaps that he got.
Yeah.
It feels like very much they've been leaning towards this. They have confirmation of this. Woody Marks running the football, especially when he gets some blocks, looks better when he has more opportunities. He's solid in pass protection when you need him to. And then Chubb looked like a better version of himself, being more of the second back. Now, I don't know if the split remains that drastic as it was in this game, but I do think that they are settling very comfortably into the idea that Woody Marks is the number one back.
I kind of raised an eyebrow there and when you did Woody Marks, because I'm not sure.
Buddy, I'm not sure about much when it comes to decisions on this team.
I'm not sure the way they make decisions. We were perplexed by the decision, a lot of decisions to start this game.
What up, City So?
I'm not sure. But I think he's probably 1A. I think he is up there. I think they are going to lean more heavily toward Woody Marks. One for me is.
Can I press pause?
Yeah.
When we do that, why do we say 1A as if 1A isn't the one that you put on top? Right? If you're subdividing this,
no, 1A is the second one.
If you're subdividing one, it'd be 1A, 1B, 1C.
All depends on how you interpret it. I interpret it.
Continue, because we're just going to have a fight about something.
It seems like 1A would be the top choice.
That's what he said.
Over 1.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. I appreciate your sensibility in this moment.
I'm the last person to be the guy on this.
He just did that hand gesture like he was in a barbershop. Thank you.
That's exactly what all this is now. We've just devolved into barbershop talk. He did whoop Joe Lewis's ass.
He did whip his ass. But to me, one is Dalton Schultz. I think Dalton Schultz is a weapon for this offense. I think they can rely on him. He's been making consistent plays, and now he took it a step higher this last weekend. I think it's those two things. Which one is least sustainable?
The offensive line feels like one that is the case, because I think we're just talking about performance, but we don't even have to go that far. Do you know who your best 5 are?
Exactly.
Are you certain that they know who their best 5 are? Yes. If you give an answer yes, your why, right, your explanation, we only have to give you a couple of sheets of loose leaf paper for you to write that out. Do the kids even do that on loose leaf anymore? I just thought about that.
I don't know.
When they have to answer that, do they have any written questions? Is this all multiple choice? Sorry. Right. Anyways, I don't really have a good answer, because they came out and the way that they started that game felt like they didn't have good answers. And I understand that, you had Titus out, but the way that they started that game felt like they did not have answers.
Right.
And the one thing, I can give you one particular move, and it's not City So at the right guard. It's the idea that a position where they had been rotating 2 dudes that they felt 2 good dudes were capable of starting at, neither of them started in this game for no real reason at all. That's the thing that goes, we're in the Wild West just putting anything up here. So no, I don't know who you put out there. And then on top of that, the type of push that you got felt abnormal to the point where I'm looking over at the Jaguars like, what did y'all do?
Yeah. Well, see, I think offensive line, as much as we've criticized them and been confused by some of the decisions they're making, based on the guys coming back, presuming Ed Ingram comes back, and Titus Howard perhaps moving to guard with
assuming that I think today will be very interesting to see if those guys
will be taking the field in about 45 minutes.
If those guys are off of protocol or what have you. Now, to be fair, I want to make this note because this is happening. DeMeco is not speaking today as he normally will. I think that is because he is out of pocket. I believe if I remember correctly, he is attending some level of service or what have you for his fallen friend Ed Cochran, who had passed. Earl Cochran. Apologies. I think that is something that is they've switched around his at least availability today.
I think offensive line should be higher on the list of sustainable based on what we saw from Trent Brown and getting these other guys. Titus at left guard has never been a problem or not much of one. Ed Ingram has had a good year. But I'm with you. I think it's the one that I have the least confidence about because I don't know what they're thinking, when it comes to the offensive line.
Yeah, and I don't know what to expect either, man. That's something that's kind of inconsistent too. Like as good as Trent Brown played, I don't know if that's a week-to-week type of thing, if he can play on that level, because he ain't playing a long time. And that was his first game in a long time.
I might be, I don't know, might be making too much of this. The idea that he had to go get an X-ray after the game did not instill very much confidence that this is going to be a sustainable long-term possibility. I mean, I would love and he seems very much to be the type of dude that if there's a possibility, let me go. I just don't know what that ultimately means for the ultimate outcome. But when you say sustainable, I imagine you're talking about long term, even short term. It's a possibility because again, this is where I start looking at what the Titans are bringing you. And the one thing I look about is they do have a dominant force on the inside. Can they, with the guards that they have, continue to do this, especially if that Ingram
the game within the game? Obviously, I think we all expect the Texans to win this one and maybe relatively comfortably. But the game within the game, that's going to be a big test. Yeah, the inside. All right. You know what's funny, real quick?
Yes, please. Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to go because you have 3 receiver type guys in here when you talk about Dalton Schultz being the weapon, having the ability and they've gotten to him in some of those ways, right? We've seen Dalton have some of these opportunities to get vertical. At times, it shows up in a big way. At other times, it doesn't necessarily. The reason why I didn't immediately jump to Dalton Schultz as most likely is some of that was circumstance of the game where they had to attack downfield and they utilized him that way. I do wonder if they're not back to the wall moments, do they continue with some of these kind of stick routes where Dalton Schultz is kind of stuck in that 7-yard range where just catch the ball and let's move the sticks. And I wonder if he doesn't get pulled back to that place in those circumstances. Hopefully he doesn't. Nico Collins is one where I also wonder how much of that was the quarterback, right? As much as I'm not here for quarterback competition.
No, I get it, yeah.
Davis Mills, and again, circumstance where his back is against the wall. Davis Mills felt very comfortable. Very comfortable just chucking it up there, dog, as I like saying, right? Does that continue? Well, if Davis plays again, sure. If CJ has the opportunity there, does that continue? And then does that continue again if you're not in a back against the wall circumstance?
Yeah, and red zone to me is the next one at the bottom. Simply because that was spectacular. They went 3 or 4 in the red zone. I mean, you can't ask for a whole lot better than that, other than perfection. At the same time, there have been far too many, Nick Caley, what are you doing moments. Well, maybe he saw the light. Maybe there's some new ideas there.
And this is a undercurrent of what you were talking about here. Is you didn't mention Nick Caley and his game. I was going to say game plan, but I think play calling, especially down when you got to later instances. In the red zone, I was genuinely impressed by a couple of plays. One of those being the one where you have a little pin and pull and you get Ariante Ursery on the edge with a little bit of a kind of – you had – I can't even remember exactly how to describe the play, but there was deception in there. It was things that you had happening where I think it was a motion involved where you have – the defense flowing one direction and you take the ball the other way. It felt like to this point in the season you haven't had enough of those instances.
And that little reverse pitch.
Yes, where the game plan or the actual play on the field forces the defense into an uncomfortable circumstance. There's been a lot of times where you just ask your offense to go and win on a play, and the actual play called on the field doesn't create advantage. I saw some instances in this game, and I know Clint Stoerner did a great job of breaking down the X's and O's of this yesterday after watching tape, where you saw some advantages created. That's all I ever asked from my offense coordinator. You're gonna need your Jimmys and Joes to get out there and do it, but you got to create some advantages. Well, I saw more of that in this game.
Remember last week, one of my big frustrations was the Texans seem hell-bent on calling players not plays in the red zone and at the goal line, and they're just not good enough. this was plays, not players. This was
to some degree. I think
this was that little reverse pitch, the little throw. And by the way, the one play, and this is not a Davis Mills discussion, but the one play I think it's fair to say.
It's always kind of a Davis Mills discussion.
The one play I think it's fair to say, would CJ have done that? Is the touchdown to Dalton Schultz. But he looked, and then he just said, I'm going to throw it high and outside and see if Dalton going to go get it. Now, maybe, but I think it's fair to say maybe he would have chunked it or done something else.
The place in which I say that I don't think CJ would have in that moment, and look, you know me, I've been in a place where I'm not really hearing much of this Dalton did things CJ wouldn't have in that game. CJ has been so much more. You've seen the clock working on him. You've seen kind of the head whip around as he is looking through his progressions. Yeah. He feels a little more frantic in a way that Davis.
I got to get rid of it.
Davis didn't feel that. Now, sometimes the prior game when Davis had to jump in after the injury, I was wondering if Davis was too lethargic in his ability to read, and with obviously the opportunity and the benefit of the full week, it looked like it was just right in that right space. That's the thing that I hope that I continue to see CJ kind of mellow into, for lack of a better word, is finding that comfort to be like, oh, you can wait for this to actually come open. But, of course, that comes with, are you able to protect up? Yeah. I think that you should be able to do that against the Tennessee Titans team where maybe you might need to put a little bit more attention inward towards Jeffrey Simmons. But if you can do that, I'm not afraid of them creating real havoc up front in front of you. From the text line, most sustainable to least sustainable for them. Nico as a weapon, Dalton as a weapon, Woody Marks as lead back, red zone due to better play calling, offensive line at 5, and I guess they left the young guys just entirely off that. Maybe they're least believable there, which fair. They've bounced back and forth on using them, but we'll see. We'll see how this continues to go as we gear up. We continue to move towards the weekend where the Texans will go to Nashville and on season and get themselves to 500. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions as we typically do. Those are presented by the Men's Clinic, and you hear them next on Sports Radio 610.
Ready? The Texans are 2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I'm going to start it off today, and this one's tough because this is not that I typically try and come with sports takes or sports thoughts if I can. But this one's rough, man. And this one, I don't have to deal with this for a long time, and this almost makes it worse because I'm gonna have to think about it for a while. And I could be a terrible thinker. My confession is I don't know which one to go to. And you'll say, Reggie, what do you mean which one to go to? In a weird turn of circumstances, I went and checked my mail this weekend. And there's a lot of junk mail, as there typically is. There were technically three letters from friends.
Letters?
Well, I mean, just pieces of mail. One of them was a thank you note for a wedding that I went to.
Okay.
Two of them were, one was a wedding invitation. One was technically a save the date. They are a day apart. Now, a day apart, you go, that's not a problem. Go to both. I would love to. One of them is in Rome.
Take Rome.
You think so?
Yeah, take Rome.
The one that's stateside.
Good friend?
Both of them pretty good friends. The one that's stateside, I've known longer.
Take Rome.
Save
up. Take Rome.
Because why is that even a question?
Yeah.
Because
unless you don't know the other guy like that in Rome or don't really have that type of relationship.
Then go to the other friends. But like if he's a good friend and they're close.
Yeah.
And it's the perfect built-in excuse. Man, the day before, I already committed, even though you hadn't.
Hopefully
Rome.
they ain't listening.
How long in the future is it?
It's in late May. So no, he might be in Rome.
You can get a cheaper ticket now. Keep in mind, you're going to get at least a couple of meals. You know,
yes.
the couple
You think I'm going to go to Italy and not eat?
No, on their nickel.
You certain?
Friday night, Saturday.
Oh, okay.
You know, the rehearsal dinner. By the way, tradition says anybody who comes from out of town goes to the rehearsal dinner.
Yeah.
You know?
Everybody, it's a destination, right?
Well, yeah, everybody's going to have something Friday night, Saturday. Rome.
Now, because what's another time you're going to go to Rome unless you really want to go to Rome?
Great point. Like, I don't even have I need to get my passport together. I need to get my acting gear.
You got time.
Here's the thing that I really am thinking on. Mm-hmm. I've been out here looking. Can I possibly go to both?
Oh, God, no.
Nah, man, don't do that, man.
You're killing yourself.
Wait, which one is first? The one in the States?
The one in Rome.
Oh, the one, you can't do that.
You don't think so?
Nah.
Like, I'm thinking I can go.
Don't cheat yourself.
I can go to the wedding.
Rome,
if I get an early flight on Saturday, I can get back stateside for the evening.
Man. Do not do that,
wedding.
man.
I will punch you in the arm if you do that.
Dude,
you might have to punch me in the arm.
Yeah, don't do that. Unless everything, all the festivities is over.
Yeah.
And then you to the point you got to come back as soon as possible or something like that. Nah, man,
And where is the other wedding?
The other one is in Texas.
Where?
I believe it's San Antonio.
Come on, man.
Wow, Mr. San Antonio's like, nah, man. Don't even bother going out there.
You can drive to San Antonio this weekend. It's a road game. Go get your San Antonio fix.
Yeah.
Go get me some Chick-fil-A chicken and waffles and get my.
Oh, that's right.
Get my fix.
Well, you got to wait till December 1st for that.
Okay. Well, there you go. But yes, I am entirely honestly trying to debate: do I go to San Antonio or do I go to Rome? Genuinely,
you have a problem.
That is crazy.
You have a problem.
I love my people. I love my people.
I do too. You have a problem.
These are my confessions.
Shout out to Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, I love them boys.
Just because in general, but they were talking today, asking each other the question of, what do you think you could be best
at smuggling? I was thinking about this for them, and I don't really have a great answer for them. I feel like something that it's like obviously not like drugs for them, but I think something that like knockoff counterfeit items. I think they could do.
Yeah,
like I think that they'd be great about that.
It got me thinking, though. It did get me thinking, and I told you this when we were listening to the segment. I've smuggled. I've smuggled.
What are you doing right now?
And not only have I smuggled, I was the mule for my parents, basically. All my parents, wonderful people, God-fearing people, absolute saints. You can't say a bad word of wonderful childhood, all that stuff. But my people will be able to relate to this. And by my people, you know who I'm talking about. We used to drive to Monterrey, Mexico 3-4 times every summer.
Went to go get the cheese, right?
To go see some family. My mom's family would get the cheese.
It's a terrible joke. Don't even laugh at it. It's so bad.
From my mother's family, had a lot of in Monterey area and all that. So we used to drive all the time. And coming back, my dad would stop and get 4 or 5 bottles of Bacardi, some Oso Negro, which is
Black Bear.
Which was the I think it was also rum, maybe it was something else. It might have been a tequila. Anyway, and then my mom would go to the pharmacy in Mexico where you can just buy drugs, prescription type drugs.
Oh, okay. I'm like, dude, you keep dancing around this right now. Say what you're trying to say, or don't.
She would get some antibiotics, and some other pain medications that are normally, you have to have a prescription for here because we're poor, and so my dad would get cheap liquor and my mom would get medicine so we didn't have to go to the doctor. And every trip, we had a station wagon. The 2 youngest kids, me and my sister, would sit in the very back seat on top of a pile of liquor and drugs.
Which is honestly the best way to roll.
Yeah. And we'd roll through the border and you got anything? Nope. Okay, let's go. So I have, in fact, smuggled.
Man.
Yeah, I was like 7 years old, too. Have you ever smuggled?
No, officer. I've never smuggled. What are you doing?
Yeah, I would never do anything like that.
You're lying.
What kind of question is that? That is insane. Have you ever smuggled straight up is an insane question to ask.
These are my confession. This actually a sports confession because I ain't want to rain on a parade or anything like that. Mm-hmm. But Sunday win against the Jags, which I'm not taking credit away from the Texans at all because that was a badass win. I loved it. I loved every bit of it. Plus it's the Jags and all that stuff. So I'm not taking away from anybody with this win. But I gotta confess, I feel like this was more about the Jags losing than the Texans coming back to win this game, man.
You think they were that bad?
Yeah. I think this bad was. I feel like this Texans win was kind of, in a weird way, house money because they had a whole bunch of injuries and C.J. Stroud wasn't playing. It was a backup quarterback. They were down by a lot, ended up coming back to win. So I felt like this was more about the Jazz just throwing up and just wetting themselves in this one. And
throwing up and wetting themselves.
Yeah.
That's a bad night, man.
Yeah. No, it was a real bad night.
They did it all.
They did. It came out of all ends.
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
They went to Chipotle.
Yeah, food poisoning.
Well, there goes that sponsorship opportunity.
Yeah, so I think, to me, I ain't want to say this on a Monday because it was such a good win, and I think the Texans needed this win. I think they fought hard and deserved that win. But I think this was the story is more about the Jags just wetting themselves.
I'm with you to a large degree. I think the story still is large. We don't act like the Texans just rested that away in all straight. Like there was a lot of responsibility.
I'm not taking anything away from the Texans. I'm not.
They did the job.
No, they did what they. Yeah, no. That to me, that was a hard fought win. I felt like DeMeco Ryans got a lot in this too. But the Jags, man, I just don't want to overlook the Jags just wetting themselves like that, man. That was embarrassing. You should be embarrassed if you was a Jazz fan.
I actually don't have a problem with your confession. I think a lot of people.
I just didn't want to say it on a Monday after,
I respect it, man. You didn't want to rain on nobody's parade. But the fact of the matter is that, and I've tried to say it without saying it or say it at least in the kindest terms I can. Like, I do look over at the Jags and be like, damn.
Yeah,
that's how y'all living for real.
That was a backup quarterback, man, and I know a lot of people got some respect for Davis Mills, but man, that was a bad loss after being up in the fourth quarter like that. That was bad, man.
And it was a bad quarterback having a really bad day, at least in the second half.
I mean, it'd be embarrassing if it was C.J. Stroud that made that comeback too, but at least I would understand that, like, okay, that's C.J. Stroud, right? You know, heart of a warrior type deal. But y'all blew a lead to a backup quarterback like that have probably one of the iffy offenses in the league right now. That's bad.
Yep. Yeah, I think I feel you there. I feel like I have to confess that I think that we've built quite a relationship with our audience because y'all out here confessing. Goodness gracious, man. Is that easy? I thought, wow. Just letting us know.
I'm like some of y'all on them body cam videos I'll be seeing on
TikTok. I appreciate it. I appreciate that y'all trust us to this degree.
Dude, we're talking like real smuggling on the text. More like real, like
I ain't no snitch. That's one thing I can pride myself on.
I was just a 7-year-old kid sitting on a pile of liquor and drugs.
Who amongst us, what was going on? Who amongst us did not end up in that particular situation? There you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Really heavy on the confession today in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here. Right now, I think we got to do something because it's a Wednesday. We typically, in the 12 o'clock hour on a Wednesday, give away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops. Let's do that now. Call number 5. Be quick with it. Call number 5 to 713-572-4610. We'll win that $50 gift card and be entered for a chance to win a brand new grill from Texas Star Grill Shop. And you know what? The OG will throw in a case of OG sauce for you.
You're dang right.
So that all that meat will come out tasting delicious. Again, caller number 5 right now to 713-572-4610. Coming up next, another thing that we do on a Wednesday, let's do a little Judge John Lopez, a particular style of, is this answer viable? Did this fix the problem at hand? That is the theme, and we'll do that next.
All right.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hear ye, hear ye. I like saying this. The court of the honorable me is now in session. All right, we got a couple cases for you guys today. Wig is in place. Feeling pretty good about it.
Oh, I keep forgetting. I need to get you a robe because we got to go. You can't half step it. Big Daddy Kane said ain't no half stepping.
Jesse posted a video of this on her social media.
It's
last
crazy.
week.
We've been doing this for a few people that work here. They still walk by the window like
They're like, what in the world is going on?
You know, the funny thing is, if I was walking past and saw this, I don't know if I would have that type of reaction. I'd be
just
like,
radio.
oh, it's a judge wig.
Well, you know what the issue is? They're not used to the sports station being the ones that are doing weird stuff. If it's like over there at Mega or Mix or something, they're like, or even the Bull, it's like, oh, okay, they're doing some bit. Like, they're like, you guys are real serious about sports. What's happening with this wig that's happening?
we are.
We might be the funnest show.
I don't know. Those tambourines and rattles over at Mega, they like to use those.
Anyways, now we're real inside baseball now.
The first case for you guys that we're going to litigate today is limiting, if you didn't see it, MLB sports books are going to limit prop bets in reaction to Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz being indicted on several charges that tied them to allegedly rigging pitches thrown during MLB games in prop bets. All right? So the case before us today is limiting player props a viable answer to gambling and gambling scandals in sports, particularly Major League Baseball. Who is taking the side of it is a viable answer?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel Figueroa?
Yes. So, Your Honor, I think gambling in sports is always going to be a little tricky no matter what it is. But specifically with this in baseball, I think it's really tricky that you can make a bet on or the first pitch is going to be a strike or a swinger is going to swing first, that type of deal. I think at that point, players could get a little personal by getting in on themselves because they can just go up there and throw a ball in the dirt and then win a bunch of money. I think that's when it becomes tricky. It might not affect the outcome of the game, but I think that's where it get a little tricky because you could just go up there and just throw whatever pitch and cause it could cause a lot of money in play. So I think this is the right call. Obviously, it won't change everything. It won't fix gambling in sports and all that stuff. But I always thought in baseball, it could be real tricky just on just little courts and things players do on the field when it comes to prop bets and stuff like that. So I think right now for this situation, they can fix it, but it won't fix the overall gambling situation in sports. But I think right now, I think that's the right call to do when it comes to prop bets.
All right. Counsel Atatula?
I think that, Figgy, you started to get to where I want to start from. I'll take you back to us talking about Amazon trying to cut down on the piracy that people were doing.
You're on irrelevance. You're on irrelevance.
Allow him to finish.
I think that the same way that, the cheaters are always going to be ahead of the law of some sorts, I think that the big thing to remember here, organized crimes ties in both of these circumstances, whether it's the poker things that are happening, Operation Royal Flush, whatever they're calling it up there with the basketball, or this one where you have what is kind of like a Dominican ring of organized crime. The big thing here is that these players, they've been gotten to. Right? That these different organized crime circumstances can get to these players and have them do their will. So whether it's player props or shaving points or ultimately even dictating the way that games play out. I think it's that association that is an issue here. And while I am intrigued in the possibility of whether player props will tamp some of that down, maybe lower the gateway of sorts to some of these, the idea that there's already those connections between players in there and forces that are going to want to act nefariously, that's a rot that's going to exist somewhere. It's going to pop up somewhere in this instance, it's pitches.
I think it's a deterrent based on what you said, Figgy, and that carries a lot of weight. But the question here is limiting player props a viable answer to these gambling scandals. I don't think there is a viable answer to gambling scandals. There have been gambling scandals in every realm for hundreds of years, much less decades. I was going to say decades, but it's hundreds of years. Go back to the Black Sox scandal and everything else. And now with the accessibility and everything, I think it's more just for show.
Come on, man. Congrats, brother.
I'm going to have to side with counsel out of Tula on this one because first of all, there's so many different things they can bet on. It doesn't have to be the pitch. You know?
I was going to offer a plea deal.
No, but I do think that it's worth noting because I actually do think that you're right in one regard at the very least, is that these leagues aren't giving the money back. Right? Yeah. The actual answer would be get out of bed with gambling.
Exactly.
But that's not happening. Like
that's kind of what weighed into my
right.
Yeah.
And so I think that with them not giving the money back, this actually is the best way of just trying to put a tourniquet on it.
Yeah.
Right?
The thing is, these are so small things we don't even think about. Where the first pitch is going to be a ball, right. I win $1,000 and that type of thing. At least in the NBA, you might have some props, the over or the under type deal, or maybe if you want to bet the over on steals, maybe a player can play his ass off to try to get 2 or more steals or something like this. But something simple as a ball, a first pitch ball, anybody can do that. You could just throw a pitch away.
All this is going to do is
it will stop that part of it, but
if
Reggie said, it's going to be more loopholes around it.
But those are the easier ones to rig, is those things around the periphery. Like you're going to have to be really invested. You're going to have big time investment in trying to rig the bigger things. So it does make sense to really be tight on the things around the periphery that are easier to rig.
But I feel as if so you can't bet on the it's $200 by the way is what they're limiting these on, right? You can still bet more on will there be an error in the game? Will the first baseman or second baseman commit an error? Players that get a lot of – my point is you're going to be able to gamble no matter what the hell this is. You're going to be able to bet on player prop, peripheral things no matter what happens.
And see, that stuff I think that's a little tricky too because that part can affect the game.
Yeah.
Like an error, that's part of the team part. But just a pitcher just throwing a ball, your team probably don't even know about your little scandal or thing like that.
They probably
miss the outside.
Yeah, and if there's individual props, individual player things, I think that as the more siloed that the betting can be, or like that the outcomes can be, the more you open yourself up to shenanigans.
All right, we have another case for you here in the court of the Honorable Me. So Adam Silver made it official. He made it official. He announced that the USA versus the World tournament is going to be held on All-Star Weekend as the All-Star Game. And the question here today before you guys is, did Adam Silver cook with the NBA All-Star Game format? Who's going to take the side of, yes, he was cooking with oil?
Well, Figgy, you go first.
I'm going to say no, he was not cooking with oil.
Why is that?
Okay. I didn't know if you want to play the room.
Well, Maria Taylor of
Exhibit
NBC.
A, Your Honor.
Okay. She gave a little bit of an explanation.
It will feature 2 teams of U.S. players and 1 team of international. They'll be competing in a round-robin tournament that will include 4 12-minute games. The top 2 teams from the round-robin will advance to face each other in the championship game. The 3 teams will each have a minimum of 8 players. Now, the All-Star selection process will not change, but in a new twist, the 24 All-Stars will be selected without regard to their position.
So, you're saying that he did not cook?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think he cooked with this one, man. I think, although I do think he's trying to lean into the whole tournament thing. You got the NBA Cup going on and all that stuff, so it seemed like he's trying to get a rhythm going.
Yeah.
But I think this is just a little too much going on as far as All-Star break, because All-Star break is a little more relaxing for the players.
Mm-hmm.
And now, and I know they're not playing technically more minutes or games and stuff like this, but it seemed like it's just a little too confusing, a little too much stuff going on. And I'm not sure if fans are even following or even understand what's going on.
Yeah.
We'll be having a hard time trying to follow this All-Star game because we're used to just one full game and you just look at the players play and all that stuff. This one with all the different games and tournaments within the All-Star game, I think that's just a little too confusing to roll with.
Council Atatula?
I believe that he did a little something.
He was cooking.
He did a little
with
something
all,
here.
as we like to say in Texas.
I think the big thing is last year they tried to do the thing where it's 4 teams, including a G League or Rising Stars team, and then it was just like a straight up tournament where it was, you lose in that first round, you don't move on. I like that they made this round robin. You have 3 teams and all of them are going to play each other, so you will see kind of different in the same way that they had like the drafts, or maybe not the exact same way because it's going to be 2 USA teams and a world team.
Yeah.
So obviously if you got Giannis in there, he's about to be on the world team.
Yeah.
But you'll see kind of different, mixes of players playing against each other, and they all get to a chance to play against. So it's not just 2 sides, but you'll get 3 different teams, and you'll get to see that mix. I think as far as an all-star game can go, this is giving you a little bit something different. I think it will create a little bit of intrigue. So I think that Adam Silver did a little something here.
First of all, side note, as a sidebar, that warms my heart to hear you say that because I've been kind of advocating outside of the courtroom for that for a long time. Now, maybe I'm biased and maybe it's unfair to you, Figgy, but I think when we talk about did Adam Silver cook, his charge here, his goal is to create more interest. And it's an Olympic year, which is going to create more interest in flags in general, in nationalities and in national pride, etc. So, sorry, Figgy. I like when we split the cases here, but I'm going to have to give both to Reggie today because I feel it accomplishes all those goals. More interest, international flavor, probably more competitive. I think Adam Silver was cooking.
I think the judge should have recused himself
because I'm biased.
We gonna reappeal.
An appeal is necessary.
Yeah,
I thought Figgy, you made a great point. It is so confusing.
Yeah.
And I am somebody who picks up on like the rules. You know me, I love me some rules.
Yeah.
I get how it works, and I'm just like the average basketball fan is not picking up all the different rules.
Yeah, just imagine
Adam Silver is going to have to name players to the teams if there's not enough to fill one of them.
Or just imagine somebody jumping in on the All-Star game kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
People like, what's going on?
What's happening?
No, that's a strong point. That's your strongest point. I will say, Hoops Hype was tweeting this just yesterday. Among the top 25 players in the NBA right now, in terms of player rating, 13 are international players, 12 are Americans. So it will be competitive. It will be competitive.
But I don't know if he cooked on this though. It's going to be competitive. But
hey, take it up with the higher court. Maybe.
And then also, I think the fair point is you made the mention of there's like 13 players. Why are there 2 USA teams and 1 world team? It feels like on the numbers.
No, I will say this. The one thing I didn't like about it, I think I put it on the doc this morning. I love the idea. I don't like the format. It should be 1 and 1.
Well, I don't want to hear this, Your Honor. It's over.
It ultimately comes down to as much as whatever the format is, are the players going to buy in and actually play? Because regardless, that's what it comes to. When it comes to buying in and playing, University of Houston Cougars football team, they looking like it right now under Willie Fritz. They're playing some good football, and they have an opportunity to get yet another win on November 22nd, and you can be there to watch it. All you got to do is be caller number 7 right now to 713-572-4610. Win you a 4-pack of tickets. So you and 3 Houston Cougars continue to put up an incredible year 2 under Willie Fritz. Again, caller number 7, 713-572-4610. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go behind enemy lines with a good friend of ours. It is Ron Slay in Nashville to talk about the Titans, I guess. We'll do that next.
Let's talk about your backyard, your grill.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. About to go around, behind enemy lines, talk to our guy Ron Slay of 104.5. 104.5 The Zone in Nashville. But before we get there, a little bit of update as to practice, the first practice of the week as we head towards that Titans game. Kaimi Fairbairn not practicing again with that quad. So we'll see if that looks like it might be Matthew Wright again kicking this week. Jalen Petrie still not his back.
All right.
Titus Howard and Ed Ingram both back to practice today. So offensive line.
It could be the best version.
Back. It could be do we know what the best version is?
What we think might be the best version.
For whatever it's worth, Christian Harris is back. He was dealing with that shin injury. Cade Stover is back at practice and has been designated to return. That's huge. We'll talk about that a little bit further. But the big one, C.J. Stroud is not practicing today. And DJ Bieniemy also made note of the fact that on top of him not practicing, he was still dealing with symptoms earlier in the week, which, knowing the full process of returning from the concussion protocol, that feels like it's going to be a Davis Mills game on Sunday when the Texans go to Nashville. So let's do that. Exactly. Let's go to Nashville on the phone line as we go behind enemy lines. Talk to our guy, Ron Slay. He's a co-host of 3HL on 104.5 The Zone in Nashville, and he joins us now. Ron, what's happening, man?
Man, I'm good, man. How you brothers doing, man?
Terrific.
We're doing pretty all right. You would understand why if you saw the way that the Texans were able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat on Sunday. But of course, we're not here to talk about the Texans. We're here to talk about the Titans right now. And last time we talked, wasn't very exciting news. Has anything gotten better over there? Is the question I'll ask to start.
Well, first and foremost, man, I think it's more fun talking about what DeMeco Ryans and the Texans did in that fourth quarter. To go out there and finish the game 26-0, dog. That's absurd. Like to watch him and understand the pulse that he has of that team and the way they fight for him. That's rare. You usually get that around pros, man, especially when you're wavering in the win-loss section. So shifting to the Titans, yeah, man, it's about the same, man. I think right now, if this was a stick shift car, we get neutral and we just trying to figure out, are we going up the hill? I mean, are we going down the hill or are we rolling backwards down the hill? One of the ways we got to be going down at some point. Just hopefully the brakes work, man, and it's rough. The shining light for this team, man, is you. I heard you guys talking about practice. Calvin Ridley and Arden Key will return to practice today for the Titans, which is good news. Haven't seen those guys in quite some time. Big Jeff is supposed to be activated. Won't practice today, but he's been tweeting, and we've been hearing that he's ready to get back active after missing 3 weeks. You know what I mean, including his bye week. So that's some good light at the end of the tunnel if we trying to talk about something good. Other than that, man, not sure what's good. You know, since you guys we've lost the coach. You know what I mean? And, players.
It comes at you fast, man.
Man, I'm talking about it. It come at you real fast. So I will say, man, I do think they still have a bit of a hold on the locker room. You know, in these situations when you got one win, people can start thinking about vacation and staying healthy and all of these things. And then up here in Tennessee, we're not dealing with a dome stadium right now at this point. So that cold weather usually starts to play tricks on your mind now. But I will say, man, it seems that guys are still fighting. Now, can that result into some wins or even more competitive games? Don't know about that yet, but we will see.
You mentioned the Titans are kind of stuck in neutral. What about Cam Ward since we last spoke?
Yeah, man. To me, it's a back and forth with Cam Ward with me right now. I'm trying to figure out. I think his style of play and how it fits in this league. I thought for a second he'll go through 1 or 2 weeks, and it's like, okay, we're starting to turn the corner. You start to see flashes either at the beginning of the games or at the end of games, and you think, okay, maybe this can carry over, and maybe it does for a quarter to the next game, but then it starts to revert back, and it's hard to get a handle on how successful he can be in this league, not only because of what he has around him right now, but because of the risk and the habits that can be formed through these bad times right now. So I think that's the biggest thing. You saw him start to revert back to drifting in the pocket a little bit more, starting to escape out the back of the pocket more instead of staying right there. And then when you're watching the film, you can see a pocket is there for him to step up into. But you can't blame him because you automatically go back to what your instincts are, what you've been taught since you were little.
Mm-hmm.
And that's escaping and trying to create something. And I think a lot of times the guys aren't on the same page, man. And you got to understand Calvin really being out, Lockett being gone now. That's also new. So he's starting to depend on guys Manor and Gunningham, and these are all rookies. So they're all trying to grow together. But him personally, I think it's a struggle right now, man. And this is what I was fearful of. I talked about it 2-3 weeks ago. I would be interested in if the Titans can hire a psychiatrist. Because, like, dog, as funny as it is, but at the same time, man, when you go through these rough times as a not only a first-round pick, but the number 1 overall pick, and you've been able to win everywhere you've gone up to this point, that can play tricks on your mind, and start thinking like, man, can I play this game? Things not working out for me, and it's a struggle. So you got to be able to get over that mental hurdle, and I hope that doesn't begin to be a block for him.
Well,
and maybe he'll come out.
That's the perfect transition to the little follow-up I wanted to have with you on Cam Ward. I'm old enough to remember David Carr taking 76 sacks, man. And I'm also of the opinion it ruined him, or at least it affected him. And I will stay with that. I'm 100% sure it affected his game long term. Cam Ward has 38 sacks, man, and he's on pace for I think 72, 73. How does that play in?
It's scary. It's scary watching it because we, like you said, going through that with Mills, we went through it with Ryan Tannehill. Like when that offensive line got bad, we always compared it to a guy playing baseball with the yips. Like you just can't get it. As simple as the routine throws may be everyday ball that you're used to playing. It's always a hitch or it's always a second guess, and we all know you can't play the game in that fashion. So hopefully, man, coming out of this bye week, things change up a little bit for him. Usually can refresh and hit the reset button. But if this continues, I am very fearful, and not only of the sacks and that changing his game, but you got to imagine at the end of this year, you're going to have another coordinator. Mm-hmm. And now will that coordinator be an offensive guy? Will it be the head coach? Or will it be a guy that's looking to use this as a springboard job where in a year or two he'll be gone? So it could all go downhill, man. And I would hate that for Cam Ward because I do think he has the potential to be a really good quarterback in this league.
We're talking to Ron Slay, host out there at 104.5 in Nashville, getting behind enemy lines to learn about this Titans game. And I'm interested for you and honestly for your listenership, what is the confidence level in GM Mike Borgonzi and his capabilities? Obviously, the season isn't over, but you guys, I imagine, are looking towards the future of what that team is. What is the confidence that him and the decision makers are going to make the right hire at head coach?
Yeah, I think when you look at Borgonzi, I think we all have hope that he can get it done. Looking at his pedigree, where he comes from with Kansas City, the way things are ran. The question that I bring up, in my opinion, is can you get the other guys out of the way? The other guys being because when you look at the holdover, Brinker is the only holdover for the regime that was gone. When Vrabel left, Rand Carthon was gone. Brinker is the last one outside of Burke Nihill who's over the operations as far as non-football operations. But Brinker is the last one. So you bring in a guy like Mike Borgonzi, and until this past week, this was the first time we had heard Borgonzi speak on his own at the podium and address things like a GM should. So if that's the way they're taking it and he's going to be in the shadow of him being Chad Brinker, I think we're all in on it. Because you look at the draft class, he would get credit for this draft class that came in with DK being good, Gunnar-Helm being good, Eligay Manor being good. All of these guys being able to, have potential to go for. Kevin Winston Jr. is another guy on the defense that he brought in. So you got to trust in what he's going to do. And I think if he's the one that's going to pick the coach, I think we're full-fledged behind them. The problem is when the water start to get muddy a little bit and you get other hands in there trying to deal. If my thing is let the GM be the GM. Everybody else, please move out the way, because to this point, everybody else involved hasn't worked or been fired. So let's stick with this, roll with him, and see what we can get. If not, then you go back to the drawing board. But I'm going to be honest, it ain't no more paper at the drawing board. I don't even know what we're drawing on.
Well, let me ask you this. Drunk, is she capable of getting out of the way? Has she said anything about Callahan's firing, and what's the mood in the city and and maybe even the locker room with how she's handling everything?
Yeah, a lot of people want to hear her speak. I just don't think she's that type of owner. She trusts who she gets to handle the football duties, establishes a pecking order, and kind of just lets them go with it. When you look at the grand scheme of things, yes, she absolutely wants to win. Does she want to be a part of it as far as pulling the trigger on things to be that hands-on? I don't believe so. I think that's why she trusts the people that she hires. But where we are today, I think it would be great. Even if it was brief, to hear from her. Just for the simple fact of so much turnover that has happened and so many of the rumors that have been out there from Vrabel and people like who was in charge and all of that stuff. Like it was a whirlwind, and we never heard anything from her. But me personally, I'm cool with not hearing from her. I just would like for her to be able to put the football people in place and let real football people handle it. No backroom deals, no people trying to weasel their way up or get close to somebody and have a relationship built. Leave it all football. If we can keep it at that, I think everything will be fine, and she'll be able to, stand in the background and be able to be a part of a successful franchise.
We're talking to Ron Slay, 104.5 The Zone in Nashville. More Titans, however, I'm going to be honest. My eyes are on a top 25 matchup happening there in the state of Tennessee. You got Vandy going to Neyland, and it's a sold out venue there. I know you're a Tennessee guy. Obviously, Vandy's in the city. Where do your allegiances lie in this? But then also, what are you anticipating from this game? Because it feels like Vandy's having quite a season themselves.
Oh, absolutely, man. Everything that Clark Lee has done, him being a Nashville kid, growing up here, being able to go to Vanderbilt, and go through the process of trying to get them back to where he envisioned that they could go. And I'm not sure many other people believe that they could even get there, but he's been able to do that. He struck gold with getting a guy like Diego Pavia, Jerry Keel, all these guys that he was able to get in and believe in the program and push in the same direction. So kudos to everything that they've built over there. My allegiance most definitely lies with Rocky Top. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But I think, man, at this point in the season with Tennessee with 3 losses, we would love nothing more than them to win out and come up to Rocky Top and that game be for all the marbles for them to go to the playoffs. And we end that dream. Like that would warm my little heart. I promise you. Like the Grinch would be happy on that one. I wouldn't even steal Christmas. I just let all the boys and girls have everything they want as long as we can get that one. But they do have magic, man. They do have magic in Diego Pavia. That is a one-of-a-kind player. Not sure what will happen to the next level, but for what he has here, he got guys believing it. And he always got.
You mentioned magic because I'm sure that magic is going to try and find another year eligibility for that man. Real quick, before we go, I did want to ask you. I think we are probably in alignment that this should be a Texans win fairly comfortably.
Oh.
What in your mind is the path in which the Titans actually get a victory in this game?
Man, if the Titans get a win in this game, Calvin Ridley comes back. The hamstring's not a problem. Arden Key returns, and Arden Key can get pressure on whoever the quarterback is going to be. If it's going to be Stroud or whoever will be starting for you guys. Big Jeffrey Simmons would be back. Defense would be able to hold to about 13 points. If they go to 13, we'll be fine. And Campbell coming after the bye can get things rolling. This offensive line could create holes for the running backs. Tony Pollard has the experience to get going, and you don't have any blunders going on. Even you may even have an opportunity for special teams to score again. But all of those things right there are on the Christmas list that I got on the way to the North Pole, and they can be honest, that'll be the only way. That'll be the only way the Titans pull this out. Or they could go and set the Nissan Stadium on 34th Street. We can get another miracle.
Appreciate you, Ron. Always a pleasure getting to talk to you. Have a good one, but not too good on Sunday.
No doubt, fellas. Good luck, buddy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's Ron Slay, host of 3HL out there, 104.5 The Zone in Nashville. Always a pleasure to talk to him.
That was good stuff.
Damn shame that it's not that. Not as much shame with it.
Just breaks your heart.
It sure does.
Yeah.
All right, can you hear me smiling? You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's turn things over to Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got a story about a man in North Dakota who inherited $30 million and ended up missing shortly afterwards. And this has a crazy plot to it.
Wow.
Oh, this sounds like a movie.
Yeah.
I'm excited to take part in it. Next.
Thirsty Thursday. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So I ran across this story. It was a crazy story about a North Dakota couple with a plot twist I did not see coming. So 51-year-old Stephen Riley Jr. was afforded, he was entitled to a large inheritance of $30 million.
30? Whoa, I thought you were going to say like 30,000. All right,
that's like Mega Millions.
Yeah, $30 million. Now, shortly after learning about this, he disappeared.
With the money?
I'm going to get to this story.
Okay, I was like, I want to ask questions, but I want to let you cook.
Yeah. I might do the same thing with the money.
That's what I was like.
Whatever happened to Lopez?
This is either nefarious or he did the smartest thing in the world.
He disappeared. So here's the story about this guy and what the hell happened.
Yeah.
Boyfriend and girlfriend, they've been together for 10 years. The man found out that he inherited $30 million, and his girlfriend found out that he was planning on leaving her. He starts feeling ill. Well, you guessed it, he dies. And you guessed it, she poisoned him. Miss Knoyer, such a Dakota name, not quite easy on the eyes. Thought that her boyfriend of 10 years, if he inherited this $30 million and then suddenly died, that she would be able to inherit the money because of a common law marriage law. The problem is she failed to check if North had this law. And North Dakota doesn't have the law. The bigger plot twist, this inheritance that this guy got was an email scam. This poor, stupid guy didn't even inherit $30 million. He fell for a Nigerian prince-type email scam. They were on the way to meet some mystery lawyer at the airport. The lawyer doesn't exist.
Damn it, man.
You can't fix stupid.
Well, you
on both ends, her and him.
Yeah, that was crazy. I did not see that plot twist at the end.
I sure didn't.
Yeah, that. Well, I mean, maybe I should have, because North Dakota, where does $30 million coming from? Like, maybe I should have been like
money everywhere.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that was so messed up. I'm like, oh man, that
dude got killed.
Crazy on all parts.
Yes.
And I know she got to feel like the stupidest person in the world, man. And it's crazy how money just, he ain't even had the money. It was a scam. And just knowing how people act with the idea of you being rich.
Which is why, number one, don't tell nobody. Right? Like, you happen to come into some money. Keep that to yourself. That ain't for everybody.
But you know how scary this is? And I know they were boyfriend and girlfriend, and they was together for 10 years, which is a long time. But, man, you can't even tell your significant other.
Yeah. And about early on, a couple things were pretty funny. He basically said that she ain't much to look at either.
Yeah. I was like, I imagine what he was trying to establish is that she thought that he would leave her if he had some money and could get to a different life or something.
Yeah. And I had to make sure, I think maybe this might be a Reggie thing. I had to make sure this was a real story.
No, I'm glad that I'm having this affair.
Yeah, so I put the link. I put the link of the real story there for Reggie only.
Thank you.
And then the other funny part to me is when you first said he went missing after inheriting $30 million, I said, a lot of people would do that.
That's what I thought,
including maybe me.
That's what I thought. I thought he got that $30 million. Like, peace out.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere else and get a hotter chick with this.
That's what she thought. She was like, "Oh, yeah, this is what I would do." I did not appreciate that we still slandering my people with the Nigerian prince. Like, there wasn't even a prince involved.
Really?
It wasn't even a prince involved.
But that was
there's a lot of people out here scamming. Nigerians ain't the only ones scamming.
Where do you see most of these coming from?
Actually, nowadays.
But see, I
don't want to start being prejudiced by naming other places, but actually, it's not really Nigeria.
But see that was the scam he came across. Though.
Yeah.
But man,
I take offense. I don't care if it's true.
You should take offense. It's a Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Another crazy story that I didn't really see this this little detail coming into play. So shout out to our I forgot who it is, but we do have a listener that be listening to us all the way in Washington, D.C.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Yeah, so shout out to him. I forgot his name. He probably texted. Yeah, but a wild story from Fox 5 in D.C. on a lot of robberies that been going on in the area lately.
Mm-hmm. One of those robberies happening right here near the Noma Gallaudet U New York Avenue Metro Station. Riders tell me as they get off trains that they can't believe that this suspect is 12 years old. Police say the 12-year-old and a group of juveniles were out here on the 200 block of M Street Northeast trying to steal someone's bike but snatching their groceries instead and running away around 7:45 last Wednesday night. Around just 20 minutes later, someone is riding a scooter on the Metropolitan Branch Trail near the 1300 block of 2nd Street Northeast. Detectives say the 12-year-old girl and a group of juveniles grabbed the rider's book bag, stealing the scooter and a cell phone. And then this past Sunday, that's when police tracked down one of the suspects, that 12-year-old girl, charging her with all the robberies. People who live in the neighborhood are shocked that the suspect is so young.
God, where her mother at? Where this little girl mother at? Where they role models at? Where's the adults? That's the question we all trying to figure out.
12-year-old girl.
A little girl.
12-year-old girl going around robbing folks.
Is it that bad in D.C.?
I don't know, but that is really wild, man.
I didn't see that part coming.
Yeah,
I mean, it's one thing, a 12-year-old boy, and that's kind of crazy as itself.
Is it different?
But a 12-year-old girl.
Different. Yeah, it feels different.
Yeah, I can't sit here and be like, oh, that's not shocking at all. A 12-year-old girl.
Apparently, I should make note. Does feel like that'd be a great cover for the scam, right? Right? If you was got out here scheming, the little 12-year-old girl gonna do it.
I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't have been shocked if it was a 12-year-old boy. Because it'd be some young boys out here that's rolling around like they grown. So that wouldn't have shocked. I was shocked to hear it was a 12-year-old girl causing havoc like this.
The thing that I was actually most shocked at is like there seemed to be no real point. It seemed like she was just robbing to rob. Because at the first one, correct me if I'm wrong, said that she was trying to steal a bike, but then just took the groceries. Yeah. She was just like, whatever, I'll take it. Just give me whatever, I need it.
Yeah. She said, hey, this is fun.
She might just be doing it for the love of the game.
Yeah, hey, this is fun. Forget the Barbie dolls and all that stuff. I'm about to start going around taking people's stuff.
Yeah.
She was like, I can take a bike. Or maybe some arugula. I don't know.
Whatever you got, I'm taking it.
Hey, I'm just going in people's pockets.
Arugula.
We got baby girl Debo over here just taking anything. Let me get that.
That's my bike, punk.
Yeah.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We talked about DeMeco Ryans earlier kind of being out because of a little personal situation going on. But before I get to that in my little thoughts and prayers, I think DeMeco Ryans was up in New York.
What?
I think he was at, I want to say, Aaron Glenn's press conference. Did you guys see this?
Oh, you're talking about, I know what you're talking about.
I don't. What did Aaron Glenn do?
Yeah, so Aaron Glenn, I think he talked to the media yesterday or Monday. That story. It's a guy by the name of Rich Cimini, who tweeted this out. He said, bad news for the Jets offense. Wide receiver Garrett Wilson is expected to miss at least 3 to 4 weeks with a knee sprain. Sources say good news is no surgery, just rehab. Now, Aaron Glenn was you could tell he was a little bit upset. And I heard DeMeco Ryans, he was actually in a little media scrum.
Oh, wow.
So here is the media asking Aaron Glenn about the injury to Garrett Wilson.
I'm going to pass on talking about injuries. Since Rich, he's not here, has all the answers, so you guys can get all the injuries from Rich.
Love it, baby, love it.
Or is that not something you want to ask Rich? I'm asking. Well, I'm telling you to ask Rich. He's not here though. Well, you better call him.
Love it, baby, love it.
No disrespect to you or Rich, but we want to hear from you. You know, you guys have been here. You guys have been hearing from me, but now since we're just reporting stuff, that I haven't said, then maybe you should ask him.
Thanks, everybody. See how I'm doing.
Way to finish! Way to finish! Love it. Let's go.
Way to finish.
I think he really appreciate Aaron Glenn.
I think you're probably right.
We're talking about injuries and the media reporting things and all that stuff.
Way to finish!
Good finish.
Love it. Love it.
For anyone who does not get that, DeMeco was not there. That was good editing, but that is hilarious.
Wait, what you mean he was there?
Oh, my bad. My bad. Yeah, you got it.
But yeah, I think DeMeco Ryans might really appreciate that. I don't know. Did they play together at some point or cross paths? Aaron Glenn and DeMeco?
I think they might have just
might have missed each other.
Might have just
okay.
missed.
Because I was going to say, I know he probably called Aaron Glenn.
DeMeco was 06. Glenn was 2 to 6. So maybe 1 year.
Okay. If they cross paths at any point, I'm sure DeMeco hit him up like, man, I feel you on that, man. I'm going through the same damn thing down here.
How'd you do it? How'd you do it?
He said, since Rich just want to be reporting and stuff, he's literally a reporter. Aaron, what are we doing?
Yeah, so I'm sure DeMeco's probably like, man, I should have did that.
Yeah.
Coaches just hate that stuff.
DeMeco's going to come back. He's like, I was watching tape of Aaron Glenn. I got a new move in my bag.
He's going to be saying, ask Aaron.
Yeah.
No, not him.
Ask DJ.
Okay,
since he want to be out here reporting.
Better.
Yeah. Hey, go call him up. Yeah, go ask him since he know everything.
Oh, man.
All right, in all seriousness, salute the not DJ, but DeMeco Ryans. Right. So he is away from the team right now. I think he's going up to some type of I don't even know how to phrase it. I'm not sure what it is. I don't want to put all the business and stuff out there.
The only reason I felt comfortable saying this because I think he said this in one of his availabilities that obviously that he be there Wednesday. I believe with some level of ceremony or whatever, just being there for the late Earl Cochran, who was a former Texan and teammate of DeMeco from Bessemer, Alabama. So the
big Bessemer
passing of Earl Cochran very much hit him, and I know that they kind of won the game for the Gipper in some ways. I know that Nick Caserio gave him the game ball, because he was battling through the hurt that he had. So he's taking that time, and so we just wanted to obviously send in the thoughts and prayers there.
Yeah, and then also special salute to the one and only Tim Kelly, because what's the news we got, Lopez, on Tim Kelly?
Tim Kelly has been named the offensive coordinator of the New York Giants.
Man, I didn't even know he was there.
Which, if you like conspiracy theories,
reckless speculation,
and you know I do, Tim Kelly is a Bill Belichick guy. He is yeah.
You think he's setting the groundwork so Big Bill could come out of North Carolina,
start a little more of a fluid transition. One of those things.
Return right. Hey, here he come from the top of MetLife Stadium. Like, by God, that's Bill Belichick's music.
Wait a minute, is that White Smoke? Yes.
Wait a minute, is that Bill Belichick? My God.
Has been rumored.
It has been rumored. It has, and he, of course, in true Bill Belichick fashion, he gave you essentially on Cincinnati,
and I can see
to Wake Forest.
Yeah, and I can see Bill Belichick just doing that as a middle finger to the Jets, by the way, because he can't stand the Jets.
I mean, seems like
that's right.
Seems like the media can't either at this point. But there you go. That is the mixtape on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 at 1:20 p.m. every weekday. We do that. You see something mixtape worthy, and shout out to Madison, who I believe is our DC listener.
Yeah, salute to Madison.
Yeah, shout out to Madison. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Before we get there, there's some. We mentioned some of the news that we've gotten from practice. I want to talk about that because there's some interesting things, including we now seemingly know what the landscape is with the offensive line. What are you looking to see? We'll talk about all that next.
Ready? The Texans are headed.
1811. That's 800-474-1811.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this Wednesday. Been a good one to this point. Let's finish it out strong, right, DeMeco? And then we'll hand things off to the fellas of the drive when they jump in here in a moment. I will position this as such, John Lopez.
And that is?
Significant news, as there's a lot of that coming out. Wednesday is one of those days where we really get almost a news dump of sorts, find out where the team is as of the week, and they head towards, they get over that hump and they're headed towards Sunday. This week it's in Nashville versus the Tennessee Titans. We mentioned a few things. Obviously, C.J. Stroud did not practice today. I imagine that means he's still in concussion protocol. Not said specifically, but that seems to be what the indication would be there. So that would seem to, obviously that's interpretation and not actual text as of right now. Also, you have Cade Stover, who is both practicing and designated for return.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean he plays this weekend? I don't know. And then I also put up here the idea that Miles Bryant, the defensive back that was elevated from the practice squad, I think during training camp, he was one of the guys who was behind Jalen Petrie, kind of playing that role. He has been signed to the 53-man roster while CJ and Jalen Petrie are still both out with concussion. So with that being the case, those, or maybe one of the other pieces of news that we've talked about to this point, which of those is the most significant to you?
Boy, that's a really good question. Obviously, the easy answer is C.J. Stroud. Just significant in terms of, just significant in terms of, I mean, he's the franchise quarterback. You want him out there, et cetera. That said, and I'm going to do the thing that a lot of people don't like to do over in that building. You're playing Tennessee, and Davis Mills is coming off a really good game, a really good finish to a game as well. So I'm not going to say C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
I'm curious on Titus Howard. Titus Howard being back, I think, is the most significant news. But I'm curious on Trent Brown. For the first time all year, maybe the first time in a year plus. Kind of interested to see what this offensive line looks like. In terms of if you do get Trent Brown at right tackle, Titus at left. Oh, by the way, Ed Ingram back too.
Yes.
Yeah, you said that. Best version, I'm saying, with a question mark of this offensive line that we've seen in a long time, if Trent Brown can play at right tackle.
Yeah, these are the questions that we were asking. What five would you go with if they are injury free and optimized here? This team is going to have to make that decision, and I am super interested to see what they land on, because as not saying that I would know the absolute best. I feel like if I knew the absolute best in a lot more situations, I'd make a lot more money than I do right now. But I can't I don't think I know exactly what the optimal situation of the way they go out with it. I'm still trying to figure out what I feel the best about, whether it's keeping Titus Howard in a place where he's played incredibly well and clearly is your best right tackle, or is that kind of trying to lessen the lower end of your offensive line play by having him move around and maybe have Trent Brown there, despite the fact that he had some reps that were a little dicey in that game. I then put it to this team where typically you go, these are the guys that work in the NFL. They should make good decisions. I'm not sold on that.
That's a given right now. In terms of the offensive line, the decisions they make, that's a given that you can question their decision-making. I mean, as recently as this past Sunday. What I think, I thought it was going to be a stretch for Trent Brown to even play 4 quarters on Sunday. But he played better in the second half than the first half.
Yeah.
He really did. And I find myself feeling much more comfortable with him at right tackle. We know Ed Ingram has had a good year, much to some people's surprise, including us here in this room. So if I wouldn't have a problem offensive line if you put that out there with Titus Howard at left guard.
And you know what's funny? Even considering your competition, it still does not solidify it for me, because you have Arden Key returning, like we heard from Ron Slay when we were talking to him. You have Jeffrey Simmons returning, and so do I go, I want my better player on the perimeter for the edge rushers that it seems like they're getting better when it comes to the Tennessee Titans, or Jeffrey Simmons in the middle? Is it like, hey, let me get this big body in here who can handle this the strength that Jeffrey Simmons will bring? Though I don't know which way you go. I'll be very, very intrigued to see what it is that they ultimately get to. And hopefully we have some people that are out there. I believe I got to check and see if B Scott's out there and see just kind of what the initial looks were on, what the line was. Obviously not that would tell us absolutely where they go to.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that you, especially with the love that you've had for the tight end situation.
No, that's my second choice.
Idea of Cade Stover.
Yeah, Cade Stover is another big one. That's the next one I was going to mention. I feel, how much is that going to affect, Blake Fisher in the so-called jumbo package?
Yeah.
And certainly help them, in the receiving game, and maybe given another, sort of option out there besides Dalton Schultz. No, those would be my absolute number 1, 2. Offensive line, very intriguing. And again, I can't believe I'm saying those words because how bad and weird this offensive line has been for more than a year now. But that would be number 1. Cade Stover, that's a big get. That's a big get right there.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued, and we'll continue to walk this out and talk this out over the remainder of the week and probably into next week coming off of the Titans game. Once they actually do window open, he's designated for return. I don't think that inherently means that this will be the week that you see him. But when he does, it'll tell us a lot about whether the 6-man offensive line thing is a thing that they did largely out of necessity, or if this has become a thing almost like the thing that I likened to, which was the double big for the Rockets.
Yeah.
If this is something that they found, they go, actually, we kind of like when we do this. Because it feels like, in theory, when you use 2 tight ends, you can have a little bit more deception to you.
You can,
right? There's a possibility that both of these tight ends going actually in rather routes, and that there's some ability to strike as opposed to them just kind of staying in. So yeah, I'm very intrigued by what that actually looks like when they get to it. But funny enough, the significant thing for me is Miles Bryant. The depth that they have in the defensive backfield matters. Now, of course, I guess Miles Bryant was on the practice squad and he still had another elevation, so this was going to be it. But the waning depth in the secondary, especially with Jalen Petrie still seemingly in the concussion protocol, I think that matters, especially now. And we know what it looks like when a team has an opportunity to kind of prepare for what's there.
Yeah.
Now the Titans aren't preparing to a point where they make this Texans defense look bad, but I'm not sure that I'm so sold on Tremont Smith on the outside or whatever at cornerback that I'm just like, yeah, everything is fine. I think that I would like for them to have a little bit more depth there, and I think that Miles Bryant provides some of that.
Well, and it doesn't help that Jalen Petrie is out as well. And so Jalen Petrie being out, it ties into what you're talking about there. That's absolutely a concern, but I think there's more good news than bad, and that's weird. C.J. Stroud didn't practice, but earlier in the week, I say earlier in the week, I think it was Monday, but
that is technically earlier in the week.
I think it was DJ Bieniemy said still experiencing symptoms.
He said that. Aaron Wilson has confirmed it with his reporting as well. Still experiencing symptoms early in the week for C.J. Stroud, which it's weird because in my kind of analysis of it, I was like, I feel like actually I think C.J. Stroud, if he gets another week where he can kind of sit,
I thought so too,
and observe it. Now that I have the news, my worrying, anxiety riddled brain goes, wait, what does this mean?
Yeah.
Will he be out of the protocol for the Bills game? Right? Like, that's where my brain went.
That's only 4 days later, 5 days.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? I don't know. I don't like that I'm like this. I'm sure that you're listening and you're like, come on, Reggie. I don't like that I'm like this either. But now that becomes a thing that comes into the fore because assuming he doesn't clear the protocol for this week, you are very, very quickly turning around and welcoming in the Buffalo Bills. And that, as we talked about to start the show, is one of those games that could also be incredibly pivotal in the season.
Yeah, and symptoms. To me, had I not heard that earlier and he was not practicing today, I was like, okay, maybe they didn't want any hits on him or whatever.
Sure.
But still being symptomatic on Monday, that ain't a great sign. For him playing.
Right, and we don't know if it was Monday or yesterday.
Well, it was reported Monday, right.
Right. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what it ultimately looks like. But, yeah, that's a thing that we have to keep an eye on. It does appear, I think, if I'm just taking a guess off of the reporting that we've gotten right now, and we'll see what is said by the coordinators who are around, I imagine, to accommodate DeMeco Ryans. We'll see if the coordinators might give us any level of insight into what's happening there, if guys still remain in the protocol or not. And I know exactly where you'll get that information when it comes down. It's with the fellas of The Drive. So we appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity.
Look it up.
For the opportunity
Look it up.
To crosstalk with the fellas. That's Ron the Show Hughley, making light of the fact that are we assuming? I don't think that it's fair to assume that we're gonna get this information.
Why don't you call DJ?
Yeah, we probably should. Hey DJ, what you got?
Ask him.
Hey man, good show. Do you have any other questions that you want to ask the fella? Or you want to ask them if they're smuggling anything, Officer Lopez?
I did smuggle once. If you weren't listening earlier, you can listen on the Odyssey app and go back and rewind it.
Yeah, we're not going to explain the context. Just Lopez,
a lot of liquor,
a smuggler.
some
liquor and
prescription drugs. 7-year-old me sitting on the bench seat in the back of a station wagon. Nothing to see here.
So what was the plan if they ever just said, "Hey, need those 2 kids pop up here just real quick"?
I was 7. I was 7 or 8 years old.
So you don't know the plan.
What you was gonna do is get up when the officer says something.
And the other thing is,
they'd ask my daddy, that kid need to get up.
Yeah. The other thing is, everyone was doing it back then. Everyone would go into Mexico with their family and little Bacardi, little Oso Negro.
What I can imagine the deals that
them
guards, them dudes right there at the border were cutting. With
the little bite.
Right, very good.
My dad was not beyond giving a little mordida here and there.
I bet he was.
I mean, if you're gonna be in here smuggling, I feel like that's got to be part and parcel. How dare you try and smuggle and be cheap with the bribery if you need to on a
$5 back then. You're good.
It goes a long way.
Yeah, you can bring in anything.
That's another place where inflation has hit us, right? It's just the nice humble smuggler can't get by anymore.
I didn't know that we, this obviously like 14, 15 years ago. We went on our honeymoon to the Dominican.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know we're all weak.
Did you do a couple of mordidas?
I mean, we're there all week, and I'm like, all right, man, it's all inclusive, but we throw some tips out.
Yeah.
I handed my man $5. That my man was on me all week.
I see you.
7. I mean, all week.
Yeah.
I mean, me or Courtney are just at the bottom of the cup.
Yep.
He's right there. Bam. I mean,
was that intentional? Did you throw out that $5 early?
You didn't know it was going to go that far.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah. I didn't know, man. I threw out a 10 one time too, and I mean,
money bags over here.
I mean, he was.
What else
like,
do you need? What else do you need?
I mean, every time I see he's over there just smiling. I got you.
He's calling you Ron. He's calling you Ron.
Master Ronald.
He got that. He got it, boy.
Yeah.
He had my number, my room number.
That's awesome.
But I said, damn, boy, hit my man
it
for
is
$5.
funny.
Boy, they were.
It is funny how commonplace it was back then. Driving into Mexico, bringing back whatever the hell you wanted.
He had him shook. He said, just sitting up there, you could just go to the counter and just get drugs before you specified what type of drugs.
Prescription.
Richie said, hold on, what?
You got to understand, I have trained my ear.
He said, you could just get crack over there? Nah, he said antibiotics. Now.
But I said it because, like, my mom wasn't about to spend all that money to take us to the doctor, so she'd go to Mexico, just buy a bunch of antibiotics.
It's really a heady play.
Yeah.
I don't know if I was smuggling. No, I did.
That you gave that quick.
I did this in Aruba, right? Mm-hmm. I rolled up several bottles of liquor. I'm not supposed to do that, right?
No, you get 2, I believe, right? Isn't it 2 coming from international?
I rolled.
No,
I'm just saying. No, I went to Specs here in Missouri City, Texas. Rolled up 3 bottles.
Oh, you were taking them in.
He rolled them up in his socks and put them in his luggage.
In my suitcase, in my jeans, and rolled them up, and then and took it and put them on. I don't think I'm supposed to cross.
It's more strict coming back.
Yeah, well, I did it then too.
I brought a case of Cuban cigars from Havana. That was pretty sweet.
You didn't get caught, huh?
I didn't get.
Clint, would you like to jump in on the dry snitching that we're doing here? Just telling on ourselves.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
See, I knew Baytown would have it down.
I'm not much of a smuggler, man.
That's right.
I mean, hell, I got a headache when I was in Cabo and had to stop in one of them little side stores and get the equivalent to a lace stop. I was like, I don't know if this I don't know if this is the way to go, but I got a banger and I need to get it fixed before I get into these margaritas at Edis. I know that much. I'm not big into bringing stuff back.
Sounds good right now.
It sure does. Margarita. Mm-hmm. Before we go, We were in confessions. I was telling the people about a little bit of a dilemma I have where I have a couple of weddings with my friends that are a day apart. One of them being in Rome, Italy, the other one being in Texas, San Antonio, Texas. And I feel bad because I might have to make the decision to go to one or the other. Ron popped in with a hot take I hadn't even thought about.
I'm in a whole nother space. Yeah. I'm sorry. Whoever this friend of yours is, that's bull.
Going to Rome?
Nah, man. He acts like he works for the Texans. He's playing for the Texans. He's inviting football players and people who just willy-nilly got money that they can just go ahead and throw. Nah, man. If you are doing a wedding and you are inviting people to Rome, which is plane ticket, which is lodging, which is all this, we need more than 5 months.
5 months is plenty of time.
You need more than 5 months, especially if people got kids. Now we got to run into Christmas. Yeah. Now I got Christmas in December. Now I got to work through. No, Jack. No, man. No, I need. If you're gonna put those out, his wife ought to be ashamed of herself. I know you're the one who's got to be a part of this deal here. You got to say, hey, man, we got to give people time. We got to give people. No, it ain't. Not for everybody. For you, for your ass.
Yeah, you rich.
You've been in here. You've been doing your thing. Man.
You've been. All that smart.
Now, who want to go to figure out? Dang, man, I got to get Christmas gifts for these punk ass kids.
It's plenty of time.
Not the punk ass kids.
It's plenty of time to get on down to San Antonio. I know that.
Yeah, that's right.
San Antonio, I'm good.
That's where your boy would be. Yeah. Hey, Rome? No,
Clint, for real, Clint. If you and Lo,
people know better than invite me.
If you and Lo were getting married. And she said, man, we want to do this in Rome. That's been my dream. And you know how you want to make your lady happy. Mm-hmm. That's why you're going to buy all these horses.
Yes. All these. You're going to get you a stable. I know it.
Kids.
It's going to happen.
He might as well play him
My wife plays with me.
If she said, I want to have it in Rome, how much time are you thinking we got to get these out to give people time?
I'm not thinking about that part.
It ain't 5 months.
I'm one of those. If you want to get married in Rome, get it figured out. I'll be there. and by the way, you clearly are excluding 95% of my family.
Oh yeah,
my people ain't coming.
Clint can't even play the game.
I'm sorry, man. I just can't.
I don't care what Reggie. I don't know. Reggie doing something different than my time. I feel like Reggie's got he gonna make it work. But I feel like Reggie got a challenge in this 5 months to come up with this. With everything
we've been talking about.
Lopez can attest. The challenge is there.
There is a challenge, man. You can't pop up and get nobody with Christmas in between it. Get somebody 5 months.
Oh, by the way, Figgy and Lopez, y'all not getting nothing. Just go ahead and
I know.
San Antonio, cuz.
I know.
Save Rome for when you find a bride.
I know you may not be having no children, but I'm betting there's some people that's on that invite list. They got some kids. Yeah. May of 2027, right? Is that what you meant?
Someone texted me and let me know, like they probably didn't want you to be there the way that they said.
They didn't. That's what they're telling you. They didn't. Rome and
November 9th. I get an invitation to go.
Are they paying
to Rome?
Are they paying for the hotel? Are they paying for anything? Are they paying for anything for you?
They got a block of rooms.
They got a block.
So it's just like it was in San Antonio,
discount.
but it's in Rome?
Yeah.
That's right.
A block of rooms.
San Antonio, man.
Oh, man, Doug. You 5 months?
That's plenty of time.
This is why I turn to the wisdom of my fellas.
Plenty of time. Not for you and Tyler, you A&M maroon money cats that you could just – and Tyler will do this. Tyler and Megan got to sit down and have a meeting. All right, here. We got to arrive this 5 months.
Ain't nobody got no money like Texas A&M.
Rome, that's right. Them plane tickets to kick right off.
Hey, Tyler just needs 3 or 4 days.
Deep pockets, son.
Tyler need a big run on these best bets.
That's all he needs. You know what? I might need to start getting on the Tyler's best bets if I'm gonna make my way to Rome.
They've been hot.
All right, fellas. I'm gonna get out your way so that you guys can get into all of the fun and all the wisdom that you bring to the afternoon show. All right, fellas. Or rather, J-Lo, catch you tomorrow. It's been a fun one today. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. You see and hear Clint Stoerner right there, Tyler Milner in the building. Oh, I was hot. I was hot listening to that. They're talking about which one should I go to. The hell, which one I should.
Yes.
What we got? Give or take. People 713-572-4610, YouTube or Twitch. How much is a Rome trip? Like, if you're gonna do this right, like you got to have 3 Oh, it's more than that.
I went 2 years ago. It is not cheap.
Huh?
On the cheap, 2,500 to 3.
Oh man, that sounds low. I'm just thinking for plane ticket,
I
lodging.
must have been staying in some nice
You trying
lodging.
to go? I mean, if you're gonna go to Rome, man, I'm going to eat. I'm going to do this thing right.
I mean,
we don't know what type of block of hotels they got here. I'm sure they ain't in no damn Days Inn. I bet you they getting married in Rome. They got a nice spot of
Nola King.
If it is the Days Inn, though, you're a free agent, man. You got room on the list, don't you? If the Days Inn wants to do a little advertising.
Yeah.
That is why you go to Rome, though. The main thing you do is eat. And that gets pricey by itself.
I'm just guessing.
The main reason you go to Rome is because that whatever you're taking with you is worth it.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
He ain't taking nothing with him. Oh, maybe we don't know.
Maybe we should have said that when he's in here on the mic.
Well, I don't think he's taking nothing with him.
Yeah, that's why
he takes something.
That's why he needs to take his ass to San Antonio.
Yeah, I didn't like. Somebody texted and said Ron is right at least 2 years. Now, I'm not saying 2 years. I'm not saying we need that much time. But I mean, like I would not feel comfortable. I would probably close to a year. I would give people, because I know my friends.
Well, because you're talking to people need to save money to get somewhere and save money to get there. You don't really want them there.
I planned Rome a year and a half out.
But
you got married in Rome?
No, I didn't get married there, but I went there 2 years ago.
Yeah. Like I mean, there are some people who want to get married. I got
married
out of the
in the
country
backyard
and go,
dirty.
and have a destination wedding. That's cool. I get that. Rome is aggressive. That sounds like a honeymoon.
How about Pensacola?
Sounds like a honeymoon. But I get that. But you can't get nobody 5 months with Christmas involved. Not with kids.
Well, I mean, but the whole point of if you're you got to take the people that need more than 5 months and not Christmas. Then you got to take them off the invite list.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's like
or just give me a year.
No,
Ron. No, give me. If they give me a year,
look,
I can maybe swing.
If I got married in Rome and you had to save all year long to get there, I would never hear the end of it. You'd be like, man, you remember that time?
But just give me time.
Charge me an arm and a leg to get to Rome.
We got to make some decisions here. All right, hey man, I got to get prepared, man. We got these summer camps coming up, but let me swing and get this ready.
What do you do with your party, your wedding party? You fly them, right? I mean, you can't ask somebody to be your best man and then say, hey, by the way, it's going to cost you an arm.
I'll be honest with you. I ain't never heard of nobody doing that. I mean, I don't know if you've if you've had a destination wedding.
Flights are the most
I've never heard.
part.
I've never heard of people flying the wedding party. Now they're gonna have that gift for you.
Yeah.
Like I'm right now. Like my best friend.
But that little change holder that goes on my nightstand, that ain't gonna get me to Rome.
I'm in it.
My nips on it. That ain't getting me to Rome, bro.
Well, my best friend, shout out to Ian Anderson. He's the last one. He's been talking destination wedding now. Been talking about this wedding for a minute now, but he's been talking destination wedding, and I mean, we're preparing for it. But I mean, we're preparing now. We've been able to prepare for about 4 years now. But
he gave you 4 years.
So this thing may just
y'all got an Ian savings account.
I don't know, man. This thing just may happen in Kansas City, but
Ian's wedding account. It's on your budget.
Hey, this been 3 Thanksgivings ago since we were there for that proposal. But
Ian's never gonna get married, and show's gonna take his whole family to Disney World.
I tell you, man.
And he'll have some nice ass cufflinks for you.
Hey man, San Antonio. I got San Antonio and drive on that one. Good, nice little Sheridan in the over there on the Riverwalk. You can stay in Rome. Hey man, we can hold this down, dog. Hey, and I'd have had Courtney make a video, and I'd have ripped that save the date up in that video and then sent it to him. You kidding me? May? Shoot.
I tell you, speaking of destination weddings, y'all, I gave my bride. She had a really close friend that only been around a couple of times, and they're good friends at the moment. Great people. Mitch and Katie, what's good? Speaking of good, Mitch and Katie, good. What's good? It was a destination wedding. It was a destination wedding, and it was Napa. And I was like, hey, are you kidding me? All these them hotels are going to be expensive.
That's just Napa.
What are we going to do? I know, but I'm thinking, she's like, no, we'll go to San Francisco for a night. I'm for a wedding? Are you kidding me? Like, you got to be kidding me. That's a long flight. It's a bunch of money for a wedding. I've been around these people twice in my life. Are you kidding me? I gave her hell about Napa. I went down there, had the time of my life. Can't wait to go back.
You gave
Can't wait to go back.
And then you gave me some of the spots you went to, and then we went down there and had the time of our life.
Oh, it was tremendous.
You and John McClain playing my Napa
I'm going to tell you, man, I don't know what it was, but it got a real hill country vibe to it. I hit Napa, and all of a sudden, I felt like I was on a natural gummy high, man. I was just giver rips out the window.
Yeah, it was good. It was a great time. Omega, great spot.
Yes, indeed.
Great spot.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Sorry, that got away. The injury updates, we'll let you know the injury report as soon as it comes out and it's official. Some good news here and some concerning news. Let's start with the biggest part of this, and that is quarterback C.J. Stroud. If you're just jumping in, C.J. Stroud, with that concussion, still not practicing. Clint, he remains in NFL concussion protocol. According to Aaron Wilson in this report, still experiencing symptoms. Davis Mills prepping to start Sunday against the Titans. Let's pull the car over right there before we get to the rest of them. Being somebody's played in the league, kind of been around concussions, we've seen this. When you read this, especially, it's even different from when you played. But when you see this, C.J. Stroud on Wednesday, still not in concussion protocol, still experiencing symptoms, it says what to you?
It's a little bit more serious than I thought it was going to be.
Probably not going to play Sunday?
Probably not going to play Sunday.
If he's still experiencing symptoms on Wednesday.
Well, because here's the deal is, and my understanding is to get out of the protocol, you have to check certain boxes. And it's physical exertion, it's practice, football plays, it's like football activities. And after every one of them, there's, okay, do you feel any kind of response or, are any of these symptoms coming back? So my understanding is that there's probably not a lot of reps being taken.
Yeah.
Right? And
he's
at all.
Not even out. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I just don't know how if you're not taking reps as a quarterback at all, I don't know how you just go, hey, I'm good to go to Friday, let's ride.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. Wednesday, still experiencing symptoms, play by Sunday.
Yeah. No, I agree.
You know what I mean? As you said, travel Saturday. Get on a plane and travel to Nashville Saturday. So, we'll see. Obviously, it's not definitive, but we're just going by what we're hearing and what we know. Still experiencing symptoms on Wednesday. And for the other side, good news, Titus Howard, he returned to practice, and he had a concussion as well. And he's an offensive lineman. He's out there at practice. So just two people who had the same injury. One is still experiencing symptoms, and the other one is back at practice. So the CJ thing is one to watch the rest of the way. Also, Petrie also had a concussion. He is still not practicing. And Kaimi Fairbairn with that quad, who missed the game as well, he's still not practicing. So those are two others to watch. Either the two concussion players, Petrie and C.J. Stroud, not being able to go and not clear to get out there and practice. If we remember, Nico missed the game like those guys did, but by Wednesday of that next week, Nico was back on the practice field. The way that Titus Howard is, those two are concerns. Titus back on the practice field. Ed Ingram returned to the practice field. Christian Harris returned to the practice field. Trent Brown had some x-rays, had an ankle issue, but he did practice as well. And then Cade Stover, he returns to practice and is designated to return. So a lot of good and bad there. Clint, what jumps out to you now you're seeing of the guys that are out and the guys returning?
Well, you got your offensive lineman back. You got Titus Howard back. You got Ed Ingram back. And in the process of all of this, I think you found some things out from at the very least a depth perspective. You found out that Jarrett Patterson is probably your best left guard right now.
Yeah.
And if Laken Tomlinson has played himself smooth up out of the rotation, look at Juice Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson battling at one spot and Ingram being the other one, and then Titus Howard obviously being back at right tackle. The Trent Brown situation with the ankle may put a little bit of a damper on what I was talking about yesterday, but I think Trent Brown played well enough to give this team some options. You could then slide Titus down and play him at guard if you didn't have faith in Juice Scruggs, if you didn't have faith in Jarrett Patterson. I think if in a perfect world, Ron, based on what I saw, I don't know what's going to happen moving forward, but right now on November the 12th, I think there is a scenario where your best offensive line is Ariante Ursery and Trent Brown at tackles. Your guards would be Ingram and Howard, and Andrews would be your center. I think there is a world, there is a conversation that could potentially be being had in that building over there that is your best five. This is a best five group. This isn't a, hey, man, Trent Brown, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for the good work on Sunday. We got us a nice win. We're going to plug our other starting tackle in. You're going to go back to the bench because our interior offensive linemen are interior offensive linemen. This is a best five group. And I do wonder if that's a conversation that's being had.
I don't know why I would be Tyler and Clint. I don't know why. I shouldn't be. I honestly, God, I think I will be shocked if everybody's healthy and I walk out there and Titus Howard's not the right tackle.
I will too.
I think I will be shocked.
I'm just telling you what. I'm just telling you if we're just talking about football things, if we're just take the names off the back of the jerseys and how they operate, we're analyzing play, and we've been listening to these guys talk about the best five, and boy, have they ever done that. They ain't scared to move guys from the right side to the left side, from the outside, inside, outside. They're not afraid to do that. So I would be shocked if he's not your right guard and your right tackle, and Patterson's not your left guard. Now,
you think you feel good? You think Pat maybe won that job?
Oh, I think that's.
Hell, he was one of them. They didn't want to use Juice or Lakin.
They put City Sal ahead of Lakin and Juice.
Until
they couldn't, right? Yeah. So
and you said Juice from your eyes.
He struggles, man. He struggles.
I like that Juice and them struggles.
That was an accident. Hey, on that struggle bus. Stumbled up on something. He's on that
struggle bus right there. Struggling.
Yeah, it's just there's just not a. I don't know, man. It seems like he is. Like reacts a split second late to everything and just hangs on for dear life. And it's disruptive to everybody. That's part of kind of what Trent Brown, like when you got guys that know who they have or anticipate this tackle DN stunt coming, they stay level and like Jarrett Patterson, he doesn't have the anchor to just eat it, but he can hang on and like if he senses it coming, like Juice just seems like he's that overwhelmed kid with too many toys in the room. You can't like it's always out of whack. When he does push somebody with authority, he literally pushes them into the damn tackle, the guard or the center, where they're going. It's just doesn't seem like it comes as simple as effortless to him. And most of it's mental because he's physically a guy that can go, but most of it's mental, I would guess. But it just doesn't seem like he's as confident and settled in on what he's doing. Yeah. And Jarrett Patterson does, but he just doesn't have the juice body that you would like. He's going to be your left guard, and Titus is going to be your right tackle, and Big Trent's going to go back to the emergency tackle.
Well, we'll see. It's good to see that Titus is back. Titus and Ed Ingram are back on the practice field. They've been your two best linemen throughout the year. All right, coming up, the most important thing that has to happen in a game that the Texans are expected to win. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, look here. If you're out there and you're dealing with allergies, sinus, and or sleep problems, you're snoring like a freight train, you're
Starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Keep an eye on Show Cool.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Football Talk, Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And the local game you will get 12 o'clock. Texans traveling to Nashville to face the Titans, and a little bit later on, usually on Wednesday, we hear from the head coach and the quarterback. I don't think it feels like we're starting to get closer to know who maybe the quarterback will be on Sunday, but I think at this point they don't know. I think we'll hear from DeMeco and the quarterback Davis tomorrow, and today we're hearing from the coordinators. A little bit later on here, we will let you hear from Nick Caley, the OC, and see what he has to say coming off of, as Clint has said, his best performance. And I think the most important thing for next week and the weeks to come, Clint, is how the hell do they sustain that, right? They've been up and down, up and down. What for you did you learn? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this, too, with this question and thoughts. What did you learn, and what have we learned from the Texans offensive staff?
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is. Get that damn button on. Yeah, look, I think what they should have learned, and we're at the point in the season where we should quit. They should quit fighting it, right? And quit going back to, well, we're in the middle of an install. We got to stay committed to the process. It's process over results kind of deal. We're at a spot where results are all that matter. Right, you're dealing with pros. I mean, you've been in this offense for 4 months, some longer. Having some of the spillover from last year's offense kind of deal, and it's clear. There's a handful of things, Ron, that are clear, And I know you're a game plan offense. We'll hear it again today from Nick Caley. But if you're a game plan offense, that should mean that you have the ability, the confidence, the quick adjustment, a quick ability to adjust into whatever it is that you do best. And I just think it's time that Nick Caley starts leaning into some of the things that this team does best, right? And this is not QB specific. Both of these quarterbacks in Houston, C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills, it is clear, man, when you spread the field, when you spread out, and I'm not saying you got to run it all. I'm not saying you change your run-pass, ratio. I'm not saying that. But when you spread the field a bit, instead of using all the condensed formation and going from spread and 3 wide outs all the way back into 3 tight ends, and like you do all that back and forth, I just think I think it kills the momentum that they build, and I think it's clear your quarterbacks are clearly better and more lethal in a spread approach with more, again, and I'm just talking about the offensive line and a tight end connected if you want to do that right there, one back in the backfield, everybody else spread out. We don't need the condensed stuff. We don't need the everybody lined up inside the numbers, inside the hat. We don't need all that. Just spread them out and let these guys play. I think it's clear to everybody involved that both of your quarterbacks are better in that fashion right now.
It seems like the offense also is better.
Well, that's where I'm going to go with it next. Your O-line is clearly better with a more clear picture. Right? When you just simply spread wide receivers out, right? Now that Sam linebacker or that Will linebacker or the nickel defender or whoever's in the box, they've got to declare, man. They can't stay over the tackle or over the guard right there and know that they can take 2 steps out and cover Nico Collins underneath or cover their zone underneath if they need to. You got to spread these guys out, force those backers to spread. It makes a clearer picture for your offensive line, which I would argue is extremely important moving forward. If you're going to have a chance to make a run, your offensive line has to play like it's played the last couple of weeks. And I think a big part of the way it played this past week was I think Jarrett Patterson is better than rotating left guards. I think when you got rolling, it was a clearer picture up front for your guys. Your quarterback and your O-line. And then the other part of that, Ron, for me is I think the players, man. I think your players are stylistically are guys that are going to play at their best in a more spread approach. I mean, you look at your 3 best players on offense, and you can throw 14 in here if you want to. You can throw Jalen Nolan here if you want to.
They don't.
So you're right. So anyway, here we go. You got Dalton Schultz, you got Woody Marks, and you got Nico Collins, right? I would argue, and pretty strongly argue, and I probably wouldn't let the argument last very long because I know I'm right. Schultz, Marks, and Nico Collins, they are more effortlessly and I think they're more of a threat to a defense in a more spread approach. I firmly believe that that's the case.
And you saw that the most in this game.
Well, they definitely this game. Look, you got down 19 points in the fourth quarter. So I mean, you were forced into that, and it wasn't. And the beauty about Sunday, Ron, is that you were forced into it, and you did. You drove. Your quarterback held the football and drove down the field a couple times, but you also jumped right back in and threw a stack route versus a soft corner and threw a hitch route to a soft corner and hit Noel in the flats real quick on a little move the pocket action, right? You still ran the same exact offense from a boot, quick, mid-range play. You still ran this. You got all of that stuff accomplished. You just looked a little bit different doing it. And I think that both of these quarterbacks have shown to be significantly better in that scenario. I think getting to the line of scrimmage, like the you see the sugar huddles everybody's doing where it's just kind of it's quicker. It's sometimes it's just the line. Like implement some of those things. Keep guys out wide. It's a very clear picture. You get the offense to the line of scrimmage a lot quicker with plenty of time on the clock for CJ or Davis and Jake Andrews in the offensive line to decide who they got, how they want to get them kind of deal, who's hot, who's not, what are you going to do with it. This offense just is significantly more of a threat when they're in that mode. And again, I think there needs to be more sense of urgency to how they play. I don't think they need to play faster. Right? Spreading out to run it. I'm all about getting to the line, if it's a sugar huddle, if it's a no huddle, like get to the line of scrimmage, and then you can hang for 20 seconds. You can figure it out. You can communicate. You can do whatever you want to do. You don't have to run more plays, or you don't have to run versus pass ratio change. You can do everything that you want to do, but you do it in a fashion that I think it makes it easier on your quarterback, and I think it highlights your playmakers more, if I'm being completely honest. So I think we've learned that. I mean, I firmly believe in that, but I think we've learned that about this team and about Nick Caley. And to be quite honest with you, Nick Caley was really good like that. I mean, Nick Caley was dealing, and it was rolling. So let's add to the players that I mentioned. Hell, I mean, the best we've seen from this play caller was in that approach.
Yep. And those three guys, Dalton Schultz, Woody Marks, Nico Collins, 30 touches, 29 targets in the game. Like that usage rate felt right going towards your playmakers, which is something we have been concerned about.
Well, and to your point, you're concerned about it. I was like, well, hell, why ain't y'all? Well, because the game forced you into it. Like that should be the approach. Like we should want to score 26 points in a fourth quarter in a tie ball game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And you should be, and that should be the ratio, even if you don't have as many.
Absolutely,
that should be the ratio that you're getting the ball to those guys.
No doubt,
because you won't play 14. All right, coming up, let's discuss something that is the elephant in the room in regards to this game, and we need all hands on deck. We got to discuss this. Yeah, it is the elephant in the room, Tyler. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Serta Pro Painters.
1811. That's 800-474-1811.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I just want you to tell me if this is we're going to get to the elephant in the room. Is this fair or foul? I think it's messed up. And I'm calling him out on air. I'm not even going to respond to him on the text line. Shout out to Ocho, who is he listens to Sports Radio 610 all day long. I know he's on with Area 45 in the mornings, middays. We back and forth on the text line about shows we're watching. Tyler and Clint, my man, he's just going to leave this. By the way, Ron, I told you the sister is the killer on Reasonable Doubt.
Damn. Not cool. Not cool, Ocho. What's your problem, bro?
He texted.
That's spoiler alert like I've never seen before.
The final episode comes out tomorrow.
Good hell,
I'm not
Ocho.
caught up all the way. I'm not.
You didn't spoil nothing for me, and that pisses me off.
So I watched the first 2 or 3 episodes.
Of what?
It's a show called Reasonable Doubt on Hulu. Shout out to Hulu. But I stopped it because it's one of those shows that comes out weekly. So I wanted to just wait till they all came out. And I want to binge it after, because they gave me the first 2 episodes right away, and I was in. And I said, well, let me just wait. Let me wait. Let me shoot over and watch the morning show here. Let me get caught up there. Ocho just going to text in, by the way, Ron, I told you the sister is the killer on Reasonable Doubt.
But also not cool on your part right here, because we might have listeners who are spoiling it for you.
I know, but
well,
I mean,
you spoiled it for me.
I'm ruining it for everybody else.
Thinking about I may watch it, but
I'm gonna go out on a limb that a lot of our listener base is not banging out Reasonable Doubt. It's a great show, but damn, Ocho,
that's jacked, dude. That ain't cool.
You got to at least send a hey. Have you been watching Reasonable Doubt? Then if you get a response,
yeah,
then. That, like, he just gave the whole. I've been wondering who did it.
Well, you know now.
Damn, man. It's like watching the Titanic now. I know what's going to happen, but I mean, damn. Oh, might have been.
Is he a passenger?
God, dog. All right. Gotta regroup. Okay.
That is messed up.
Come on, man.
I'm disappointed in you, Ocho.
I believe it's the by the way. That part of it right there.
Because that means he knew you didn't know yet.
Hey, by the way, big dog.
Hey, spoiler incoming.
Guess who killed him? Boy, that really damn. Okay, that's all right. I have one more episode. I mean, the last episode comes out at 11 o'clock tonight.
You watch it tonight?
I may run through and now catch
Get you some sleep, man.
Oh,
I'm worried about you. I'm worried about your sleep.
I've been on this hip hop evolution.
I'm worried about your sleep, Brad.
That's all right, man. I'm good, man.
Yeah,
I had to finish off Doc last night, 1:30.
What time did you get up?
6:30, 6:20, something like that.
I don't need the minutes. If it starts with a 6, it's bad. I mean, my man got 5 hours of sleep last night.
A good 5.
On a Monday,
5, man.
On a Tuesday night.
Yeah. Sorry, Black Greg. I didn't mean to ruin it for you. He's pissed.
He should be. I mean, all Ocho did was tell you. Hell, you told the world.
Just said.
Domino effect of spoilers going on
Ocho
here.
just want to spoil it for me. And me. I ain't even started the damn show yet. I was during the conversation. I was like, yeah, well, really, I might check it out. And then you told me the punchline.
Text line said, "How do you sleep at night?"
He don't. That's the point.
I don't. Yeah, I do. I got to get him in. I'm sorry. Yeah. Anyway, we do have to address the elephant in the room, folks. It's on the line. Everything's on the line. This is the one, folks. If you're wondering, some of you are, you know, this is something we're dealing with every year. For my, as my son would say, if my calculations are correct, I believe we started on a nice trip I believe it was in the fall, to beautiful Denver, Colorado, where maybe we got outside of Denver and maybe hit the slopes. I don't know, enjoy it. What is it? What is it? Places some white folks go. Is it Breckenridge? Is that what it is?
White folks go.
I went to Breckenridge for Christmas last year.
I think there's a wide range of folks at Breckenridge.
Yeah, okay.
The trail's going to Breckenridge.
Sure, we'll go there. But
shout out Tosh.
But then you slide over into Denver, had a good time. You wore your Davis Mills jersey. That's why this thing's full circle.
The Generals rookie year.
You went in there, and that's the first time Tyler went on a road game that we know of, and they lost. I'm guessing Tyler's been on other road games that they've lost, and he just isn't coming clean about it.
That was the very first road game I ever went to, I will
Megan,
say.
And by the way, Megan, you're not clear of this.
Well, nah.
Megan, they lose to the Denver Broncos. And if I remember, that game was closer than one thought it was going to be, and it was some tough issues there. They blew that game.
Russell Wilson and the Broncos won it.
The next year, I'm pretty sure this was like a 13-10 game or something. It was very low scoring.
Yes.
You were high up. Second year,
you
stopped that madness. The next year, Texans take a trip to Charlotte, Carolina. North Carolina. You go out there, you go out to Charlotte. This is a lock.
It felt like
the Texans are surging at this point. I remember this is the game in which they decided to move one of the games where they decided to move Titus Howard to left guard, and it just should have been the sign the last time they did it. I remember him just completely whiffing on Brian Burns on a pull multiple times and got CJ just destroyed. Bryce outplayed CJ Stroud and threw for about a 144 in that game, and I think they went on to be the number one pick and were awful and somehow lost that game. And I don't know how the Texans somehow made the playoffs with that loss on their ledger, but you were there for that.
They were double-digit favorites against Panthers that day.
Then the next year, you decided to take the trip to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Beautiful new U.S. Bank Stadium.
I forgot about this.
This is the worst one.
Went out there. That was a good one. And with your appearance, they decided to go, hey, let's see how many offensive line penalties we can get. How many get? You had to sit there through that skull chant.
Oh, God.
Was that when we were decided to block edge rushers with Dalton Schultz?
Yes, sir. Kicked it off. And old Blake Cashman said, no, I'm going to get a pick early in this thing, and I'm coming home. By the way, shout out to Blake. I just saw he got engaged with this lady. Not bad. But you go out there, and they just get absolutely destroyed. One of CJ's worst games ever.
Worst loss of the year was over by halftime.
Yep. You were there for all of them.
Shout out Laramie Tunsil with whatever it was, 17 straight false start penalties.
Broncos, Panthers, Vikings.
Oh, God, that is
After
bad.
last year, it's been growing after each one of the losses. Stay your ass at home. Don't go, Tyler. Well, folks, he's not. This is the week he decided to go. Him and Megan
Las Vegas, baby!
are leaving to go to Nashville. Megan may or not be participating in a bachelorette party because who doesn't when they go to Nashville? They're going to be there. They're in the house. And
maybe my dad will help break.
Again, Clint.
Your dad's going?
My dad's going, yeah.
She's going. Okay, his dad's going, and he's rooting for the Titans, folks. Again, Clint, I don't believe in curses.
Well,
my hands are tied, though, if they lose this game and you're there. My hands are tied with the audience.
Mine might be.
And I'm just letting you all know, Tyler is going to test it.
What is this number 5?
This is our 4th, but the thing that makes this so bad, and you just laid that out so beautifully, Ron, the timeline of this disaster, but the thing that makes this so damn bad is that not only have we lost every away game I've gone to the last 3 years, every one of them are arguably their worst loss for the Texans of the season. Yeah. I mean, last year for sure.
Well,
that
this would be
loss.
Too.
Now this would go.
Yes.
No, seriously. If my hands are tied on the curse, I can't explain away the curse. You know, I have to let people have it. But the closer we get to it, people are hot. Stay your ass at home, Tyler. Don't go.
Already got the airfare.
Well, it's already got a life of its own because I mean we do live broadcasts, and anytime it's brought up, I mean there is a serious. I mean there's no laughing. It's not a laughing matter.
Because
to most folks out
honest to God, the season's over if they lose this one.
Well, that's yes.
Stop
I mean, on several fronts.
I'm just saying.
Stop what you're doing.
They're not. They can't. They're 1-8. This is one of the worst teams in football. They're 1-8. They've got the 32nd. Go look at their offensive numbers.
What was the final score of that first game?
The Broncos won?
No, the first time we played the Texans played the Titans.
No, it's sneaky. It was 6-0 going to the fourth, but it finished 26-0. They're 1-8. The only game they had, I mean, literally miracles had to occur repeatedly against the Arizona Cardinals.
Can I ask you a question?
They're 31st or 32nd just about every major offensive category. They're awful.
Yeah, we can't lose. The Texans cannot lose. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Does it buy me any grace?
No.
Mills starting again, and it's not Stroud. I don't get a little leeway for this being like
no. A part of it would be because you're going.
Mills is beating the Titans when Culley was the coach, Chief.
Damn it, Clint. We're breaking the curse. I feel good about it.
It's not a curse. It's not. I don't believe in curses.
I feel great about this game. Most people did until they heard this segment.
Until they know you're going.
And they know you're getting on that plane.
He's getting on a plane Friday.
I think they'd rather tune into Sports Radio 610 The Drive on Friday and hear Tyler than have you in Nashville. I think, don't you?
Yeah. I'm nervous. Coming up, let's hear from the OC, Nick Caley, as he speaks to the media. We'll hear from him coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. Twin Peaks now. When the lunch hour hits, you got to fuel up like you mean.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Damn, Tyler.
Sports Radio 610 presents Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ocho's trying to backtrack, by the way. Now he is texting in.
Can't backtrack on a spoiler.
Oh, no. I feel like he's stuttering when he says this. Run. I did not spoil it. I'm saying it's starting to look like she's the killer based on the latest episode. Does that help? Does that help? Like, come on, man.
Well, it doesn't sound like a very good movie if the sister's a killer.
No. Well, now I definitely know she ain't. I didn't have the sister at first on my card, so now I'll be looking for that.
You've been looking at her sideways. Maybe he tricked you. Maybe Ocho's a step ahead, man. Maybe he tricked you.
Ocho, you know who that damn killer is, don't you? Now you're trying to act.
I thought you said it doesn't come out till 11 tonight.
Yeah, it's something, man. He knows. I don't know, man. He talking too. By the way, that's the part that got me. All right, let's head to NRG as the OC, Nick Caley, coming off a big week for him. Here he is talking to the media.
The way Davis performed, particularly in the fourth quarter, orchestrating their offense, what are some things that jumped out to you?
I thought just poise, consistency, never too high, never too low, great command, just really steady. I mean, it's exactly what he's been ever, since my exposure around him, and I'm sure well before me here.
When you guys were heading into the fourth quarter with that deficit, did you see because that was obviously a very different fourth quarter than we've seen all season. What happened going into?
Sure. Well, I think just one play at a time. Same thing. We were, had got a good rhythm executing, moving the ball. You could see it. The guys were playing within themselves and going out and executing, and it was clean football. And I think it just continued to build as we went through the fourth quarter.
What went into Woody taking the bulk of snaps on Sunday, and is this still kind of a game plan rotation, or is he kind of taking that lead back role?
Yeah, I think it goes with everything. You go into a game and you sit there and you try to have balance in a variety of ways for all the right reasons, and sometimes you get into a rhythm, and he played well and he was playing well down the stretch. And I think they both complement him and Nick both complement each other, so he did well. It's hard to say how every game's going to go. Sometimes it doesn't go the way you want it to, but he did a great job, and I thought played consistent throughout the game, and happy with his performance for sure.
What you've seen from him to be able to handle like a 60 snap workload?
Yeah, just consistency. He's gotten better every single week, not just as a runner. Obviously he can catch the ball, but blitz pickup, he'll put his face on guys and be physical, and that's a big part of what we ask those guys to do. So it's just a complete package, and just continuing to get better and learning from things as we go, and there's plenty to learn from too as we get going.
You talked a lot about the offensive line. You talked a lot about the offensive line. Can you talk about what you got from the line last week, especially a guy like Trent Brown who hadn't played all season?
Yeah, I think grit, toughness, strain, finish. Those guys played hard. It's not ever perfect, but they played their tails off, from start to finish, and didn't go the way that we wanted to collectively to start. And there was great communication on the sideline, on the bench, through adjustments and stuff like that, and I just thought they were really, really focused.
When you look at new starters along the offensive line, and what did you make of specifically Jarrett as well?
Yeah, I think, what goes into it is just what can we do to give ourselves what we feel throughout the course of the week, or a cumulative body of work to give ourselves the best chance to go out there and compete. And so whoever's out there, that's what we felt was best for the team. I thought Jarrett played tough, played smart. He's a competitor. He's got a lot of flex. He's played a lot of football. So really happy the way that he battled throughout the game.
Point City, so what was the evaluation on him to get the start, and what changed after just 9 snaps? We were like, nah, that's not it.
Yeah, I think just every single week, again, it's a body of work. So, City had put out really good, I would say consistent performances day after day of practice, and given an opportunity to go out there and compete, nothing more, nothing less. We're going to always have an opportunity to compete. I don't think anything's fixed, and that's what practice is for. So,
I think when it comes to Sunday and CJ, obviously, if he remains in the protocol, you'll start Davis again. If you do that, having had 2 weeks with Davis, how much do you think you can maybe even do even more with him in offense?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this last week. He has great command and great awareness and ownership of the offense. He has since we've been here. Been very pleased with him. He's a pro, and he'll always be prepared. He always is prepared, and got a lot of faith in him.
How much go ahead, Thanks, appreciate it. How much of the offensive production from Nico Collins was was due to the familiarity between him and Davis?
I guess that would be me just making stuff up. I'm not going to do that. I mean, I think Nico's a big part of our offense. Davis obviously has played a long time with him. We have a system here, obviously, with Davis and CJ and those guys. So I think just being able to have that chemistry just in general, I don't think it ever hurts. Certainly, they played a lot of football together. So Nico's a competitor, made some big time plays for us, and have a lot of respect for him.
How would you evaluate Davis, the pre-snap and all that type of stuff, the freedom to change plays at the line of scrimmage? Is that something that took place on Sunday?
Sure. Yeah. No. He's got great command, total command, and again, just like I just had mentioned, he's into it. I mean, he's very smart, very hardworking. He prepares. He works at it. He's here early, stays late, watches a lot of tape. So first class in every way, and really cares about the position. So yeah, I mean, there was nothing holding him back at all from that standpoint.
What kind of decision did you make? Fourth quarter comeback, looking at the scoreboard, you stick with the running game enough, and a couple of your linemen talked to us about what an effect that had on Jacksonville. Did you make that conscious decision to stick to it enough, and what effect did you see that have? Yeah, I think that we want to be able to run the football, and I think that throughout the course of the game, we felt good about getting efficient runs off. We were running. I know the volume at the end of the day, whatever ended up being in the low 20s or whatnot, it wasn't super high, but we were running the ball efficiently and effectively, and I think that's important to be able to settle it down and be able to stick runs in there and do those things. And I have a lot of faith and confidence in those guys, and they did a really good job, and they competed, and again, there was a lot of obviously more opportunities in the past. Good job. Felt like being able to stay connected and move the line of scrimmage for those guys in the backs did a really good job of utilizing those blocks.
Your perspective, how were you able emotionally, because the flows of the game, it's easy to kind of fall into the trap of how the flow of the game is going and kind of reacting off of that. How were you able to kind of lock in and just stick to your script, even though the scoreboard was what it was, which allowed us?
Take the same coaching points that I give our guys. Take it one play at a time and just stay grounded and focus on what's at task. Not looking ever ahead and trying to learn from anything that would have come up, any adjustments that we need to make, and then just trying to be totally present and calm so that we can operate and do the things that we want to do. That's what I'm always trying to do.
Obviously, a lot of the successes you have in a game could be game to game. It could be just in that game. Is there anything you guys did specifically well on Sunday against Jacksonville that you think you can really carry over to another week?
Well, I think the second half we played cleaner. We were more efficient. We were able to move the ball forward more consistently. I think the first half was just couldn't really stay out of our own way a little bit. We got into some bad long yardage situations, which always makes it tough. Never could really get into a rhythm, I would say. So I think we were able to put some positive play. Not that the third quarter, there's not many plays in the third quarter either, but being able to just continue to get positive plays, to continue to convert on third down and possession downs, and really just be able to operate our offense. And I thought that it was a testament to our guys really going out and executing, and doing a great job of that. Nothing more, nothing less.
Eric Armstead had some success, especially inside against you guys. You're going to play Simmons and Sweat. He's back this time.
Yeah.
What are some things that you clean up with the interior line?
Yeah, I think we just got to play really, really good fundamental football. I mean, they're really, you talk about Simmons. I mean, they play really hard up front. They get off the ball, they press the pocket, they knock guys back. So, again, it's fundamentals, it's toughness, and it's consistency in doing all that. That's the truest measure of performance, is just doing it down after down in a consistent manner.
Go ahead.
We've asked you a lot about Tay, how he's progressing.
Yeah.
He's faced some of the obviously best guys off the edge, especially last week with Hines Allen. Can you just talk about where he is now and what you've seen, especially against some of those tough guys?
Yeah, I think he's in a good place. I really do. I think he's continued to show toughness. He cares. He wants to get better. He works at it. Same thing that has been the case since we got him here right after the draft, just obviously with more reps and more. Now he's got some more games under his belt. But I think he's playing good football. I mean, he's playing tough. He's playing disciplined. disciplined football in terms of alignment and leverage and those type of things. Hand usage is getting better, so just got to continue on that track. He's conscientious of that, and I think that Cole and Zach do a really good job with those guys, and he'll continue to hopefully stay right on that trajectory. But I'm pleased with him. I really am.
Was there anything? Sorry, I missed the first part. But was there anything positive that you saw from right guard or one of the guard positions that you were hoping to see, given that you all were having a rotation there?
Yeah, I think they settled in. I think as the game went on, we got settled in, and I think that there was a lot of good. What I really appreciated was down the stretch, we were able to really settle down, take care of, being tighter with our run game fundamentals, be cleaner in pass protection, and I think just collectively the interior part did a great job, but I think that extended to everybody too. You had Trent out there for the first time at right tackle too, so there's some new faces, but again, this was 2 weeks ago or whatever it was when I was asked a question by somebody in here. Like we do change things up at times, like every other place I've been, just in terms of being able to have some flex with those lines, so that you're never in a position where, hopefully not in the position where you're the first time a guy's ever playing together is out on a Sunday. You're trying to build those reps throughout the week. So I thought they did a really good job. I thought collectively we got better and cleaner as the game went along, and that was the best thing we could have done. And those guys up front really helped make it feel that way even more, I think, when you can settle down the line of scrimmage.
What can you say?
Will DJ, sorry.
What can you say about your unit having a tough year, having a real tough game to start, fighting through that, persevering to have some success, and then contribute to the win?
Yeah, I mean, I'm proud of them. I really am. I think that is a tough group that cares a lot about doing the right thing, and I would say collectively we haven't been consistent enough over the course of the season, and we're striving to do that, and we're working hard to do that. And I thought you saw a lot of grit, you saw a lot of tough, and when those guys get you going up front, I think it's a catalyst for a lot of other things, and I was really proud of the way that they competed. And they do that every single day. I mean, I don't have to worry about those guys coming to work ready to do it. It's just we got to continue as a group to just do it a little bit better, cleaner, and be more efficient with those things.
You're about 9 games. How do you feel like your viewpoint, viewpoint aside, I guess your vision on how you're watching the plays, how much did that improve from week 1 all the way to now? Like, just in terms of like the positioning, because obviously you can't see everything. So how do you feel like your positioning of how you're seeing the game live in action?
Sure.
Being able to kind of go through your play sheet based off what you're seeing along with the help. How do you feel like that's improved?
Yeah, no, I feel good. I mean, I feel like anything else, it's the more reps you get into it, like anything else, the better off it is. And but I feel good. I feel good about being able to see it. I feel good about the communication that we have within a staff. That's what the staff's for too. I mean, we have good dialogue, good communication. We solve problems together, and that's what a staff does. So got a really good staff, good people. We've got coaches and players that are connected, that communicate well on the sideline and get good feedback, and we solve problems. Look at the pictures, see what we had on the live takes, and be able to see how we want to move forward, from series to series. And sometimes you get some unscouted looks. Sometimes it's more similar to what you thought you were going to get, and you go from there. But I feel good about the communication. I feel good about the approach and the vantage point, definitely.
I'll open that quickly. Sorry about that. I'll open that quickly. How difficult, just from the fan perspective, the media perspective, how difficult can that be to try to see what's going on as fast as it's happening, and then try to call plays in the midst of a series off of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think what you do is you try to take it one play at a time. You prepare for situations. You build that through the week, and you have your contingency plans, and you have your solves for certain things, whether it's front structures, whether it's coverage structures, that you don't anticipate, that you know how to solve for different things. And I think you attack it as you see it. I don't think you chase ghosts. I think you go out with a good plan that you put forth with the staff and the player of the game, and you see it live. You try to go back and you look after each series to try to look at everything that's happening. How can we improve this? Are there any issues? How do we solve those things? And you talk through it, and you have dialogue, and then you communicate with the players, and we try to clean it up and go from there. And I think it's a continuous process throughout the course of a game from start to finish. And I feel like we have good communication and a good approach from that standpoint.
With the way that Davis was able to end that last offensive possession by making the decision to take the ball out and scramble, get out of the pocket, it's something that CJ has done as well, being able to use his legs more. When you were watching film on them before you even came in and started putting together the playbook, was that something that you've seen that you could use from both of them to be advantageous for you all?
Yeah, I think both of those guys, to answer your question, like, first of all, on defense, they're a very good defense. They'll do a lot of zone coverage. They'll get a lot of depth. But I think, when we're calling a pass play, obviously, the intent is to read them out and to have a reason for why we're obviously trying to throw the football. I think those two both have a really good ability to utilize their legs, and they've shown that. So I think it was a really good move on a good call, instinctive play by Davis, obviously, to go out there and do that. Trying to game plan a bunch of run opportunities when we have players out in the patterns and stuff like that.
All right, a lot there, addressed a lot. I'm sure throughout the show we will check back in on some of the things that the offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, had to say as they look to continue what they were able to do as for moving forward. All right, coming up, it is Wednesday, so that means we do a little stock up, stock down. You can text yours in, 713-572-4610. Stock up, stock down. We'll do that coming up.
All right, y'all, imagine selling your home in under a week, right? Even in today's market now, it's not impossible. It can happen. And with Orchard's Fast Track program, it has happened, right? You can sell fast and you can sell for more. So if you're in if you're in the process of trying to sell a home or you're even thinking about it, I'm going to tell you right now, Orchard is the way to go, right? Yes, some homes in Houston are sitting on the market for 28 days or more, right? But here's the deal. Orchard's Fast Track program, it flips a slow market into your favor.
peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
Dutski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up. Stocked with Stoerner and Hughley.
I pump those numbers out. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Big voice man is correct. It's time for some stocks on the drive with Clint Stoerner and Ron the Show Hughley. I am producer Tyler Milner. Team Mill, you know I'm going to the game, as Ron laid out earlier. I'm going to this Week 11 Texans-Titans matchup in Nashville. There is no curse. Sure, we'll talk more about that later. But I want to start this thing off, these stocks today with you, Ron the Show. As the Texans enter Week 11, very much also with C.J. Stroud's status up in the air. Quarterback looking like it might be Mills. Stock up for you, Ron the Show Hughley, as the Texans head to Nashville.
Stock up for me. This is a gentleman who has made multiple stock downs during this year for me. And I think he played his best game as a Texan, best game as a pro, and I want to give him credit and stock up. And I think that goes to Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins played his best game. There was a lot of heroes, a lot of guys who made plays, from Davis Mills to Daniil Hunter to Will Anderson to Sheldon Rankins to Nico Collins, everybody. But Jaden Higgins, it was really like one of the first times you got to see, he's got really good size. They took advantage of that size. Davis Mills looked like he was throwing the ball up high for him to go get multiple times. He got in the end zone again, got a nice touchdown covered, but they went up high, and he went up and pulled it down. The best we've seen him play this year, and hopefully this is a thing that jumpstarts him, and he continues to get action. And I think to the point you said, they opened things up more, probably due to the score, but I think helped him get out on the field more and get opportunities. So shout out to Jaden Higgins. He has had, for me, slower process for him as a rookie than I expected. But he stepped up, and hopefully this is actually a springboard to him playing better.
I like that one. He is he's a guy that I think's got to kind of find his own way in the league, but I think those around him have to figure out, what exactly is it that he does well. You know what I mean? Like he's a, when I see him body, the build, I think he's going to be more of like a Mike Irvin type stylistically. You know what I mean? He's not necessarily going to be a burner that's going to run by everybody and take the top off of coverages. I think he's going to be more of a big-bodied receiver that's going to know how to keep his body in between the DB and the quarterback, the DB and the ball kind of deal. Use his body, catch the ball underneath, and like we saw him catch a stack route. I think we saw him catch a hitch route too. Soft corner, just get him the ball and let him lay down for 3 extra yards at the end of it. So yeah, I think it's going to take a little time for him and them, really talking about the Texans, to figure out how do you want to use him and what's the best way to deploy him. Is where it looked pretty damn good.
He would go and get the ball when he was at Iowa State. He would go up, they'd throw the ball up, use his body and his size to go up and get the ball. We haven't seen that as much, but that touchdown was Davis Mills put the ball up and let him go get it.
Well, it's just the catch radius, man, is with him and Nico, but he probably is going to end up having a bigger catch radius. Again, we've talked about Nico. He just appears to be a guy that can climb the ladder and go get it, right? So that just get it in the vicinity, and you got a real good chance of him making a play. The more confident he gets, the better off he's going to be.
So the Texans rookie pass catcher, Jaden Higgins, that is around the show Hughley's stock up. Clint, over to you. Stock up for the Houston Texans in your eyes as they head to Nashville to take on the Titans.
I think it's Jarrett Patterson, man. I think, the way he stepped in at a position – clearly, they don't have any confidence in Juice Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson, the way they handled the guard situation this past week. And so for Jarrett Patterson to get that opportunity and play well, and play really well. And I think he's earned a spot. I think he's a guy that right now him and Ingram should be your guards. I think he played well enough. I like the communication piece with the center, and center is typically what he plays. I like the fact that he can help there and is used to it. Probably knows the offense like the back of his hand, having to be the one that communicates it. And I think his stock right now, because typically he'd be a center, you'd want to get in there if need be. But the fact that he's found a way to work his way up from really a 3 deep on the depth chart, probably going to be a starter this week. I think his stock is through the roof right now. Jarrett Patterson
should be. I do wonder. You would think he's going to start, right? You would think it. You would think that's the route they're going to go with those guys returning. Him and Ed Ingram being the guards. With Ed returning to practice, you would think that would be the case. So yes, his stock is way through the roof on. As DeMeco said, hey man, we're trying to see what the best group we have up there. You would assume he's done enough to keep himself in there.
Yeah.
You are tuned in to H-Town's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program. That'd be The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We do this every Wednesday around this time. It's stock up, stock down, and we got Week 11 Texans versus Titans. Back to you, Ron, the show. What is the stock down in your eyes for the Texans right now, sir?
My stock down is kind of connected to your stock up, Clint, and like I don't know why Laken Tomlinson is even really still on the team right now, to be honest with you. If Patterson jumps you.
Oh, City.
62 jumped you. And I
62 City.
Before we even get to 62, Juice Scruggs jumped you, right? You were rotating with Juice. Then 2 guards go out. Yo ass ain't one of them. One of the guards comes in. He is doo-doo. Just doo-doo. And they got to sit him, and they still don't call your ass. Like, I mean, right now, I'm led to believe Patterson and 62. And maybe somebody else is ahead of you right now before you get in the game. And Ed, before you get in the game.
There's 4 guards ahead of him on the –
right now.
You got to play. There's 4 of them ahead. You 3 deep on that.
Like, for me, it is – like, I know injuries could occur, but for me, I'm like, what's he doing there?
Yeah.
Like, you don't trust him, believe, or like what he's bringing to the table. So his stock is not only down, this team. I mean, we'll see if he's still with this team the rest of the way.
And as these Texans head up to Nashville to take on the fake-ass Oilers that like to pretend Houston's history is their own, Clint Stoerner, over to you. Stock down for you in this matchup in Week 11 for the Texans Titans.
Well, I think it's Christian Kirk, man. They paid him a boatload of money to come here to play second fiddle to Nico Collins, and in a game where he's healthy, and it seems like everybody's making not just plays, but making like game-changing type plays. I mean, he has settled in that spot of a guy that's catching a couple of underneath snag routes and doing absolutely nothing with it. I mean, he is an absolute non-factor in the game, in a game where, again, Higgins is catching touchdowns. Nico is doing, obviously, big-time Nico things. Jalen Noel is catching a big corner over a corner route, whatever it was.
They threw a pick when they tried to get it to him.
Yeah, man, and Dalton Schultz is having a big game. I mean, it's everybody's getting them some, and Christian Kirk is sitting over in the corner watching the party. It is hard to think that this Christian Kirk is ever going to be worth the money they spent on him or live up to those kind of.
And I thought that he had the potential to work. Yeah, you're in there. He's what, 1 catch for 3 yards in this ball game.
Yeah,
on 3 targets. And one of those targets ended up being a pick. 1 for 3. Damn, man, you ain't even Applebee's.
Hey, but Ron, this is a game where everybody's getting
$1
something.
Applebee's has
I mean, they're throwing hitches, stacks, snags. Everybody's getting a little bit of something underneath the cover. Just underneath. Everybody's soft. Let's just throw it underneath. And he's still not the guy.
1 for 3.
I found a whole rat in my Cobb salad.
I mean, they're not doing that.
If you own that stock, you may be losing a little money.
Man,
I mean, you can hold it and see if he catches fire late. Maybe.
Man, 1 for 3. All right, yeah. That has not worked, Nick.
Fair market, huh?
Man. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you, I was just gonna run with Nick Caserio the rest of the way on my stock down, like the rest of the year.
You thought better of it?
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Well, damn.
Laken. Lakin had to get a mention.
Lakin, Kirk, all of this is connected to him. All of it.
Hey, just put / put your player / Caserio.
I mean, think about our big offensive moves in the offseason. Christian Kirk, Cam Robinson. Coming up next, a player who is returning. Somebody that we're excited about that Nick Caserio drafted. A player that's returning. How big is it? And what is the next move from this Texas hero? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block. Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Rock and roll! Touchdown, Texans!
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If you missed it, we heard from the OC earlier in the show. He spoke about the offense, a lot of things. I'm sure we'll hear from that coming up a little bit later on in the show as well. But if you missed him, he was on at 3 o'clock. Go on the podcast page or Odyssey app and check out the offensive coordinator. All right, Clint, there are a lot of, we'll see injury report-wise, will be interesting. We know if you missed it, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie, they are not practicing with the concussions. Titus Howard is back, however, back on the practice field today with his concussion, still having symptoms, has been reported about C.J. Stroud. And Fairbairn also out. But a guy who is returning, who we have not seen for a while, Clint, is Cade Stover. And he is somebody that a lot of people, including you, had a lot of excitement about coming into the year. Somebody that you thought, oh, this guy could be a player. He could take the next step in year 2. It looks like he will be back, and he is going to be reinstated. We should see him on the field coming up on Sunday against the Titans. You think this is a big deal? What's going through your thoughts here with Cade Stover returning to the lineup?
Well, I think, there's several ways to look at this, Ron. I think he's better than your number 2 tight end right now. And if you don't want to say the number 2 tight end, Harrison Bryant, just say the more of a traditional, can help you with his hand in the dirt attached to the tackle. And that frees up Schultz to be able to do some more of the pass-catching stuff that he's more comfortable doing. So I think he's better than Harrison Bryant. I think he complements Dalton Schultz really well. There's a really good chance that Cade Stover is the future at the tight end position in Houston. And again, I think a more traditional type of tight end that is good in the pass game as well as good in the run game, enjoys the physicality of blocking in the run game. So I think he could potentially be the future here in Houston. But I'll add one more bullet here is I think that they've gotten to a point where they really like the 6th offensive lineman, which is kind of the trend in the NFL right now with Blake Fisher. Now all of a sudden, if you put Blake Fisher in there with Cade Stover, assuming Cade is 100% healthy, now you've changed that surface in the run game right there to be able to run behind those guys. Think about that. If you've got Ursery, Stover, and Fisher in there as that in that heavy package, that heavy Fisher package, you can do some things. So I would say it adds a weapon to the personnel department for Nick Caley. I just think him coming back is a big boost for the Texans offense.
Yeah,
I don't know if right away, because I think it's going to probably take him some time to fit him in and work him in.
I expect him to get a lot of decent run to work in the game.
I think he'll get a lot of run, but it's going to take some time for him to kind of build some confidence and chemistry, and the quarterback to build some confidence and chemistry to rely on him. But you remember, the thing is like we know that he's going to be a good tight end, run blocking tight end. The physicality is not going to be a problem. So it was more about his route running, and DeMeco Ryans spoke multiple times in the preseason and training camp about the route running and really precise about the top of his route. He's getting a lot better, and coming out of his breaks, he's getting a lot better. And so that part of it, I know he's taking a hit obviously with the injury, so he's not going to pick up right where he left off, but the potential for him is through the roof, and I don't know when he's going to help the team, but at some point in time, having him healthy is going to be a big part of what the Texans do offensively.
And it sounds like a big point. You're talking about helping the team in the passing game, like that.
Well, that's where I'm going. If all of a sudden you can throw 2 tight ends out there, that whether it's within a route or it's with speed, you got two tight ends out there that are natural catchers of the football that can separate, that are reliable targets, that can really hurt defenses either consistently underneath, being checkdowns, or guys that can stretch the field a little bit. I mean, that's a game changer, man. And in this particular offense, Nick Caley's history, Nick Casario's history, Cole Popovich's history in New England, I know we don't talk real glowingly about that, but if you look at what they did, their best football was played when you had two tight ends that complemented each other really well, and one in Gronk field that never came off the field. By the way, compliment each other. Yeah, good
compliment
point.
each other on the field.
Yeah, good point.
Gronk was not a compliment to Aaron Hernandez
in the club
off the field.
and thank the Lord. But yeah, I mean, I just think this is a big deal. If they get him back and they can get him in the fold and he can get comfortable and pick up where he left off in training camp, this is big moving forward for the Texans.
Yeah. So that is a help back. There'll be some kind of up in the air thoughts of guys if they play with, especially with Fairbairn, Stroud, and Petrie, but. They've been wanting and waiting to get Cade Stover back, and that'll be big for this offense. By the way, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus, streaming November 16th on Paramount. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back. And by the way, many people were confused. I was not confused on which movie it was Billy Bob Thornton gave to Halle Berry. I was kind of up and down on which movie he won the Academy Award for, and it was Sling Blade. Sorry about that. Featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott, one of the best voices in the game. Landman, new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. And please don't give that away, Ocho. All right, as we continue, Clint, I did want to get to a Texan legend and one of the greatest Texas A&M Aggies we've ever.
And out right now, sir. He doesn't get to claim the maroon and white. No, sir, not that whiny little bitch.
Did he go to the school? Did he play?
Briefly.
All right.
Till he had to cry and get his daddy involved.
You tell me if everything I'm saying is accurate. Did he go to the school?
He did.
Did he play?
He didn't get a degree.
Did he play for A&M?
Yes.
Did he win a Heisman Trophy in college?
Not for A&M.
Did he win a Heisman Trophy in college?
Yes.
All right. One of the greatest
son of a bitch
Aggies to ever do it right there.
Stop.
Kyler Murray. Clint, it seems like he is done in Arizona. They've put him – I don't feel like I want to speak out of turn, but I feel like they've put him on a healthy scratch on the IR with his foot. And they've decided to go with Jacoby Brissett. It looks like he's done. A lot of people try to figure out where he may move on, his next move. How do you feel? The talent's there, obviously a former number one pick. How do you feel about him? We've talked about this with a lot of guys. Do you get the sense that Kyler Murray can be a guy that has a second run like we're watching with Sam Darnold, who's in the MVP race right now, Baker Mayfield, who was and may still be in the MVP race, and then Daniel Jones, who spun. Do you get the sense that you feel like Kyler Murray, his next stop, could revitalize things and pull off what they've done?
I don't.
You don't.
No,
you don't.
But I mean, it's less. It's obviously less about talent and more about
him. Right.
You got to be wired in a certain way to be willing to navigate what Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold and what those guys navigated. I mean, don't forget they went through some very similar things that Kyler's gone through now, but they also then went and took a back seat for a year, 2 years in bad organizations behind quarterbacks.
You could argue they had less success than Kyler did in their first runs, right? Like I talk about Sam with the Jets.
Definitely Sam. I mean, I think Baker had a pretty good run, didn't he? Didn't Baker have
right. He probably had a similar run to him, a playoff little run.
Yeah, but you got to be wired in a different way to navigate that comeback story, if you will. And it's usually a year or two in some messed up situations with, lame duck coaches. And I don't know, man. It just doesn't strike me that he's one of those guys that is going to fight through that for something. I I don't know how the contract works out. I know Arizona has an out after the 2026 season. So after next year, I think they have an out. I think if it's
that people are talking about potentially trade.
Yeah, but I mean, who's going to trade for a $46 million a year quarterback? I mean, who's going to for this guy?
If Arizona's going to have to take something, have to help.
Yeah, you have to eat a bunch of it, or or do they? I mean, hell, I mean, if I'm him, I get what I can out of it. I go play Major League Baseball.
God, you're gonna go play baseball.
That's where I'm at. If I'm Kyler, man, that's where I'm at.
No, there's some stuff. People talking about the Jets, the Steelers.
I think there's plenty of stops. I don't think the Steelers are one of them, but I think there are plenty of stops.
Saints and Dolphins were other.
Yeah, you naming all of them. They're all right there.
See,
those are the kind of scenarios that I just don't think Kyler Murray's going to go to and even if he's playing, spend 2 years being the pillar and kind of the guy that brings the organization out of dysfunction. If you just want to exist in dysfunction for a little while, I guess.
See, but I think the model that you brought up is like I don't like any of these for him. I think he needs to go somewhere and stop and just do what they did, right?
Be a backup somewhere.
But yeah, just chill. I think the Rams is the perfect spot.
That is a good one.
Like the Rams to me is the perfect spot. I think Sean is a guy he can. Now I don't know if the Cardinals would ever go in division. Who knows? Yeah. But if he tries to find his way out,
talking about Fitz.
If he's trying to find his, I think something like that, because Stafford obviously at 37, 38, he's still playing his ass off, but you don't know how. Like you can see that coming to a close soon.
Yeah,
and Sean McVay. Like I think that's the type of scenario he needs to go to, because I mean all of those guys. I don't know how much Baker said. He said a little bit, but Sam definitely went to San Francisco and sat and chilled.
Baker went to Carolina.
Jones.
Baker went to Carolina and ended up sitting there, and then he
played. No, he played. Because him and Sam were there together, and he won the job.
They backed up at first, or either. I mean, he ended up sitting there and getting cut there.
Yeah, he got cut. He got benched. Yeah. No, I do feel like Saints, Browns, Jets, the Dolphins. I don't know, man. That feels like. That feels like a space of him just going kind of into where he is right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, man. I don't know. It takes a special kind of dude that's going to swallow his pride and just basically you just got to eat whatever that a horse crap, offensive staff throws at you, losing organization throws at you. You just got to be willing to eat it, and hopefully it works out for you. I just don't know. With damn near 300 in the bank.
If he has
I just don't know if he got that in him, man.
Yeah.
But
he's got to channel his time at A&M and really pull through, and how he's able to recover.
If he channeled that time and be running away from it.
As one of the great Aggies. What you got coming up here at 4?
Well, we've got an injury report, and it's a really good injury report for the Texans, for a couple of Texans. But what it does is it puts the organization in a position to where they got to make some decisions, some potentially very tough decisions on the offensive line. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Jiffy Lube. There is 60 locations around the city, so it's always convenient.
half miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. With quarterback Jackson Dart in concussion protocol, the Giants against the Packers on Sunday will turn to Jameis Winston instead of Russell Wilson to start, and it's clearly the right call. And if you've been paying attention to the NFL the last few years, you already knew before the season started that Russ was washed. The question is, does Russ know that he's cooked? Because if he does, he would hang it up at the end of the season. Because the longer he tries to prove he isn't, the tougher it will be for him to make the Hall of Fame one day. I'm Zach Gelb.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas member, we are committed to helping you stay covered whatever challenges may come your way. Our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit StandByYouTexas.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with over 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit StandByYouTexas.com or call 888-672-2583 to renew your coverage today.
You're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. It starts with your free consultation. Call 832-688-HAIR, 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and
ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Nice job by Clint Stoerner. Real nice job.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
Clint, what is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Appreciate you stopping that highlight where you did, T, and keeping that Opie part out of there. I appreciate that.
Yeah, what a jerk that guy was.
Well, I mean, he misspoke. It was Elmo, by the way, not Opie, but Opie was fine too. I mean, I feel like that. I feel like he was profiling me. Probably go back and get his ass. What do you think?
I think so. I mean, he was being awfully judgmental about your height, and you're not even a short dude. You're not vertically challenged.
It didn't sound like he was complimenting me though. I felt like it was coming from a negative place from that jackass, whoever it was.
You showed him.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I showed him about throwing 4 picks the next week and getting benched.
No, but we wouldn't talk about the next week.
I bet they had some good things to say in that first half of that Giants game. Go back and find some of that, T.
Well, that game, that audio came from, I mean, you won that game, bro.
Yeah, we won that.
Own it.
Yeah, how about that? Dirty's Daily today is powered by my social medias. My social medias. Hey, tap in, baby. I just put 3 Texans videos out from this weekend's game that are pretty solid. At Clint Stoerner on Twitter, IG, and Facebook. Easy to find. Give me a follow. Give me a like. I like them all. So go on and hit me up on them social medias when you get a chance. Road tripping with The Drive, y'all. This week, Thursday, we are in Tomball Parkway, Buffalo Wild Wings. We've been up that way a time or two, hadn't we? Thursday, big shout out to Bud Light for making that happen. Come through, hang out with us. Friday, we're down Webster Way. I spent some time running the streets down in that Webster Way in my years coming up now. That was an easy jaunt over there from the Dirty Bay.
You said I've been there. I had to remember. I don't remember going to Web City. Is that what they call it?
Webster. Web City, I think, is in Missouri, isn't it?
It is, but I thought that might have been a nickname.
I don't know. They may have a nickname down there.
Dirty Bay, Web City.
Webster is at one point was a pretty fertile hunting ground, if you know what I mean. Boomer Jack's Grill in
That's
Webster.
ass, fellas.
Yeah, Boomer Jack's Grill in Webster off Gulf Freeway. Football Friday, brought to you by our Houston area Ford dealers, brought to you by Academy. Brought to you by Tomball Ford. We got a lot of action right there at Boomer Jack. So Buffalo Wild Wings and Tomball on Thursday for Thursday, and Boomer Jack's Grill in Webster for Football Friday. Hey guys, I got to circle back to something real quick because I got it, Tyler. We got a deal for you. The owners of the Texans have chimed in on your visit to Tennessee.
Are you serious?
I bet Anna's the ringleader.
If you missed it earlier, I believe in the 245 segment, we addressed the elephant in the room, which is Tyler and his wife and his pops
Hands are tied if you lose this.
Are going to their annual road game for the Texans, and they have gone 3 previous years, and they have all arguably been the 3 worst losses of those individual years for the team, and Tyler's been there in person to watch it.
Can't even argue it.
So there's got to be a little bit of a jinx there. There's got to be, what'd you call it, Ron?
A curse.
There's got to be a little bit of a curse there.
People are calling it the Tyler Road curse.
Well,
I don't believe in curses, but my hands are tied.
The McNairs have spoken, Tyler.
They're going
to be first.
They're put him on the PG.
They're no. They're willing to buy you out of your plane and your game tickets, so you don't go.
They're going to put me on the PJ?
No. They want to keep you as far away from Nashville as they possibly can.
Well, that doesn't sound like a deal for me.
But what about his wife? What about his wife and his dad?
Family, him and family. They're going whatever money you spent, they're going to reimburse you, so you stay your ass at home.
My dad's never been to a Titans game. He's a huge fan.
No, the hell with that. Listen, Tyler.
God, I got all excited. I thought I was getting like a PJ, maybe some sideline.
I'm not going to. No. They're not going to
get you closer to the action.
They heard the way Ron laid waited out. You think all of a sudden they were going to want you on a coin toss or something at midfield?
They've been waiting on it. They listened to the show. They've been waiting. Which one is he going to pick?
Which one's he going to pick?
Hannah,
Which one do we have to
love you guys. Damn.
I'm just telling you, man. I think you ought to consider it.
Listen.
Get your money back and pick another game,
I just
man.
think you
Chalk
should,
it up to a bad decision.
I just think you should really think about what negotiation here is. They've kicked it off. Like I think there's a lot of places that you could go
So I got
here.
a counter.
I think you sit on this and think, all right, if they're going to pay for airfare and everything,
you're onto something.
I mean, what do I get back? Do I get 5 games? Do I get what can I get?
Do you get a future game on the private jet?
Can I get a day in the suite
on McNairways?
Can I get a night in the suite, a day in the suite sitting
You
next?
see what I did there, T?
Sitting next to
Ron
Hakeem.
didn't see what I did there.
Hakeem?
Yeah, last time they were up there.
Oh yeah, a game
Can
or
I
two in
get
the
up?
suite.
Like I'm just spitballing here. Can I get some Jason? I'm just saying you got to take this thing and negotiate.
I'll have a
Hannah? Cal. I'm just saying.
Seems
pretty serious.
I'll check with them and see if they're up for a negotiation. But I know reimbursing you essentially so you don't go is on the money is not a problem.
I mean, you got to act like you just caught Altuve's 3,000th hit, and you're the captain now.
I'll have a counter offer.
I don't know, Tyler.
I'll have a counter offer ready in the 5 o'clock hour.
Tyler, a big part of it has to be not only in the suite, but you want to sit because anytime they throw Cal and Hannah up on the big screen in their suite. It's usually on the front row of their suite,
of course,
and they're usually sitting with a big name player. Cushing was there with them last week. Andre's been there with them. They've had some different celebrities.
Marcus Luttrell.
Yep.
I would have weird stuff in there.
I think you should. I think part of your package should be sitting on the front row between Cal and Hannah, and on the big screen in that.
I'd have weird stuff. I'd have 7-game series beer pong.
Of course, you'd overdo it
with Hannah and Cal and a partner of my choosing.
And you want all your family, and in-laws.
Yeah, partner of my choosing.
Ron would want 10 seats in the box for 7.
Oh man,
10.
Shoot, what are you talking about?
I think he's asked for 12 or 14 in the past.
10. I do keep it even.
Maybe a Cal McNair grilled steak. I've heard he's pretty damn good on the grill.
Still waiting on those Bucks tickets, Aaron.
She did say part of the deal is that the Ogan up and bring you in for it. She said because
we're not dealing with anything with Amy Adams.
Well, but the point is that with his record here, it would behoove the Titans to bring him in.
I am not 100% sure if Amy Adams had car trouble on the side of the road that Hannah would stop to help her.
I'd take a video and laugh at her.
Like if her car, like she got 2 tires out and she is really.
It could be midnight
and it's like 10 degrees. I think Hannah would keep driving.
No, now Cal may help. Cal
will help.
I mean,
Hannah'd
speed up.
Sorry, Amy Adams.
She'd try to swipe her with her mirror and keep on going.
Call Titans legend Earl Campbell to help you out, Amy. Sorry.
Hey, that's how they do it up in Montgomery County, baby.
Let's get a more fit form.
I'm gonna work on a counter for you.
Maybe Eddie.
All right, work on that, T. The McNairs have spoken, but I tell you what, who else has spoken is the practice report, and I'm not going to go down the whole thing. We'll do that in the last hour and a half of the show here at some point, I'm sure. But there is a part of the report that I think is going to put the Texans in a good place. I mean, to be honest with you, in a good place. But they've got to make some tough decisions here, Ron. And maybe some of y'all don't think they're very tough. We talked about it yesterday. I think Trent Brown played a level of right tackle. In particular, there's a couple of abilities that he brings to the table that nobody else does that you just can't ignore at that right tackle position, right? And you also know that your typical right tackle and Titus Howard can also play inside. So those are all the things that are complicating this situation. Well, today it happened, Ron. Those were all speculation, if you will, because Titus Howard was out with a concussion. Ed Ingram was out. Was he with a knee or an ankle or something?
Knee.
Those two guys were out, so it was less of a conversation and less of a decision had to be made. Well, today's practice report, Titus Howard is out of concussion protocol and at practice participating. And Ed Ingram is back from the knee injury, and he is back at practice as well, which puts the Texans in a position where they've got to make an O-line decision. No doubt about it. They've got to make some kind of O-line decision. Now, how difficult is it?
Do you think they're sitting right here as this game starts, understanding this 3-game stretch they got coming up, and it looks like they're going to have all their guys healthy? Do you think that there is serious conversations being had between the powers that be that make this decision that they're not going to go to the offensive line that they have been using when Ed Ingram and Titus Howard are healthy?
Well, they're definitely not going to that because their left guard is not going to be.
Yeah, their left guard.
But I do. I think. Look, the Texans organization is I think every week they talk about who's our best 5, regardless of who's injured and who's not. Like, I think they have these conversations whether somebody's injured or not. Just like this past week, they trotted 2 guards out there that they ain't played a snap all year long and benched the 2 guys that have been rotating at left guard. So I think they talk about it every week. But yes, Ron, I do. More specifically to the point I'm making, I believe that the Texans cannot ignore the tackle product that Trent Brown put out there. And I believe, knowing that Titus Howard can also play guard and knowing that you've got a guard problem with this football team still, with Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson appearing to not be your answers, I think there's a conversation there to be had. Now, what may save them is Jarrett Patterson playing well. Because that's the other decision is who do you start at left guard, Jarrett Patterson or Scruggs? Who do you start at right tackle, Titus Howard or Trent Brown? Right now, Trent Brown was on that same practice report. He was practicing, but he had a little bit of an ankle issue. So they may get bailed out here, and it may just say, hey, Trent Brown, you're a little nicked up, you're older. Hey, you go back to our reserve tackle spot. Howard, you're going to be our right tackle. And, hey, Patterson played well. Let him start at guard. So it may be as simple as that, Ron. I'm just here to tell the people to kind of piggyback on what I said yesterday about how well Jarrett Patterson and, more importantly, Trent Brown played. There is now a legit traffic jam because all these guys are back healthy and practicing on a Wednesday, which is what you like to see before a big game on Sunday, right? So I just think that there's a decision that's going to have to be made. Now, again, it may be one of those very simple ones, path of least resistance. You just plug guys right back in, or do you make what I would say is not a crazy move and move Titus Howard back inside and let Trent Brown ride at right tackle? I don't know how real that is. They know how real it. Like, do you think it's like it's possible that they look at Trent Brown and go, he ain't got 8 straight games in him?
As you've said before, I think anything's possible with their mindset.
Yes,
and how they're. I'm not even joking. I think anything is possible with their mindset. I look at it, and clearly for me, like the number one thing I look at when we talk about all of it is, like, Titus Howard is at his best as a tackle, and I think he is the team's best tackle. And can he play guard? Yes. I don't know if he's great at it. And is he better than Patterson? Like, is he at left guard, is he better than Patterson? And are you running the risk of having a downgrade at 2 spots?
Yeah. Great. All good points. Fair.
And so, I'm not sure with the like. I looked at Trent Brown and I thought, you feel really good if somebody's got to go in. You feel a lot better than I did. Like, I didn't know what that was going to look like with Titus being out, and obviously Trent Brown could play, and they were dropping back and passing a lot, so that helps his cause. But
for the record, what I believe happens is I believe that they leave Ursery at left tackle. Obviously, I believe Patterson is your left guard. They plug Ingram back in at that right guard position. Titus Howard stays at right tackle, and I think Trent Brown goes back to the swing tackle, or probably the inactive, right? I mean, he's going to be.
Yeah, he's been inactive.
He'll be inactive because Blake Fisher will have to be your swing tackle because of all the different packages that he is involved in.
Again, I'd hope that they would teach him the Blake Fisher package, because I'd much rather have him be doing that and
telling you, it was impressive,
and be active, just in case you had to make make something happen.
It was impressive. I just don't know that they can. I know they can't ignore it, Ron. Now it's just a matter of, okay, do you just feel really good about your tackle situation if anything happens moving forward, or do you want to make a move that you feel like makes your offensive line more powerful and better for the stretch run here? We'll see. I think it's a reality. I don't think it's likely, but I do think it's a real conversation.
Text line is messed up talking about they need to send 62 to Corpus. I mean, it's not even.
They bypass Sugar Land?
Down in another sport. Yeah, he can't get AAA. Whew. Said he should have been playing.
62 wasn't that bad.
Yeah, he was pretty bad. All right, coming up, big day on Saturday.
Patriot way, baby.
Big day on Saturday. We got to look at the biggest story coming up this weekend on Saturday. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricane, baby.
2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Coming up here in about 15 minutes or so, we'll hear from our guy Brandon Scott, Texans Report, as another big game. Obviously, they're all big now as the Texans sit here at 4-5 trying to get back in it. B. Scott will join us coming up here in just a bit. Hey, huge game for the Texans on Sunday, but last Saturday was A&M with a kind of a big game, and they did what they have done all year and just routed on the road. Did not cause them to move in the playoff rankings, though, but they did rout Missouri on the road. This week, Clint and Tyler, it is the Horns. They have the big game this week, and their season's on the line right here. At least their college football playoff season's on the line. They got to go between the hedges to Athens to play the Georgia Bulldogs, a top 10 matchup. Somehow, after everything that's happened, Tyler, Texas has crept itself back into the top 10, the college football rankings. And listen, they've been on a roll here. They won 4 in a row, including 2 wins against 2 top 10 teams in Oklahoma and Vandy. Georgia's won 5 in a row. They beat Ole Miss in that stretch, a top 5 team. Texas is obviously the underdog in this game.
Obvious.
Yeah, they should be. But this doesn't feel like the same Georgia team, right, that we've seen here in the past. They don't feel like they're where it's just like, man, only 2 or 3 teams may be able to get Georgia. Clint, would you be shocked? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. Even you Horn fans, try to take your burnt orange glasses off and be honest. Would you be shocked if they beat Georgia on Saturday?
Not one bit.
Really? Not one
Georgia's
bit of
not that good.
No, man, you can't just come in here and just say that low like that.
I'm
just telling you. Georgia's not that good.
I mean, Georgia is not.
Neither is you.
It's not what we've thought has been over the last handful of years. I mean, you look at their schedule; they've got a good win, 44-41 over Tennessee,
and they were down in that.
And they've got a good win over Ole Miss, 43-35. The rest of them, right? I mean, Marshall, Austin Peay, Kentucky is on the way to firing their head coach. Auburn has fired their head coach. Florida's fired their head coach. Mississippi State just got their first win, their first SEC win in 2 years. Why do I know? Because it was Arkansas they beat, right? I mean, so this Georgia team is not – I mean, it's not, the Georgia team that we've come accustomed to watching and thinking they are. And so, that part of it is real. And then I think there's a couple of things about Texas, right, I've thought their defense is real all year long. Now, there's been some issues. They've choked it up a few times, but I think their defense is real. And it looks like they've figured out some things
that is
on the offensive line. Right now, I think the jury's still out on Arch. The jury's still out on do they have the speed to compete with the Georgia. They've done a good job of getting the ball to Wingo. That little kick, that little specialist, that little returner they got. They've done a really good job of getting him rolling. And so, yeah, look, I don't think either one of these teams are – Texas is damn sure not as good as everybody thought they were. And I don't know that Georgia is as good as everybody thinks they are right now. This is not a boy.
They're clearly a step down, but maybe they're not comparable to the Georgia teams that Kirby's had and won championships with. But when you compare it to the field, you still think they're even a bit –
I think they're a very beatable.
I said they're beatable.
When you've got the same level Jimmys and Joes, which I think Texas does. I mean, we've talked about this. I think Texas A&M, Georgia, LSU, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee. I think there's that top half, OU, that top half of the SEC. They've all got Jimmys and Joes that are comparable, right? And so when you have that, it levels the playing field. And I just think Georgia's a bit overrated. I think Texas is getting better. And how close can they get by the end of the season to what they were expected to be, right? We've seen teams before. We've seen really good teams start slow, and by the end of the year, they've broken in this new quarterback. The coaches figured out the new skill sets and the new way to get this team to rock and roll. And Texas is going to have to be one of those teams. It wouldn't shock me if they beat Georgia. Now it would shock the hell out of them if they beat A&M, but it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if they beat Georgia.
So you don't think. And I'm not trying to get to you, Tyler, but you don't think Georgia and A&M are on the same level?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not. Not right now. I don't. I think there is a – I think when you talk about dudes, Ohio State and A&M are on a different level, and right now Indiana is the one team that is in that framework of the way, Ole Miss kind of play, like they don't necessarily have the Jimmys and Joes, but they make up for it with X's and O's, and that is so I think they're real. I don't know where Georgia falls in that, Ron. I don't know where Georgia. I don't know. I just don't believe Georgia is as unbeatable as folks.
No, yeah, it definitely has come a long way from what we watched early. Not even just Ohio State, but they had some clunkers in there that they won. Well,
yeah.
What was it, like it was a Utah? Whoever that was, they played.
It took overtime to beat Mississippi State, didn't it?
That was recently, but even in that game they scored. But I'm just saying, like, their offense was, I forgot who it was. They
Florida.
No, Florida. They look bad, but I'm talking.
No, it was like UTSA.
It was like a it was a team that
I remember walking in the third quarter.
Yeah,
like
and Arch's numbers were like, what in the hell? He was like I promise he was like 7 for like 21 or something like that.
Yeah.
That's your 2026 NFL MVP, man. You better chill out.
They struggle, but they've come a long way from that. And the one thing about Georgia that is weird and alarming is they have scored. Yeah, it was UTEP. They had that weird. They ended up being 27-10, but that game was a lot, like offensively, a lot tighter. Georgia's given up points. That that's the big difference to me when I watch Georgia is, like, I think Texas can, the way they're playing offense right now and the way Georgia's playing, I think Texas can get to, I think they can get to 30. on Georgia. 25.
With their defense, if they get to 30.
Yeah, just with their defense. I'm just saying, like, Tennessee got 40 plus on them. You know, Ole Miss, you know, was scored. That was a high-scoring game in their two toughest games. So I think they can score on them. We'll see what Georgia.
Here's the deal when you start talking about the rankings, right? I think your top three teams are the best teams in America. I think they're going to get those three right. I think Alabama is surging in a major way. The jury's out on Georgia. The jury is out on Texas Tech, even though I like them a lot. I believe they're real. The jury is out. The jury's out on Ole Miss. I've not seen Oregon play more than
Texas
a couple
Tech,
of snaps.
We ain't gonna learn too much more about Texas Tech with what they got.
Right. We're gonna find out, and we're gonna find out when it matters, right? And look, I think Texas is one that's coming. I think they got a real chance if they can put some pieces together on offense and get even remotely close to what the expectations were in the season. I think Alabama has surged in a major way, and then all eyes are on the Longhorns to see what they can do. And they've got plenty of football left with Georgia and Texas A&M left on their schedule right now.
And Arkansas.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't even do that on purpose either.
Coming up, our Texans report. Let's hear from our guy, B. Scott. That's next.
Ready? The Texans are headed to Nashville for another AFC South rematch on Sunday. Hear the matchup with the Titans right here. With pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris.
trade-in needed when you switch. Plus, 4 lines for just $25 a line.
For eligible on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love DeMeco Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
You ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. B. Scott's in the building. Is Texans report, and he's I'm still ready to turn the page to the Titans, but still a little wild about that comeback. You cover this team. You've been a fan of this team. What was your feeling from that? Were you happy, excited? Like, what's your takeaway from the 29-10 comeback in the fourth quarter?
Well, of course, I was happy and excited for everybody that was involved and for the Texans. I was more so on my own just relieved because I'm going to be honest, man, I was not convinced that they were going to win the game until Trevor Lawrence was stripped at the end and Sheldon Rankins takes it in. Will Anderson, I think, is the one with the strip. 30 seconds
was too long.
Look, I thought that it was still possible that they could make something happen, even with the defense, with the Texans' defense being better than the Jaguars' offense. I think somebody has said this. Texans just don't be on the right side of that history. Now, they can be up high and be the ones like the Jaguars to lose the game, but normally they're not the one that's coming from behind, and especially late in the fourth quarter and being on the right side of that game. And you could still see where the window was open for the Jaguars to go down there and capitalize.
Yeah.
But then
We've seen it.
We've seen it, but they shoot themselves in the foot a time or two. And then, of course, you get that big play at the end that actually solidifies it. But, man, even as they are outplaying the Jaguars, I think thoroughly outplaying the Jaguars, certainly through the second half, but for some parts even in the first half, they're thoroughly outplaying them. I still did not feel like they were going to win that game until they actually won it.
Yeah, you can't help but think about the way the Denver game ended. You can't think about help but wonder about the Tampa Bay game ended. It's just one of those where, that defense it's like a dam waiting to break. I mean, they're really, really, really good, but damn, how much pressure can you put on them for 4 quarters against good football teams before they break? And look, I'll be honest with you, B. Scott. This was a week too where them old referees down the stretch were on our side too now.
Yeah, well,
I mean, we got a couple of calls on the defense, and we got a couple of calls offensively that put us in some really good spots when we needed it the most.
Yeah, I thought there were a couple of calls that went in. I thought that the Jaguars also had a call or two where there's like a makeup call where they get called for a pass interference that wasn't one, but then they actually do one that doesn't get called. Yeah. So I thought there was a little bit of overcorrecting or some correcting there. But at the same time, man, the most impressive thing about what the Texans were actually doing was the fact that they were able to run the ball. Seen them do like I remember after the game, we still get after every game. You probably get this too, Clint, on the post game. Where's Joe Mixon?
Yeah.
Where's Joe Mixon? Where's Joe Mixon?
Escalator behind B. Scott.
And look, it's a relevant question, I think, every time. But it was the first game that I really came away from it feeling like, you know what? They don't have a running back like Joe Mixon. I prefer to have him. But I actually, for the first time, really feel good about the combination, not just the running backs, but the running game overall, how they were able to displace people at times at the line of scrimmage, especially in the second half. I think Davis Mills and Nico Collins got a lot of credit for what they did, and Dalton Schultz got a lot of credit. But, man, I think a lot of that starts with, 16-yard run to start a drive with Nick Chubb. And why is he able to do that? Because he's got 2 to 3 yards to work with before he even gets downfield. Like, there was a lot of that in the second half that I think was a little bit unsung. If they can tap into it, if there's any kind of consistency, it feels like they're still going to rotate guards if they get the opportunity. So, like, if they actually figure that part out, there were some encouraging signs about what they did, even if I felt like it was unlikely.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that part kind of goes, flies under the radar because there was so much, like, wow factor with the way they won the game is the run game. How much of that do you think carries over to the next game?
Yeah, no, I think that's the big. So in this game, I feel like it could be pretty good against the Titans that you can still, even if it's not the run game, that you should be able to get your passing game going, even if you just commit to it, right? Like we talked about this when they played the Seahawks. Someone they weren't necessarily running it that effectively until they played the Texans. They weren't necessarily running it that effectively, but they were running it a lot and almost more than anybody, and they were absolutely committed to it, whether they ran it well or not. And that kind of opened things up for their passing game, which was mad explosive and has been mad explosive. So I think that the Texans can actually tap into that, even if they don't necessarily run the ball as effectively as they did against the Jags, against the Titans. I think they can still tap into some because the Titans are not necessarily as strong on the back end.
B. Scott's joining us with us on his Texans report. Like he said, did you come away from that feeling different about Nick Caley? Right, Nick Caley all last week, and I give it to him. He talked about, we got to make some changes. There's got to be some things that are different, and things look different, particularly in short yardage. There were different approaches at the goal line. Clint used the word elite from what he watched on the film from the offensive coordinator. Did you come away from that feeling differently about Nick Caley?
I would say not a whole lot differently, but also with the caveat that I wasn't really one of the ones that was crushing Nick Caley as much as everybody else the week before. Like, I thought the goal line stuff in the Denver game was inexcusable and bullheaded and ridiculous, but also understood why they thought they should be able to do it, because a lot of football-minded people view themselves as, hey, if I can't get a yard, what are we out here doing to begin with if my offensive line can't displace? So I understand sort of the ill-sighted, the misguided nature of that. I wasn't really going to kill him for that, even though those plays weren't very bad. Isolated from the goal line play calling, I didn't think that the play calling was, on my top 5 list of problems for the Texans in that game. So I didn't go into the game to begin with a horrible view of him, but I do think that it's obvious that he made an adjustment, that he saw, hey, things need to be a little bit different. Maybe when we're at the goal line, the playbook shrinks, the element of surprise shrinks, and they kind of know what we're going to do. Maybe we do something a little different. Maybe we play more so to our strengths and run it to the outside. You see they did that with Woody Marks. You see that Davis Mills obviously scrambled and got to the outside. Like, they did not try to do the thing that didn't work the week before. So shout out to him for at least doing something better than he did the week before.
I'm with you on I thought the Denver game was significantly better outside the obvious issues on the goal line. I thought the Denver game was significantly better than 15 points. I thought it was significantly better than the kind of the rap it had gotten, because it was one more week of the offense not putting up points, not putting up enough points, and not being timely and being able to move the ball and produce. But it was better. So I look at it, B. Scott, this is 2 weeks in a row where I think the offense, and Nick Caley in particular, has gotten better. And now you got the Tennessee Titans, which it should be 3 weeks in a row where you've gotten better.
Yeah.
One thing that was interesting, I think, from last week, B. Scott, is that they did a lot of good, obviously, but the youngsters got involved. Higgins and Marks were a big part of what was going on. Noel played a lot of snaps, didn't have a bunch of touches, but played a lot of snaps, made one big play. But the youngsters seemed to really get into a rhythm this week. When your guys like Christian Kirk, your Hutchinson didn't, to see that youth movement and those guys have success was big.
So last week when I was in here, I said that the only thing that the Texans offense had going for itself was the element of surprise, because when the playbook shrink and when the down and distance and circumstance kind of dictate
you talked to Caley about this.
Yeah. So in my mind, that just meant when it come down to it, they were not good enough. Clearly in that game, at least in the Denver game. I think whether that changes or not has a lot to do with how these young players that Clint is talking about, how they develop. Do they emerge, do they improve in a way that changes the complexion of the team back when they weren't getting involved, whether that was because they weren't ready or because the coaching staff didn't see it. It doesn't matter at this point. But if they are now ready or now decided to be ready by the coaching staff, and they actually go out there and produce and are able to do things for you that they have not been doing in previous games or have not been given the chance to do in previous games, I think that changes the complexity of the team. Because like, you think about how much differently do you feel about the team overall, as much as you might feel great about the comeback? Well, to me, they're largely the same team. In a lot of ways, they're worse because they're injured. They've been without their quarterback. They're losing one of their key defensive players. And so these younger players that's been on the team that we've been clamoring for to have more opportunities, do they get those opportunities, and do they make the most of their opportunities, to your point, like they did in this Jaguars game?
Clint believes there is at least serious internal conversations about the offense go forward with the play of Trent Brown, with the play of Patterson, and now it looks like today as we see the return of Titus Howard and Ed Ingram back. Do you think that there is a possibility we see changes in that offensive line, potentially a Trent Brown in there? Any thoughts of that?
Bruh, they put in a dude on Sunday
I don't want to talk
that
about
ain't none of us ever seen, ain't never seen
Did you
or
anybody else
heard
see
of.
him in training camp or anything?
No.
I didn't know he was on the practice squad.
No.
And I can get you 7-8 practice squad guys right here, right off the top of my head. I didn't have 62.
Nah, I got Eli Cox. I had Jared Kingston. I sent a note to Reggie like, hey, man, I think y'all should look out for Jared Kingston. That might be the sixth offensive lineman if Blake Fisher has to go. He's inactive. And then they put out somebody that I swear on my life I'd never seen before in my life. Never seen him. So to your question, could they put out Trent Brown, who went out there and gave you good tape and has won been a Super Bowl champion and they're familiar with and probably trust? Yeah, they could do that. Now, what does that mean for Titus Howard? Is he at right guard? Is he at left guard? Left guard seems to be the most obvious play because he's played there before and it's been a turnstile. Do they feel like that's the best way to use him? There's a couple of different things that they could do, but can you predict it? Nah, because they went out there and put a dude on the field that we ain't never seen before.
But you think there's serious?
Scott, I'm going to tell you, man, I don't if it were just good tackle play, it wouldn't even cross my mind. But what he's capable of doing, just because of how big he is, I mean, he just swallows guys.
Yeah, he's humongous.
It's just like when you do that, like he just like we don't have anybody up front that can eliminate a dude, a defensive player from a play. Like again, I don't know what Ron was talking about. Like, what about a speed rusher? Well, I agree. I have no idea, but I know this. Even if it's if he gets beat 3 or 4 times, if the other times he eliminates a dude from a run play or a pass play, like just completely eliminates him from being a guy that could collapse the pocket. Like nobody else has shown the ability to do. That's the part to me that's hard to get out of my mind, right? In a run block or when he's handing somebody off on a double team, it's like, hey, it's a big ass defensive tackle, and we've talked about it for 2 years now. We've struggled with those double teams. Hell, they've even acknowledged it and talked about it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's just like, hey, boom, hey, Juice, here you go, bro, boop, and goes to the next level. Like it's the ability to do that just changes so much up front, man, and so that's the part I can't get out of my mind about what you do.
Yeah, no, everything that I was talking about earlier about how they're 2 yards past the line of scrimmage, 3 yards past the line of scrimmage before either of these guys makes their jump cut. I do want to point out Nick Chubb looked a lot more explosive in that game than I had expected him to look as well. But before they could even make their jump cut, there's 2 or 3 yards of space to operate with, and it's hard to separate that. Trent Brown out there and what he was able to do. He was an instrumental part of that and piece of that. It'll be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah, I like him in the run game.
Yeah, that pass game is going to be rough. That pass game because you're going to have to compensate for it some way or another.
Yeah, I thought 4-4 was a good matchup for him.
Yeah, but also they ain't got no left guard to speak of, or do they? So I mean, look, and we've seen Patterson have some good days, have some bad days. They got a lot of different ways to attack this thing.
Maybe they got some decisions to make one way or another.
But you can also find a weakness in any argument because we're talking about them trying to address the offensive line that doesn't have a left guard to speak of. So, yeah, it's a lot.
All right, that's B. Scott every Wednesday, 4:40, Texans Report. All right, coming up as we look at some news. We've got the latest with C.J. Stroud and where he is with the concussion. We'll give you that and the rest of the injury report. As well as the Rockets. They're back on the floor. They should beat the hell out of the Wizards tonight. And I challenge. I wonder how many of y'all got Wizards players out here. College football playoff rankings are out as well. We'll get to all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, B. Scott does not have this problem, but if you are losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works, I got good news.
Freeway here, an Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is congratulations, before we get the injury report, congratulations to Danielle Hunter. He has been named the AFC Defensive Player of the Week, had 3.5 sacks, tied for the second most in a single game in franchise history. I wonder who holds that. But Danielle Hunter, 3.5 sacks. What a game. And, you know, sometimes, Clint, you'll watch a game and a player has, 2 sacks or so, and you're like, yeah, those sacks came, it's like 3rd and 21, or they came a sack early in the first quarter, 1 in the third. They weren't really, outside of those 2 plays, doing a lot. Danielle Hunter was an absolute issue for as you call, black but white Walker Little.
That's right.
To deal with at left tackle. And
sorry about that, Black Little. I didn't mean that, man. It was the white
Greg
Little that I
Greg
was
Little is who he was thinking of, not the Walker Little, who is not a black guy and from Houston. So shout out to Walker and his family. Wanted to get that correct, but he was absolutely dominant in this game and absolutely deserves to be the defensive player of the week. So congratulations to Danielle Hunter.
Well, Ron, I mean, here's the deal, man. Is look, there's some great edge players, whether it's true defensive ends like Danielle Hunter or it's stand-up edge players, like your TJ Watt type of guys. Either way it goes, there's some great edge players in this league, and I think Danielle Hunter is in the top 10, maybe even top 8 of those guys right now with the way he's playing. And of those, say 8 to 10 guys, I think there's a handful of them that have shown the ability to consistently, whether this box score shows it or not, just consistently be a game wrecker, right? And then there's a few of them that have not just been game wreckers and don't just play the edge and push the pocket, but they take over games in moments, right? And Danielle Hunter is one of those guys. And I know the box score is not going to, stat line's not going to tell you right now that he's leading the league in sacks or anything like that. Look, man, we've watched this guy week in, week out just be an unbelievably disruptive force. And now all of a sudden we've watched him take over a game for about 3 straight drives and give the offense back the ball as soon as he possibly can in a way that is typically reserved for guys like Myles Garrett, right? I mean, that was impressive, man. Right now, and I don't know what he's going to do the rest of the way, but right now I don't know if there's anybody out there that's playing a better brand of edge football in the league. And now it's obviously on the heels of his best performance statistically and
you're saying
the
even before this game.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, when you have the ability to do what he did Sunday, but you're also the guy that brings it the way that he brings it every play and is so disruptive, and the box score doesn't always show the way you impact games. Like, you just all these different, caveats, if you will, you whittle off one of the top 10 guys and go, well, that guy doesn't bring it every single play in similar fashion to the way Will Hunter and Danielle Hunter. These guys are really, if we're not just talking about the overall best in the league, if you're talking about the top 10 guys in the league, and then you go, okay, well, which one of those 10 guys plays all gas, no brakes, run, pass, full go, every single snap, right? That whittles a couple of those guys off of that list. Everybody doesn't play that. And then all of a sudden, one of them has the ability to do what Danielle Hunter did. I just think he's in rare company. And right now, as we sit coming off this game, I don't know that anybody's playing a better the same way he did. But I don't watch everybody, but to put up that kind of stat line box score and disrupt the game for every snap you're out there is impressive, man.
All right, congratulations to Danielle Hunter, who completely deserves that honor.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, let's take a look at the injury report, and the big one here, Clint, on the docket here is C.J. Stroud. He has that concussion, and Clint, he did not practice today, and reports are that he is still this report coming from Aaron Wilson that he still has symptoms that he's dealing with the concussion, and as we talked about earlier, Clint. We'll see what happens. Obviously, it is just Wednesday, but if you are the quarterback, and really any player, but especially the quarterback that had the hit that we saw him take, if you are still having symptoms on Wednesday the next week after you already missed the week, if you're still having symptoms on Wednesday, boy, it's tough to see him getting on the field by Sunday.
Yeah, and as a quarterback, it's just, I mean, it's one thing to miss practice if you're a guy that takes orders in the huddle. It takes orders at the line of scrimmage, is the recipient of all the communication and not the source of it, and just get plugged in late. But as a quarterback, I mean, you know, it is very difficult to not practice multiple days in a week and then go, well, this is our best option to win a game at quarterback. I mean, because when it's a concussion, there's no. I mean, I would imagine that they'll argue that the being out there with the mental reps and the strain of being out on the field could be a problem.
Sunlight, who knows?
Yeah. So I just, to your point, I mean, I think it's difficult if it's some kind of ankle or some kind of oblique or some kind of shoulder to not practice all week and then get plugged in on Saturday. That's difficult, but if now you've got mental roadblocks that are holding you back, concussion-wise, then it's even tenfold. So I would say tomorrow is a big day for C.J. Stroud to either be back out there or probably be on the shelf another week.
I was going to say, yeah, and when you are experiencing symptoms still the week after,
yeah.
I mean, you know, there's a lot that could be on the table, right? There's, you know, it could be 2 games, maybe more. You know, you never know. Because in contrast, Titus Howard had the concussion, and he's back on it and back at it as a full participant today. Other guys that missed, Clint, Jalen Petrie is in the same boat as C.J. Stroud. He had the concussion and missed the last game, and was not back to practice yet either. Fairbairn with the right quad, he missed the game. He didn't practice today. Harrison Bryant didn't practice today. Denico Autry, this seems like this has become of a lot of this, even with this knee, is rest. And then Dalton Schultz, he shows up with a shoulder issue. So both your tight ends, but you do get Cade Stover back. He participated, but he did not practice. So Autry, Harrison Bryant, Fairbairn, Petrie, Schultz, and C.J. Stroud, they did not practice today. Also, it was noted that Trent Brown had something with his ankle. They said the X-rays came back negative, but I think good news for the Texans and Texans fans, he didn't show up at all on the injury report. And they didn't even have him up. They of course took X-rays of his ankle. Cade Stover back and should be ready to get going. Ed Ingram also returned back to practice.
Yeah, look, I think the Titus Howard and Ed Ingram news is absolutely huge. I do think they've got some decisions to make, but either way it goes, those 2 guys are in the decision, and they're in the best 5 offensive linemen. They're going to be on the field. It's an upgrade. However they decide to play it out as an offensive line. So those are the 2 big pieces. That good news that we got back, as you mentioned, Petrie and CJ not being available is unfortunate, but we're starting to get a little bit healthier here with some other guys around the quarterback, so that'll be a plus when he does get back. You mentioned Cade Stover. I love getting Cade Stover back in the fold. I mean, if you just look at basic tight end depth, you need Cade Stover in a big way. But then you start thinking about how him and Dalton Schultz really complement each other. But how now that guy that's attached to the right tackle in the run game is a little bit dirtier player than Dalton Schultz. Now that brings something else to the table, man. So the Cade, not to mention Cade Stover, I hope, and as fans, we hope and pray that Cade Stover turns into the tight end that we hope he is, and he's the future at that position here in some way, shape, or form. And so getting Cade Stover back is big. He's going to be fun to watch if he hits the ground running anywhere close to where he was in training camp.
Yeah, he's back. That'll be big, especially when it looks like the top two tight ends have some injury issues themselves and not practicing.
D-Mills gets it done.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, after being off, they're back at it tonight at Toyota Center. They will take on one of the, if not the worst team in basketball. The Washington Wizards coming to town. They're 1-10, folks. They have had one. Let me see here. They've had several double-digit losses. Most of their losses are by double digits. They did have a tight one with the Pistons where, my man, Cade Cunningham scored 45 points on 46 shots. It's awful. 14 for 46. Scored 45. But, Tyler, we'll see what your best bets are. That's one to monitor because you just going to have a good feeling on how long guys are going to play. Because this could get out of hand. And if I said it at a half, you think you guys got a Wizard?
Oh, I do because Underdog Fantasy's available.
Oh, you do? You got it.
CJ McCollum.
Oh yeah, CJ.
I'll be honest with you. They're like.
Had you not checked? You didn't have him?
I did not have him. No.
You ain't got Cam Whitmore? You remember Cam went over there?
I did not. Well, I do have Cam, but I did not put two and two together. Now the one I do not have, I'll tell you, is Underdog gives you kind of like the top entries or the top lines, higher lower lines, and the other guy they highlighted other than McCollum, I ain't never heard of him.
Who was it? Was it Alex Sarr?
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, he was their top pick last year. One of the.
I didn't have him, Chief. Yeah. I did not have him at all.
Yeah, I know they got Chris Middleton over there in his badass knees.
Old school.
Gig 'em.
Yeah, we'll see. Cam Whitmore, he had 20 in his last game. He's gonna try to get him up. 20 in probably about 17 minutes, I bet. But no, again, your bets, man. This could get out of hand quick. The Wizards are the prime example of the team of, hey man, we out here just trying to get buckets, man. What did you call it? They're like a bunch of Kyler Murrays out there just trying to get buckets ourselves. Not really playing within each other, but out there just trying to get buckets. So good for the Rockets. They are back at it tonight. Should get a dub over the 1-10 Washington Wizards.
5 o'clock fire.
Little baseball news. This just dropping from Dana Brown, the general manager. Dana Brown, Christian Walker. We haven't talked about Walker in a trade. Walker is our everyday first baseman. He will get some time off. We'll play Paredes there some.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
That boy Dana. So, Christian Walker, that's been a conversation. Bob Nightingale, I know, had that report earlier this week. But Dana Brown coming out and saying, damn it, we ain't trading him. He's our everyday first baseman.
You think he checked with
hell yeah, he checked with him.
Checked with old Crane about that one?
Yeah.
About Bagwell.
He checked. No, it ain't Bagwell. He checked with Crane. But then once he got the okay with Crane, he then is going to walk out there and act like, yeah, this is my damn call. That's my call. That's my call. I said
poke
it.
my chest out.
I
real
said
quick.
it. Damn it. We ain't trading him. How much time you think Paredes is going to get over that? That is something I am intrigued to see how they shake this thing out, because he's going on record to say he's our everyday first baseman. He'll get some time off. I am really intrigued how they settle in on this.
Paredes going to be a second.
Who?
Paredes.
Where's Altuve going to be?
DH.
And Jordan's going to be every day in the outfield?
Yep. I mean, Altuve throughout the 162, Altuve will slide out there and play a little bit. I'm telling you, when games matter, oh, long leg.
But they got 100. They got 100.
Going to be in left field.
They got 162. And Paredes be at second base.
Yep, I sure do. And I think
It is
I
crowded.
think they'll cut the season in half for Jordan and cut the season in half for Altuve, and then when it matters, Jordan will be out.
You know what? Who knows, man? They might have some guys who make the decision for him.
I think
like they did last year.
They'll use Dubon as that super utility on
He's
that
never
infield,
gonna
all
get to play
all
now.
those positions. Hey, all the way across the board, he can let anybody rest, man.
He ain't gonna never get to play now.
Welcome home.
Paredes ain't taking no time off.
Paredes doesn't. Carlos Correa doesn't
want to.
I mean,
No, Pena.
Pena's a tight wound ass. He just needs to make sure he doesn't pull oblique again.
Pena look like he think his job is on the line all the time. Look like a guy that works on holidays when he don't have. When he,
I tell you, I like that kind of player. I like that kind of player right there, man.
You like that kind of guy there. All right, coming up as we continue here on the drive, Clint brought it up a little bit when we looked at the injury report. Do you believe the Houston Texans have some serious decisions to be made when it comes to their offensive line the rest of the way? Did Sunday's game change your thoughts that much? We'll discuss next.
Fellas, you'll wish that you started earlier, no doubt about it. I guarantee it, man. As a man, you got to know your T level, man. That's where it all starts, man. Or for some of us, that's where it all starts to end, right? And then you got to get it cranked back up. Find out with a free TRT test at Synergenics or Low T Center. Walk in before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. Back in the day, I was just like you, man. I didn't, out of curiosity.
families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, come on out with us tomorrow. The Drive will be live on the road. It is a thirsty Thursday, and right across the highway, Willowbrook Mall. That's where we will be, out there near Tomball. But if you're go out to Willowbrook Mall, the other side of the highway, that Buffalo Wild Wings over there, 17195 Tomball Parkway. We are out there. We've been there many occasions. We always have a good time out at that location. And come on out and hang out with us. Buffalo Wild Wings Thirsty Thursday. Come do your thing as we generally never come empty-handed. Shout out to Bud Light, Buffalo Wild Wings, who help hold us down there. It will be a good time to really get you ready for this game against the Titans. Thirsty Thursday tomorrow. Out in Tomball near Willowbrook Mall, that Buffalo Wild Wings. So come hang out with us as we will definitely have a good time, as we always do. All right, Clint, we talked about it in the 5 o'clock fire when we looked at the injury report, and Ed Ingram with that knee. Great sign that he was back at practice today. Great sign that Titus Howard was back at practice today with that concussion. He was a full participant as well, and
the arrow's pointed up.
It is. Looks like you will get your two best offensive linemen back to go along with guys who eventually got to it, guys who perform pretty well. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in on this too as well. Do you honestly think the Texans have some real decisions to make when it comes to the offensive line? What would be your offensive line? If you're going to play Sunday, if you were the one making the decisions, not quite sure who actually is, I'm guessing DeMeco has the final call on that, but if you're the one making the decision based off everything you've seen,
it's my decision.
Everything you've watched from last week, and then everything we saw from the full season from Ed Ingram, who was highly graded, Pro Football Focus, from Titus Howard, who has been your best offensive lineman, the whole crew. Do you think they're in serious need for serious discussion, and what would your line be? I know you believe this isn't just all right, everybody just go back to where you were. I think you think they are really thinking hard.
Well, look, this is, for me, what I've got to know, which it's information that I'm not privy to, is the Trent Brown thing. Watching, whether they watch him every day or maybe they just knew where he was at in his career and they've had conversations with him, and this has been a man, you're a reserve tackle when everybody's healthy, no matter what. You're going to come in here, and if you can give us 4 to 6 games in a reserve role, if you can be an emergency tackle, we're going to keep you around here. You can be a mentor to a lot of these. That, then he goes back to that, and it's impossible. I'm not privy to that information. Based on what I saw this weekend, though, this Sunday, if that was real and he physically is prepared and they physically believe that he can play 10 weeks straight, then I personally think the best offensive line for the Houston Texans is Trent Brown at right tackle, Ed Ingram at right guard, Jake Andrews at center, Titus Howard at left guard, and Ariante Ursery at left tackle.
Really? 713-572-4610. It was that good for Clint. He would move Titus Howard out of his best position to play at left guard and put Brown over there at right tackle. Because you were impressed by Patterson too, but obviously, as you said, there is a
Patterson's more valuable to me in this position as a 2-guard center backup, any middle interior offensive line backup. That's where I would go. Juice and Lakin would be down the depth chart, and it would be hard for them to get on the field. They're 2 injuries away from getting on the field, if it's me. If we're being completely honest, based on what we've seen. That's what I would roll with, assuming that Trent Brown is up to the task of being a starting right tackle in this league, which may be crazy talk. I don't know. I don't know his history. I don't know enough about him in the conversations they've had. But yeah, Ron, I'm telling you, man, the to move folks, the ability to snatch guys up. And to your point, I like if Nick Benito's over there, then obviously Nick Caley's about to give him some help if the speed rush is an issue. Yeah. But I'm just telling you, man, the ability to eliminate edge rushers from the game, the ability to displace defensive linemen, and I'm just talking about in general in the run game, not even talking about the goal line. That is something that I'll be honest with you, has Titus Howard done it a time or two in his career? Yeah, maybe. But does he have the ability to do that? No. I need to see more of that if it's me.
Yeah. Text line coming in. YouTube and Twitch. Major Fowler. He agrees with you. Said, facts, Clint. Tell him again, Clint. Preach, Clint. They don't know football, man. Not crazy. You seen him work. Yeah, I don't think it's crazy, but to me, Titus Howard is your best offensive lineman.
And he's statistically playing really good football at right tackle right now.
He's your best offensive lineman, and he is not your best offensive lineman because of his versatility. Like, for me. Like, I'm not – yes, he is the most versatile one, but he is not your best offensive lineman just because, oh, man, he can play all these positions. No, he's played the best tackle position. He's been your best tackle. He's been your best right tackle, left tackle, don't matter. He's been the best there. He's been able to play against the run and the pass, right? Like he is your best there. And actually, the run game, for me, that Trent Brown was impressive. I go back to the play that he jumped on a false start that would have been a walk-in touchdown because he just caved in the entire right side of the defensive line. That they got called back because he jumped off sides early. Yeah, that was impressive. And as I said, I can see him. I believe they could spend this week and teach him the Blake Fisher role, right? The jumbo package for him to come in and him to be a weapon in the run game. But for me, for him to be the right tackle, I have not seen enough to upseat Titus Howard. And even with the play they've had, and like you said, Jarrett Patterson played pretty well. Like, they had to move Titus to that left guard spot last year because it was Kenyon Green and Kendrick Green and whatever they tried to put over there. It was an absolute mess. I don't feel like that left guard spot's been a mess this year. Not like that. Not to where it's like, all right, man, this is the last resort, man. We have got to yank our best tackle off to play him. I don't feel like it has been that. And again, I think Titus is your best offensive lineman, and I think you put him in his worst spot. In his worst spot. And as Titus would say, I know Jeffrey Simmons is questionable this week at this point, but damn, man, we're gonna run me out here.
You gonna do that down there, but it's when Jeffrey Simmons is over there. Yeah. Look, I think there's. It's very easy, even for me as someone that would do it. It's very easy for me to talk myself out of it. I just, I just don't. I mean, I know this is an organization that is looking for the best five, and if you view it that way, not best right tackle, best left guard, best this, best that. If you look at the best five, it would be very easy. I'll put it to you this way, Ron. An offensive staff and an organization that I'll be honest with you, the way they handle offensive line is disgusting to me, and it has been. To
the point of Guy Gene, it doesn't matter what the O-line I prefer. To be honest, the coaching staff has shown they will keep mixing and matching, and no proof that they will stop at any time.
Well, look, I mean, I think, in my opinion, what they've done with the offensive line on several fronts has been borderline criminal. If I were C.J. Stroud, I would have a real problem in the offseason with how these last 2 years have gone and what they've done and how they've protected me. I would personally have a major problem with it. I do not like the way they handle offensive line at all. I've never heard of anybody rotating left guards by series. I've never heard of anybody pulling somebody up off the P squad and benching 2 guards that you paid. One you moved up to draft, the other one you paid handsomely, and both of those guys you've been rotating for 8 games, telling us it's your best options. Like I don't like what they do at offensive line. Trent Brown starting and Titus Howard at left guard, I could understand the method to the madness, and even if it didn't work out, even if to your point it's off the edge by a speed rusher that we didn't even know, I would go, okay, didn't work out. But I can understand, based off of the football that I watched, I can understand why a staff would go, I need to see more of that.
Couldn't understand 62.
No. Well, City say I couldn't get that one. P squad to the starting lineup. P squad to the starting lineup.
I just wish, Tyler.
Not because you had to.
Tyler, I wish you and the listeners were up there with us for that. It was about a 2-minute period in the press box where we're all looking at, hey, Trent Brown is in the starting lineup. Oh, and Clint, Patterson too. And then it was just several seconds. And Clint said, who's 62?
Hey.
I said, what are you talking about? He said, there's a 62 out there. And we said, hold on, what? And I was just staring down Patterson. Like I didn't even look at the other side. Hey, we're grabbing papers. They've got papers and rosters. Everybody's up there grabbing rosters and paper. Who is 62?
I looked up on that TV screen and I saw 62 while we were talking about.
Yeah, because I hadn't seen the TV part.
I was like, I ain't seen that body out there. I ain't seen that one out there. I mean, Juice and Lakin are some wide loads now. I mean, Juice and Lakin, you can say jump off the field now.
You just heard a bunch of papers clatter.
Had a big ass.
Hell is 62. T-Mill's Best Bet's coming up. And
that's good stuff.
Curse. All of that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I got to take a minute, man. I got to tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there, man.
877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
You're gonna get hard.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Again, guys, come on out, hang out with us tomorrow as we continue. Thirsty Thursday will be at Buffalo Wild Wings, Tomball, but the location near Willowbrook Mall. Willowbrook Mall is on one side of the highway. Buffalo Wild Wings is on the other side. Come hang out with us. We do not come empty-handed. Bud Light, the Bud Light ladies will be out there. And
ladies!
Should be fun.
How we doing, ladies?
I'm on land.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. Tyler was in my ear, so I did not hear how you ended that. I looked at you and I knew exactly what you had just done, and I didn't even hear it.
Bud Light, I just let it linger, and the Bud Light girls will be there. But now, come on out and hang out with us tomorrow. Buffalo Wild Wings, Tomball near Willowbrook Mall. And coming up behind us, as always, you know, Nick Casario. He is live. His famous breakdowns as he'll go through and give you the scouting report. No GM does that. None. I'm going out on the limb and saying that. No GM goes out and gives a full scouting report on the air of both the offense and defense of the opponent the way they do. I heard Mark and John talking about that one night going home. Like, nobody does it. So many teams are impressed that the general manager comes on and gives such a detailed breakdown of each team's offense and defense. Well, you can hear that from Nick Casario after we get done right here on Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris.
That's real because, I mean, my man Nick is in athletic gear on the field. So, I mean, he is a from a general manager's perspective, I don't know how many of them are in athletic gear, issued team gear on the field taking notes. So whatever Nick is bringing to the airwaves, it's not. I mean, bull jive. It's real. He's in the middle of it all.
He is. And then Area 45 after those guys get done. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Colin in there again tonight. They're holding it down for you. They got it from 8 to midnight. The best damn late night sports show in all of Houston. So stay tuned for that. Coming up next, and. We'll get to T. Mill's best bets. By the way, Tyler, and guys, there is nothing you can do. There's nothing that can be done. Tyler is going to go to this game. I saw somebody text in earlier. Ridiculous. That shutdown continues and that your flight gets canceled.
Oh my goodness.
Which is, just out of control.
We do have, I think, two of the most affected, if you will, airports in the country in terms of that old shutdown. But the shutdown's over, I believe, isn't it?
They were voting on it today. Last I heard, it went through the Senate and was going to the House, but I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that thing's going to be open back up, so hopefully they'll get them airports back right.
Either way, I'm going.
Full high. Yeah, he's going. Even the McNairs, they've tried to bribe him into staying.
They have. I got more updates.
There are more updates. They said, man, we'll pay you to stay back.
Like you got new ones.
And personally, if they did that, I think that should be a violation to the Texas A&M football program, because I think that would be the owner of the Houston Texans paying you to stay. I think somehow that's a violation.
Tampering.
Well, I mean, Cal has chimed in.
Oh, I thought it was just Hannah.
No, Cal has chimed in.
Uh-oh.
All right, I got a lot of respect for Cal. What
Cal
do you have to say?
wants to know if the McNair family can pay all the expenses for you to start going to the Indianapolis Colts games.
All right, I'd like to add. I don't mean to be your agent. I would like to add to that. What's that steakhouse?
You got to root for them. You got to be in Indianapolis gear or jersey and root for them.
But what is that steakhouse in Indianapolis?
Outback.
That famous one. No.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't think. Think of who it is.
Damn it! This internet. Somebody fix this damn internet. Every time I try to check something, it just goes out. Sorry. This is just so frustrating. I'm ready to nail this right. What is it? St. Elmo's? Is that the name of it?
That sounds good.
Is that it? St. Elmo's Steakhouse. Yeah, let's get in there. Hear about the shrimp cocktails is great too. I think Wade Smith told me about that. I've heard from that the steak like that. That is the spot.
You think about it, a shrimp cocktail to be great. I mean, that's got to be that's got to be monster shrimp, right? They got to be huge. Is that right or no? It's got to be.
That
can't be. A shrimp cocktail can't be like that's super tasty. Like that's got to be big shrimp. It's got to be the certain kind of shrimp, the sweeter ones, if that is what you like. I mean, you can't just.
They are fat there. Yeah.
Hanging over that side, ain't they?
Yeah. No, I would have to, Tyler. I'd have to work in full dinner for you, your wife, and your dad at St. Elmo's. That would have to be worked in.
The best part of it is you
tickets to the Indianapolis 500.
You acting as Tyler's agent in this deal.
I'm just saying, tickets to the Indianapolis 500. Listen, closed mouths don't get fed. The worst they could do is just come back and say no, and we then negotiate some more. I don't know. Maybe you want to go to the Pacers game. I'd rather go to the Pacers game. Ooh, I feel like something. I don't know. Maybe I'm in a bad. I feel like
everything you're doing sounds tremendous to me. You can represent me.
Dad, Indianapolis 500, right there for you.
He is a big NASCAR
Maybe he's a huge Rick Smits fan, and he'd like to go to the Pacers. I'm not sure.
Nah, Dad's not really an NBA guy.
I'm with you. I think check that. I think the Big Ten championship game generally happens in Indianapolis. Maybe you could go and watch Ohio State and Indiana in Indy, like whatever. I mean, I'm just spitballing here. I think there's a lot of places we can go.
Cal, Hannah, I know you're listening out there. We can work something out here. We're on to something. We're at the beginning stages of finding a great deal for both sides. If you would just reach out to my representative, Ron the Show.
Yes, and again, Indianapolis, Nashville, we can go outside the box here. I don't know. In my mind, I'm thinking, can you get me in the Kentucky Derby? Is that like something? Then also, me and my wife's outfit.
I would need a shopping spree with Cal's credit card for my Kentucky Derby outfit.
We don't get aggressive. I just think the worst they can do is say no, and they bring other things to the table. Someone checked in. The shrimp cocktail at St. Elmo's is amazing, but it's also about the sauce.
I'll take two.
It's a cocktail sauce drenched with horseradish sauce. It's super hot and spicy.
In Indiana?
Man, that's St. Elmo's. Everybody talks about it. They
That's
really
fair.
do. Just saying here, man. Just keep that in mind. Got a couple of days. Figure this out, Tyler. All right. T-Mill's Best Bets had a nice night last night. Only lost one bet. He did not play on him, so that was no loss there. But won 3 out of the 4 bets that he had there running. So he is in the red right now, folks. 5 for 8 this week. He is going to try to capitalize on that. Some big NBA games tonight. Again, as we do every night, if you aren't able to catch this or you need to go back for a point of reference, go to @TMillRealDeal on Twitter, and you'll be able to find his picks. But what are your best bets, Tyler?
One minor correction. I'm going to act like Stat Boy on PTI right here. Not in the red, sir. After last night, we are in the green for the week.
Did I say red?
You did.
Sorry,
I figured it was a slip.
I meant to say. I said 5 for 8. I meant to say green.
Yeah,
in the green. Sorry.
All good. Want to stay in the green. 5 more NBA bets tonight before we get to Thursday Night Football tomorrow. Spurs, San Antonio -3.5 tonight. They are hosting the Warriors.
Well, that's interesting. Draymond came out and said he doesn't